Another example that we will see today is using the UiPath Acme-test website. So let me log into this website with my credentials. Once I log in, I get navigated to the next page, and here I'm going to take a list of all the invoices. So for that, I'm just going to go to invoices, search for invoices, and then display all invoices. This is going to give me a list of all the invoices and the vendors and the respective vendors that it is available or mapped to. So here now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my program work in such a way. I want to copy all these invoices, and for each invoice, I'm going to copy this information, come back, and I'm going to do a search for invoice and then give the vendor tax ID here and search. So once the search is done, I'm going to again go back, key in the next list of vendor, whatever it may be. So I'm going to do this on iteration. So for all the vendors, where it starts with, if I do a display all vendors, let's consider that the vendor ID starts with DE. So that being the case, let me go ahead and filter those particular vendors list, and then I'm going to do a individual search for all the list that is available. So let me go ahead and do this program, and finally I'm going to go and log out. So let me go ahead and do this program. So here, to reiterate what we have done, we have first started with kill process, where kill process is just going to kill any particular Internet Explorer instance that has been opened, so that we are just making sure that we open a new instance of the Internet Explorer. Then I'm going to log into the acmewebsite.com Acme website uipath.com, and I'm using an open browser to do that. So here are my login information that I'm going to key in and use, and then I'm going to click on the login. Then go back into invoices, search for invoice, and display all invoices. Once that is done, I'm going to do the data scraping of all the search for invoice, all the display, all the invoices that gets displayed on the page. So once this is done, I'm going to load this onto extract data table. So after the extract data table is loaded, I'm going to write that particular information onto an output.xls file, where it is going to be written on sheet 1, and what is going to be written is the entire amount of data that extract data table has. And again, we are shifting the focus back to the browser. So since we are shifting the focus back to the browser, I'm going to use attach browser, then go ahead from the starting page. So at this particular point, my page is going to be at search results. So it is at invoice search results, where it is displaying all the list of vendors, the invoices that is available. Now I'm going to go back to the home and then do the same action of invoices, search for invoices, and then once the search for invoices page loads, I'm going to go and iterate my search action. So what is the iteration activity that I'm going to do is for each row in data table. So here for the iteration activity, I'm just going with the for each row from data table. So here I'm going to go ahead and check the condition of if the vendor tax ID contains or starts with D. So if you say the row of vendor tax ID dot toString dot contains D, so this is going to give me all the list of vendors vendor tax ID that starts with D or that contains D, not starts with D, it contains D. So once you go inside, I'm just going to again search that particular vendor ID, and I'm going to click on the search button. Once the search button happens, it's going to display my information. So once the display is happening, I'm going to go navigate back to the next page to loop through the next available information that contains the vendor tax ID with DE. So this is going to loop through for every action, and I have an attached browser. Since we have shifted the focus from the attached browser to for, I'm going to shift it back to the browser, and I'm going to say from the search page. So it is basically the invoice search results page. So from the search page, you're going to go back and again do the same search for the next vendor ID, vendor tax ID that is available. So once everything is done, I'm going to come back and I'm going to do a logout. So in the attached browser, the last step will be clicking on the logout button. So after the for each row, I'm clicking on the logout button. So what happens when I run the particular program? It is displaying all the information. It is iteratively doing the action for all the vendor tax IDs that contains DE. So once this search is going to be done, it's going to navigate back to logout. Click on the logout button and come out of your session. So it has logged out and we have successfully come out of the application. Doing so far. So far what we were writing, we were logging into vendor, we were logging into Acme website, we were logging into, after that we were navigating, and after that we were doing the data processing, and after that we continued with doing all the other functionalities, right? So but in real time, what is going to happen? In real time, it will not be that scenario. In real time, it is going to be like login will be worked on by one person. Maybe the navigation, if it's a bigger project, the navigation functionality might be worked on by another person, and then another functionality would be worked on by another candidate, and then another functionality, right? So you'll have split between your work. So, or you yourself can be working with different XAML files and integrating together. So how do you do this in this particular UiPath Studio, right? So for example, let's take this functionality. Now we are logging into Acme, right? So how do we actually do the login? Every time I need to write the code for login. Either you can create it as a reusable component, or you can create it as a separate XAML file and you can copy the XAML file everywhere. Okay, so if your project is using particular same login functionality, what you can do is you can create that as a library. That is the best option. Otherwise, what we do is we also say, okay, you can copy the XAML file from one folder location to another folder location. That also is possible. Okay, but usually the library option is preferred. But if you want to do it the other way also, that is also possible. So what are we supposed to do? So here in the main file, what I'm going to do is, let me create a new process. Right, the same functionality that we did last week. Whatever we have done, I'm going to do the same thing. But what I'm going to do is, instead of writing it in the main page, I'm going to have different XAML files for each functionality. Okay, so when I say for each functionality I'm going to have different XAML files, then if your parent file is main.xaml file, right? So what you need to do, from the main.xaml file only, you're going to call each of the XAML files. Okay, so that you will make sure the main files gets directly interacted to your proper other XAML files. So this is how you will be doing. So for example, if you have, these are called calling submodules. Okay, so if you have, suppose two boxes, say this is your main XAML file, and you have a XAML file called login, and you have a XAML file called navigation. So what you can do, you can connect main from login, and if suppose the login functionality is done, you have to connect back to the main, you have to give the control back to the main.xaml file, and then from there you have to connect to the other functionality, which is navigation.xaml file. Okay, so this is one way of doing, from main to login, then come back to main, and from main to navigation. This is one way. Suppose if login and the navigation are interconnected, then what you can do, you can first come back to login, from main to login, and then log into navigation, and then come back to main. So this is what we are going to do. So all these boxes are dependent on what is your project requirement. So however you want to choose, you can define, but usually you have to come back to your main and then only invoke the next file of your main functionality. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. So when we are talking about invoking, okay, so we are talking about crawling a new information. So what we are going to do is we are going to call it using the data. You have to pass data between pages, right? You have to pass data. If suppose login is the functionality, from my main workflow I need to pass the username and password field, right? Otherwise it will not work. So how am I going to pass data? So how is that? I will be passing the data, and I will be choosing the information between page, or I will be sending information between pages. So this is what we will be seeing in today's class. Okay, so for us to first understand what we are going to do, so let me say, I'm not sure if I can draw boxes. Say suppose this is your main.xaml file. Okay, from this main.xaml file I'm going to take another file which will be the login.xaml. Okay, from this I will be taking it back, or if I have another functionality which will say login login retry. Okay, say another functionality comes in as login retry, and then we have something called navigation. So how does it actually do? So from here you have to connect to first the login, and from the login I'm going to connect back. So basically if this is, right? So basically what is going to happen, I'm first going to start the program. So when I start the program, I will say from main, first I need to do the login functionality. So from main I'm going to call the login XAML file. Again from the login, now while I'm calling the login, what is the information I'm going to give? I'm going to say, no, I have the information called username and password. So I need to pass this information, right? So once I say username and password is passed on, these are the information I need to pass from my main XAML file to a different XAML file, right? So these two information now I will pass. So after passing it here, now my login functionality, I'll write the code for my login functionality. From there, if suppose you need to have another calling, so what this will do, the login failed, so it will call this particular option, the login retry. Now this will say, okay, login retry, it has done yes, no, and everything. It might be passing some information back, and it might be passing. So here after doing the login, now what I'll do, I'll be saying, okay, I have logged in. I'm going to say, I have logged in. Okay, now I have logged in. I'm going to say login is equal to success, right? So I have to say to somebody that it is success. Only then I can, if I say this is going to be success. Okay, so if I say success, then what it will do? It will do the next step, that it will connect to the next activity. So if the first activity is completed, now what it will do? It will go and connect to the next activity. So this activity might require some inputs, right? So this is how your invoke workflow will work. So basically you will have the first piece of code which will say invoke this particular login.xaml file, and pass these information. Okay. Now once this is passed over and this is executing, it might be calling this particular file. And after this particular file is done, the information. So here also there is going to be another. So from here, once this particular information is done, it will come here. And after this, this particular information will be coming here back. So when it is coming back, it might be doing a success flag or something it might be passing. So you can pass information between variables for its working better. So for it to work better. So that is what we do in the invoke, or that is what we do. So that what will happen, your main file will be having only the login, calling of the login file, calling of the navigation file. But whereas when you go inside, the functionality of login and calling of the login retrieve will be there. So this is what we will do in your invoke workflow. Okay. Now what are the information that I'm passing here? I'm passing username and password. Only if so main, actually what happens when you're having everything, your main only will be having your information. Correct? So you're going to have all the corresponding variables set in the main file. Right? So as a default, you have to use all your corresponding variables, all the basic variables that the project is going to use will be set up in the main file. So from here, what you're going to do, which means even the username password will be mentioned here, right? So from here, what you're going to do is you're going to pass the information that is relevant to this particular functionality. So in this case, the relevant information is nothing but username and password. So you have to pass this information. So how it will be stored here? It will be stored as variables. And when you're passing, you're going to call it with a different name and with a different, and you're going to understand how we are going to do. Okay. So once you pass the information, now this information will use the username and password, do the functionality, and then it is going to say, okay, I'm going to continue for to log in retry.xaml file to do something, and then it will give back. And then it has to give back an acknowledgement which says, yes, the login flag has been success, or the login has been a failure. So whatever it will do, it will give a output back, so that the main.xaml file can continue with the next step, that it will go to the navigation process. So this is how we will be doing. Okay. So how we will be doing, based, we will use a activity called invoke workflow. Okay. Now this is your main.xaml file. Okay. Now consider that in your main.xaml file, or let me take a very individual, very easy example. Let's take, okay. Say suppose you have let's take an easy example of, I want to do addition of two numbers. Okay. Now I have two numbers in the main file. Now I'm going to take it to a new file and I'm going to say add this number, right? So the functionality or the processing of the addition of two numbers, the functionality that I'm going to do, the processing that I'm going to do is going to be addition of two numbers. That I don't want to do in the main file. I want to do it in a new file, in a new that somebody else is doing. So I need to integrate my data so that they will be able to successfully complete the processing. Correct? Yeah. So this is what we are going to do. So here what I'll say, the easiest example we'll take is using number modification, I mean number manipulation. Okay. So let me put a flowchart, and in the flowchart I'm going to say assign number 1. Okay. So I'm going to have two assigns, and here I'm going to say number 1 is an integer. Okay. So similarly number 2 is an integer, and I'm going to have something called, okay, let me leave it. So it is going to be number 1. So here I'm going to say number 1 is equal to say 20. Okay, and I have another assign which is going to be called as number 2 is equal to 30. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do the addition not here, in a different file. So for me to first create a different file, what I need to do, go to new You can create it as a flowchart or you can create it as a sequence. Usually we create it as a flowchart based on branching statements. Now since we are just going to do addition, we are just taking, I am just taking a sequence. Okay, so go create a sequence. So this is going to be add number dot, so add number. If I give the add number, it will create. So what it created? It created an add number dot XAML file. Okay. Now what does this particular XAML file require? I'm going to do addition. So I will say suppose this is your result. Okay, this is integer. So I need to say result is equal to number 1 plus number 2, right? But where is this number 1 and number 2 information? We do not have the number 1 and number 2 informations here. So which means you have to first pass the information from here to here, correct? So for me to pass the information, I have something called arguments. Okay, so whenever I'm going to pass, oh, it is not coming now. Right. So whenever I need to pass the information, okay, so when I need to pass information from one file to another, I'm going to call it as an argument. Okay, so what is an argument? Argument is going to be exactly the same as a variable. But when I use the variable and while passing also I use a variable, you will also get confused, the program also will get confused, right? So for that we have a naming convention called argument. So what does an argument do? Argument will be the same as the variable, except it will have a direction along with it. Okay, so which means if I am sending username and password to this, so this is the actual XAML file I'm going to invoke, actual XAML file I'm going to call, correct? So if I'm sending username and password to this, then I will say username is the argument, password is the argument, and it is going in the in direction. So what will happen? This directly go in the in direction. Okay, now you are passing the information. Now after passing the information from here to here also you are passing information, there will be another argument. So now from here you're getting the login success flag, right? So now this is going to be in the direction out. Okay, so arguments are nothing but same as variables, except that they have an additional parameter called direction. So there are three directions. You have in, out, and another direction called in/out. Okay, so what is an in? Anything that is going, you have to consider the whichever file that you're going to invoke. So this is the login file that I'm going to call. This is the login file I'm going to call, means to this file, in which direction does the parameters go. So these two information are going as input. So you call it as in the in direction. This information is coming out of the XAML file to the main file. So this is called in the out direction. So this is the output of this particular file. So you call it as out direction. If the same information is modified going as input and coming as output, then you call it as in/out. Okay, so this is how we will be doing. So in this case, so where do we go and set the arguments? We set the arguments in the page, in the variable panel called arguments. Okay, so here the argument is going to be the same. So if you say this is the variable, okay, now tell me the information. Now I'm going to pass these two information, number 1 and number 2, and I'm going to do the result. So which means, can I say result also I should display in the main? I can display the result here, or I need to bring the result back to the main page and I need to display, right? So this will be the information. So according to me, I am going to use the number 1 and number 2 as the input arguments for add number, and result will be the output argument which will go to the main file. So here what I'm going to do, I'm going to show this as an argument. So let's consider the first scenario. So this is not going to be result. So let me go ahead and delete. Okay. So what am I going to do here? So basically you have got a XAML file, and in this XAML file we are going to have result. We need the result and we need number 1 and number 2. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll create arguments called number 1 and number 2. Okay. I'm not sure how much you will get it, but I'll just brief it to you and then we'll do an explanation. So what I'm going to do is, so let me say this is num1 plus num2. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create arguments. So go to the not in the variable panel, go to the argument and say for the first argument I'm going to get is the input, correct? So I'm going to get number 1 as the input. So what is the direction of the thing? I'm getting it into the file. So this is in the in direction, and this is going to be the integer format that will come, right? So here I'm passing number 1 and number 2. So number 1, number 2, which is coming from main file to the login file. So here I'm going to say this is number 1, this is number 2. So this is in the in direction. So here again num2. This is in the in direction. This is also integer, right? So now you have got something, and then you're going to have result, right? So result again could be either you can put it as a variable or you can put it as an argument. If you put it as a variable, you cannot pass this to the main file. But in our case, what do we require? We need to pass this result to the main file, right? So we need to pass this information also back. So for that, I'm going to create another argument called result. But what is the direction it is going to be? It is going to be in the out direction, which means it is going as output, right? In, out, in, out. Property is a different scenario, right? So we are going to say out, and this also I'm going to change it as integer. Okay, so now I've got two inputs which are arguments to this particular file. So to whichever file you are going to pass the information, that file only direction you have to see. So if it is coming as, so open that particular file. If you receive some information from other files in the direction, if you are receiving some information, you have to call it as in. If you are sending some information, you call it as out. So your base is your this particular XAML file which you are actually modifying. Okay, your base is not the main file. Your base is going to be the file that you are modifying, to which you need inputs, to which you need, you're going to send output, right? So after this, I'm going to save. If I don't save, my code changes will not get reflected. So here I'm going to change. So here what I'm going to do is, now I've taken number 1, number 2 and result. So next I'm going to go, that's it, right? So I know what is number, I need to receive number 1 and number 2, and I need to send after receiving, I need to send the result to the output, right? So to whichever page which is going to call this functionality. So which means main page is going to call the add number XAML file, right? So to the whichever function, whichever page that we are going to call, we are going to use the invoke workflow. So you go and type invoke workflow. Okay, and you copy this particular function here. So now I'm going to, I have two numbers. I'm going to pass this particular two numbers here. Okay, so that is what I'm doing here. So what I'll double click on this invoke workflow, and I'll say, since I saved it, now this is in my project structure. So open this browse file and you're going to say add number. Okay, now you're invoking. You have already called. Now you have to pass between the numbers, right? So here you have to pass number 1 and number 2, and you have to choose the modification. So I'm going to go ahead and say import arguments, right? So this is what will be your information here. Now this is your add numbers information. So this is the input of, or this is the file related to the new workflow. And this is what you're going to say is, what should this value be added to? Okay. So for example, in our case, what we are going to do is number 1 is directly equal to number 1 of your main.xaml file, correct? So number 1 has 30, 20, right? So number 1 has to be equated here. So what I'm going to put it, I'm going to say, so now what will happen? Whatever was there in the main number 1 will get written to number 1 of the argument in your new XAML file. Okay, and then this is going to be number 2, and then you're creating result. So result is an output, correct? So it is coming out, but we need to also receive we need to also have a variable to store that particular result. Now it is coming from this page to this page, right? So similarly, what number 1 and number 2 is going from this page to number 1 and number 2 of that particular page. So you stored it, right? So the result is going to be from this page, it is coming here. So you have to store it somewhere, right? So you have to create a new information called result. What I'll do is, instead of creating it as new result, I'll put it as main result. We'll do it as main result. Okay, so what will happen? Anytime the first number 1 and number 2 will get selected, whatever is in your main file will get selected, and it will go and sit on number 1, number 2 of the argument. Okay, so what happens from this file to this file I'm passing, so it is going to be called as argument. Okay, whenever you are coming back something, you need not create it as an argument. In main, always you need not create it as an argument. Always everything can be there as variable. That is the functionality of main file. Okay, only in the other files you're going to create it as an argument. Okay, here in the main file you're going to always have it as variable only. No arguments will be created in the main file, right? So what we did was, I passed in the number 1 and number 2. This is your main file's functionality. This is the values from which you're going to call the workflow. This is the values for the workflow that you are calling. Okay, so this is the values of add number. This is the values of main, right? So in add number, number 1 should be equal to mains number 1. In add number, number 2 is equal to mains number 2. Similarly, in add number result, you're going to have a result, so it should be equated in the main file also, so that it will store the value somewhere. So main result will be the variable that I will create. So once I create this particular information will go. After this, I can simply say I did the addition there, but here I can go and display the result set. So here I can go ahead and say I'm going to display main result. If I say I'm going to display result, it will not come. Okay, but if I'm going to say I have copied that particular information from result to main result, then it will come. Okay, so if I execute this, now the functionality will go between different files and it will come back. So if you see, the functionality is now saying it has gone to the add number, and then it did the calculation. Again, it came back to the main page, and now it is displaying. Okay, so what do you need to remember? Whenever you are going to pass some information, that information is going to be called as, if you're calling this particular file from main file, then in the input arguments, you're going to open this. In this particular file, you have to create arguments. If you're passing some information, username and password, you need to create arguments for username and password. Okay, so that you treat it as input and output. So you receive information and you send information. Once you receive information, so there is username and password here also. That information only you're getting sent here, right? So similarly, if you have information that needs to be sent here, you need to have a variable name to copy that information or to hold that information. Okay, so this is what we will be doing in the invoke workflow. This is a simple example of the invoke workflow. Okay, so any questions here? So let's continue with understanding this particular functionality. So now what we are going to do in real time, we will be having a one main file, and in the main file you will be calling invoke, multiple functionalities will be invoked. So this is what we will be doing. You will be seeing very less coding in the main file, and multiple invokes will be there in the main file. Okay, so what we'll do is, with respect to your Acme website, we'll do a particular exercise, so that we can understand this concept, right? So let me go ahead and do with the Acme website. right? So I'm going to say only the login functionality, I'm going to bring it to something else. Okay, so let me say I'm going to bring in a flowchart. Then I'm going to say start. After getting a start, I'm going to actually take username and the password, right? I'll create two variables called username and password. String, this is flowchart. I'll say this is the username. Why to pass username and password? We'll just directly go ahead and enter. No, why to pass it from here? You can pass it from here, or you can take it directly into your login functionality. So let me say it as username password. Okay, say suppose this is the thing. So I'm first going to do the login functionality. So the moment I'm going to start, I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to start with your login functionality, and I'm going to continue with whatever I need to do, open browser or whatever. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I need to start the program, right? So when I start the program, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say I'm going to call first activity itself will be the login only, correct? So what we are going to do is we'll say invoke workflow login. Okay, so in this particular thing you cannot add because you have to create the new file. So let's go and create a new flowchart. I'm going to do branching, so I'm creating a new flowchart. So this is login acme. Let me put it as login. Okay, so now I'm creating a new login file. So here what I'm going to do, I'm going to say open browser. Do I need to do an open browser here or here? If I do it here, let's see if this works. If it doesn't work, then we'll see. So I'll put a message box, we shall say, because I cannot keep the do section empty. We'll put a message box. Say browser. Okay. Now after this, what am I doing? I'm going to go to the invoke workflow. So now I'm going to come back to the login, and I'm going to say type into this particular field, type into this particular field. So now I'll say message box login functionality invoked. Okay, so here we are going to bring in type into. So before going to this particular thing, we need to attach a browser, right? You're shifting the focus from this particular thing to this particular thing. So you have to do an attached browser. Even without attached browser, it should work to my knowledge. Indicate browser, and this is your browser screen. So attached browser. Now you're going to talk type into. Type into username. Okay, so here when you're going to type into username, what are we going to do? We are going to say you're typing into username. What you need to type? You need to type the information that is there from this particular thing, right? So in the main file, you have something called username and password. So this is going to be called as an sent as an input to this particular file. So which means I need to create two arguments called username and input. Sorry, username and password. So always when you create arguments, you are going to say it as the direction followed by the argument. So the moment you read the argument name itself, you'll know it is going to this particular file in this particular direction. So it is going to be in underscore username. Okay, now it is in the in direction string. Now I'm going to get even the password. So it is going to be in underscore password. Okay, so now what is going to happen? The moment I call this particular file, username will be coming and username will be sitting over here. So I can simply say in underscore username. Another type into which will say indicate element password. Right, so this is going to be in underscore password. Right, so now this is done, and then we are going to click on a mouse button. Click on login. Okay, so here what is going to happen after clicking on this particular step, it will go to the next page. So now this page will be loaded. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say whether the login is success or not. How can I say? Can I say if the login is success if this page is loaded? If this page is loaded, I'll say the login is success. If this page is not loaded, I'll say login is not success. Correct? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say I'm going to take every time when you see when a particular in real time when you're going to say page loading, you're going to deal with multiple pages. Okay, so at that time what we are going to do is we are going to see if the any particular element has been loaded. I mean all the elements have been loaded in the page or not. Okay, did the entire page load or not is what you will be seeing. Only if it is loaded you can proceed, right? If it is not loaded and I go without vendors being loaded, I cannot go and click on vendors. Correct, so you need to first make sure that the page is loaded or not. So how can I check the page is loaded or not? I need to take a unique element of the page. Okay, so usually you can say whether the entire page is loaded or not, or you can check if a unique element is loaded in the page or not. So if you see this particular area, okay, dashboard keeps changing for every vendor, search for vendor. So if you see, the rest of the elements also might be changing, but this element has changed. So similarly, if I go for display all vendors, now this will change to vendor search results. So if you see, this particular area is changing everywhere. So can I say what I'll do is I'll take this as the unique element. So if I say if the dashboard field is loaded, that means my page is loaded. Or you can take the last element. If this element is loaded, then you can say the entire page is loaded. Okay, you can do it either way. In Acme website, this might not work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the unique element. So unique element of a page, unique element of a page, and you can say if that particular element has been loaded, then you'll say the entire page has been loaded. So you can check like this also. Okay, so I'm going to say if that unique element has been loaded. So how can I check that? I'm going to check that using element exist. Okay, so now I'm going to say here, right? So inside this I'm going to say if element exists. So element exists is the activity which you need to search for particular element whether it is existing or not. So you'll go and say element exist, click on the indicate browser and you say if this element exists, or you can also say if the copyright information that element is loaded, then you can say the page has been loaded. I am taking dashboard. Okay, so I'll say if element exists. Okay, so when I say if this particular element exists, then it means the page has been loaded. Correct, so this is what I'm going to say. So what I'm going to do is if element exists means it will return a boolean information. It will return yes the element exists or no the element does not exist. So it means it is going to return some information. Okay, so that is a true or false that it will return. So I'll create a boolean flag which will say dashboard flag. Okay, now I have to say whether the dashboard flag is. So if you see in the variables page, it will be created as a dashboard flag boolean. Okay, but what am I passing in the information? I'm passing username and I'm passing out the flag also, which means this should not be a variable. This should be created as a argument. Correct. So here I will go and convert this into a argument. So right click and convert to argument. So automatically it will go and create as an argument. Now I'm going to say no, this particular information I'm going to create it as an out parameter. Okay, so here also I'll change the name to out underscore dashboard. Right, so here I'm going to check this. So if the element has loaded, then I'm going to say, instead of this, what we'll do is we'll create this as variable only. If we see, this particular information from the main file will be going as input parameters to the other file. From there, we are going to receive the flag information that we have set up here. Okay, so this flag information, I'm going to pass it out, right? So I do a save, only then it will get reflected, right? So now I'm going to do the linking. Okay, so how am I going to do the linking? I'll go to the main, invoke workflow, click on the workflow thing, login. The moment I click on import arguments, if you have values, it will get automatically sitting there. Okay, sometimes automatically it will come and sit. Okay, so what is your username? The username of the argument is going to be equal to the username of the main field. So you can go and say main sample file. You can simply go and say username, and then this is going to be password. So this is going to be username dot toString. This is going to be password dot toString. If there is no error, then give it as password. Okay. Now you are going to have a dashboard flag which you are going to receive as which you're going to receive from that information. So you say, okay, dashboard flag. So this is going to be dashboard flag. This is going to be Boolean. Right? So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to say, I'm receiving the dashboard. So whatever I passed from here is going as username dot to password and username and password. Now it will go and sit in the corresponding in variables. Now whatever I'm going to receive as output from this particular file will come and sit in the dashboard flag. Okay, so always if you have three information that you're expecting, say three inputs that you're going to pass, where is the file? If you're going to have two inputs and one output that you're going to receive to main, these information should be in main also, this information should be there in the child also. Okay, so in the child it will be there as arguments, in the main it will be there, or in the parent it will be there as variables. That's it. So if you are going to have 10 information sent over, that 10 information will be here as arguments, as input, and that 10 information will be here as variables, because you're sending this 10 information only into this particular file. So similarly, if from this particular file, if you're receiving 10 information, or this particular file is sending 10 into information out, to store this 10 information, you need to have in the parent 10 variables, so that the 10 information gets stored here. So this is what we do it as the mapping. Okay, generally. So now what I'm going to do, I have invoked the workflow, there is no error. Now I'm going to do the condition check, flow decision. Okay, so if the dashboard flag is true, then I will continue with the navigation. So if dashboard flag, right? So dashboard flag is true, then I will say continue to navigation. Login success, proceed to next steps. Right? So if it is false, then I will say no, it is false. So you can put a if also and you can check. Since I wanted to make it more presentable, I'm using a flowchart. So here you can say login unsuccessful. So now what will happen? This particular file will open and it will call the login functionality, and from the login functionality the username and password fields will be entered, and then it will come back and do this particular operation. So after this, if you need to do the navigation, again you will have an invoke workflow and do the navigation related stuff. Okay, so you'll do the navigation related stuff, saying navigation navigate.xaml. You'll create a new navigate.xaml. What you'll do, you'll start using an attached browser. So here we are in this particular thing, right? So here what I need to do is I will be creating another XAML file which will say flowchart. I'll say navigate. So in the navigate, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create from this page. So I'll say browser, attach browser from this particular page. I'll say click on vendors. And then click on search for vendor. Okay, now it will go to this particular page. And then I'll say display all vendors. So click on. Right, so it will take me to display all vendors. So this particular page has no input. I'm not receiving any input or I'm not receiving any output. So I can just leave it like that. Just do a save, and in the main I need to go back and say invoke navigate.xaml file. I can still have 0 arguments. It is not necessary every file need to have an argument. So now what it will do, it will do all this and it will stop here. So after this, what I can say, just simply go and log out. So here I can simply put a logout functionality, or you can do a data scraping, or if you're doing data processing, then you create a separate workflow to create data processing, and you can grab this particular data and you can stop it there. Say suppose if you want to grab this particular data, I'll do a data scraping wizard and I'll say click on this. Yes, your data is now scraped. Finish. There is no paging. So now your data scraping is done. So this gets converted into an extract data table. So here you change the scope to flowchart. Okay, and then you can click on logout. So here what I'll do, I'll click on logout. So another click, and I'm going to say in this particular page, I'm going to click on logout. So what it will do, the first thing, it will open the browser, then it will call the login functionality. Now the login functionality will execute. It will pass the dashboard flag. This is how you will be generally doing the coding. Okay, so we will be passing between. So each file will make sure that it is synced. Okay, so we will make sure there is a flag between when you navigate to the next page. So we check the navigation. If the navigation has failed, then you have to put a information called error handling. If not, you will say it is false. Right now we are just putting as a message box, but usually we will put it as an error handling method. That when we learn error handling, we'll go to that particular area. Then if it is true, it says login successful. Go to navigation. So this is your navigation information, right? So this is your navigation invoke. So what it will do, it will invoke the navigation. So it will invoke the navigation workflow, and after the navigation workflow is invoked, it will do the data scraping, and then it will finally log out. Okay, so invoke workflow is very, very simple as long as you understand this particular information. If you have 3 information that it is going to receive, then all the 3 information needs to be going as input to this particular thing. So whichever file you are going to have as a invoking file, that file will be your actually base for your in and out. So if you're receiving something, then it will be in. If you are sending something, then it will be out. So whatever information you are receiving, if you are receiving it as an argument, then you have to have something in the main file, or if you are sending something from login to login retry, if suppose you are sending even username here. So what will happen, username will be here also, username will be here also, but here it will be as a variable, here it will be as a input argument. Okay, so you have to have, if you have 3 arguments in the parent file, you have to have 3 variables to store those 3 arguments, store the values of 3 arguments. Okay, so however you have, so you might be sending username and password which is stored to this, but from here you might be receiving the flag. So then you will store. So basically you've sent the stored value, and from there you are receiving the flag information. So this is what will be your invoke workflow. Okay, so let me see if this particular code works. Is this not there? Huh? Okay. Okay, now that I am not logged off, entering login functionality. So it is going to take the information that I've given in the given in the main file. So the login is success. Proceed to navigation. So the navigation functionality is getting invoked. Search for vendor, display all vendors. Now it does the data scraping, and finally it will do the log. What we'll see today is from wherever we have come, right? From the Excel automation, and then we came into web automation. Now we are going to talk about mail automation. So basically, when you're going to have anything that is related to emails, like you're doing an Excel and you want to send it as an email, or when you're doing something and you want to receive an email, or you want to send some email. So those kind of automations, we actually do it in the mail automation. Okay. So mail automation is going to be something that when you want to attach a file, or you want to receive a certain email and you want to go ahead and start the processing. So those kind of stuff only we call it as mail automation. So how does UiPath actually work with the mail automation stuff? UiPath actually works with previously integrated, whether it is Microsoft Outlook, or whether it is an Exchange server, or whether it is any other public email services that is there. UiPath is already integrated with those particular softwares, or with those particular services. So by that, we are going to have a very clean mail environment where you can go ahead and send emails or receive emails and then do a processing, or after receiving an email, or do the processing and then send an email. So any such ways you are going to go ahead and work with the mail automation. Okay, so going back to our UiPath Studio. So assuming that we are going to do a mail automation. So what are the activities that will be part of the mail automation? So the moment you type, since it's been already integrated with the, current okay, so what are the activities that will be pertaining to your mail automation? So since we have already integrated with multiple softwares and stuffs like that, we already have predefined activities that is pertaining to mails. So if you go ahead and search for mail, you will be able to see all the activities. If you are not able to see here, okay, since I have UiPath mail.activities already installed as a dependency, mine is by defaultly it will come. Okay, but in case you do not have a mail options available, then we are going to go ahead and search for mail. And if you don't get any of the activities, you go to manage packages, go to all packages, official, and go for uipath.mail.activities. So the moment you install this, it should be able to download your corresponding activities that are pertaining to the mail stuff of your UiPath Studio. Right. So what do we actually do with your mail automation? So when I say mail automation, means we are going to talk about sending and receiving emails. Okay. So when we are talking about sending and receiving emails, every email service, for example, you have your company's email ID. When you connect to your company's email ID, you will have an email server, and then you are going to have, so you will have your email server, and then you will have your corresponding, the connection parameters. So when I talk about email servers and stuff like that, so when you're connecting to your company's official email ID, so what do you get? You get something as, say, if you're connecting to a Cognizant website, you're connecting to a Infosys website. So what actually happens? Your mail ID at your company's website, right? So this is your reference of your address, your email address. Similarly, when you're going to connect to your office email ID, you will have something called an email server. So the email server will be actually telling about all your company's information that is stored on a particular server. Okay, so you will have something at cognizant.com, or not .com, you will have something like your particular email server will be given. So for example, if you see Gmail, you will have pertaining Gmail servers that is available. So this is the server that everybody from Cognizant or everybody from Gmail will be connecting to. So you'll have your Gmail server or your email server, and then comes your connection parameters. So your connection parameters will be your ports. So with what is the number of ports that we are going to connect. So you have your input port, and you have your input port is nothing but when you receive emails, and then you will have your, while sending, what port should you use, right? So these are all the basic parameters that is already predefined in with each of your email services that is there. So if suppose you're using your company's email ID, this needs to be obtained from your company. If you're doing for a client, it needs to be obtained from the client. So the connection parameters basically will be the email server, the port details, whether it is an incoming or an outgoing port, whatever is your port details you will be receiving. There may be an option that both the ports, while sending for the email and receiving the emails, both the ports may differ. So based on that, you are going to talk about. Then we also have something called the connection type of connection that we do. So we have an SSL connection, we have a TLS connection that we have. So basically these are preset defined parameters that is already installed for your email server. Okay, so if you're going to have say you're having a, these are all with the networking that we might have learned. So this is something that we don't have, we don't need to talk about, right? So this is like SSL and your TLS are going to be the certificates that your email provider will be providing based on the security and based on the connection parameters. Okay, so this will also be predefined. So you just have to take those details and you just have to configure here so that your UiPath Studio will successfully connect to your email server. Just as you install your official email ID in your Outlook. So how do you configure your Outlook, or how do you configure your office mail ID with the email service, with the office email, the ID that you have, or email service that you have, you are going to give all these parameters, and then only you configure your Outlook, right? So your account will be added, and then you will be configuring. In the similar way, we are going to talk about the in the UiPath Studio as well. So what are the stuffs that we are going to have it in our So what are the steps that we are going to have it in our UiPath Studio in our mail automation? So when I say mail automation, so we are going to talk about sending and receiving emails. So we have different protocols that is available, okay, for sending and receiving emails. We are going to either send it through, so as I said, the package is going to be UiPath mail.activities. As we are starting with our information, we are going to talk about how do we send and receive emails. So we have previously defined protocols that is available in the internet, in the internet world. So we use any of these protocols to send or receive emails. The most widely used protocols are going to be the SMTP protocol and the IMAP protocol. Okay, the SMTP protocol is nothing but it is going to be sending message transfer protocol. Okay, so you're going to send messages using the SMTP, and similarly you're going to receive messages using the IMAP, the Internet Message Access Protocol. Right, these are some things you just need to be aware of. That's it. You need not go ahead explicitly go and have an in-depth knowledge. This is something that is already available. We just need to know it for ourselves, right? So when you're sending emails, you use the SMTP protocol, and when you're receiving emails, you're going to use Internet Message, the IMAP message protocol. Okay, we also have another protocol, which is the POP3, which is the post office protocol. Okay, where you can also receive emails and read those emails. Okay, the POP3 protocol is one of the oldest protocol. Okay, so not many email services use it, but still Gmail has a not Gmail, the UiPath Studio still talks with the any of the POP3 email services perfectly. Okay, so the post office protocol is quite, the POP3 protocol is quite an obsolete protocol. Okay, but still UiPath, if suppose any of the email services are using this protocol, UiPath Studio still perfectly talks with the email service, the service provider. Okay, so we use any of the, most probably we'll use the SMTP and the IMAP in most of our mail automations, right? So what do? We actually send emails using SMTP, and the received emails that we are going to talk about is going to be through the IMAP, right? So when I talk about UiPath Studio, it is, when I say it is integration and everything is done, it perfectly integrates with the Microsoft solution, which is the Exchange, and it also perfectly works with Outlook. So anytime you're using Outlook or Exchange server related accounts, it works perfectly. The other ways you might, with Gmail or with other ways, you're just going to have additional parameters that is going to be available so that you can configure them and then it will start working. But with Outlook or with Exchange, it's going to be completely fine, where you need not have any additional connection parameters. It is already pre-integrated, so it will directly go and fetch your account from the Outlook or from the Exchange and it will start working. Okay, so so it's explicitly defined for Exchange and Outlook, but still you should be able to work with any other clients or any other email services as well. Okay, so what are the information that we have? So we have, the first thing when we are going to talk about is we are going to send email. So send email is going to be the simple mail transfer protocol that we have. So you're going to send messages, and when you're going to send messages, you are going to talk about who is going to be the recipient. So who is going to be the recipient and stuff like that. So when I go for mails, I'm going to talk about, let's talk about the simple information. Okay, I'm going to talk about, see, you will have information with, if you're going to use Exchange, if you're going to use IBM Lotus Notes, if you're going to use Outlook. So these three are explicitly integrated with UiPath Studio. So it works perfectly fine. But other than that, if you want to connect to any other client, or if you want to connect to a public email service or any other email service, your company's account or anything, you can simply plainly use a SMTP, a POP3 or an IMAP. Okay, all the if you see, as you see, you will still see, even under Exchange you will be seeing a send Exchange or a receive Exchange. Okay, so almost everything is going to be the same, but in case you're working with any of the explicit clients, any of the explicit applications, then you can go ahead and use that. If you do not want to use any client or any application, then simply go ahead and use the SMTP and stuff like that. Okay, now consider we are going to have an SMTP. So what actually happens in your SMTP? You're basically going to send emails, right? When you're going to, it is a simple mail transfer protocol, and it is going to simply send email. Whatever is your content of the email, it is going to send the email. So if I say I'm going to send email, what are the parameters I do require? I need to know from which account I need to send, and I also need to know who is going to be the receiver, which means I'm going to send the email, right? So that configuration parameters only is going to be there. So the configuration parameters that will be required for your email to be sent is going to be three parameters. Okay, the mandatory parameters. One is going to be your port. Okay, and the next one is going to be your the server. Okay, so what is your email server and what is the port that we are going to talk about? So this is your company provided email server and the port, or this is going to be your public service, whoever has whichever account that you're connecting, they will be giving you a port and a server. So you need to explicitly give this particular information. Then we will also have the other information, like who is sending the emails. Do you want to send it as a to? Do you want to send it as a CC? You want to send it as a BCC? What will be the content of the email? What is the subject of the email? Do you have any attachments? So all those things will be part of your particular information. So if you see, you're going to, these are all not mandatory fields. If you want to have it, you can have. So the mandatory fields are going to be the to address, the subject, the body, and then you will have the port and the server. And we are also going to see from whose mail ID you are going to send, which means you're going to have a mail account, right? You're going to have somebody. So if I need to send, my account need to be logged in, only then I can send it, right? So you will have your login information, which is your username and password information. So suppose you're connecting to your office's website, office's email ID, you need to have your office email ID and the password, right? And then we are going to go ahead and send the email. The moment this activity gets executed, automatically your mail will get triggered. So basically here I'm going to send the information of everything comes inside a double quotes. So you're going to say whatever is your to address, your email ID will be given. All these things basically will be coming from your configuration file, because these are all information that will change. So you remember we were talking about a config, right? A config.xls file or an XML file, or in any format that you might be having, right? So these information might be stored in your config. So what you will be doing, you will just read the config and you will be placing your to address, the sender information, and whatever information that you have. So you can simply use the configuration file and read those information, and you can go ahead. So here, if you're going to talk about the email body, so the email body also might be coming from your this particular thing. So let me just create, no? So if I'm going to create, talk about Gmail. Okay, let's use Gmail as a public email service, and we'll talk about Gmail and sending emails and receiving emails. So what is going to happen is, say suppose you're going to have it, let's do a straightaway example of having we are taking it from the Acme website, and we will go ahead and put your information. So let me open Acme website. I'm going to do it very fast. We are going to take the same. If you want to take invoice, you can take the invoice. If you don't want to take the invoice, you can do it with vendor information. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'll do it along with the exercise so that you will be able to see. We are restricted to use only the UiPath website. If you want to try with any other websites also, you should be able to try. You should, since I'm doing for the learning purposes, I'm sticking on to the UiPath website itself, because it has got the data. Okay, so if you have other websites that you can try, you can simply go ahead and try into that particular information also. Okay. So this is the thing I'm going to do, the data scraping. So let me go down to do data scraping. So there's no paging, right? So inside the stuff itself, I'm doing the data scraping. Okay, I mean outside the open browser, I'm doing the data scraping. Now consider this is the information that I want to mail. Okay, so here I'm going to put a write range, and I'm going to write it into, I'm doing a workbook.write range, and I'm going to write it in the Excel sheet. So here I'm going to go ahead and simply write it as invoice. dot xlsx. Okay, so you write it in sheet 1. Starting at a1 you're going to write, and you're going to write the extract data table. Okay, I think the data table is not, the scope is not defined. Let's go and define the scope to the entire flowchart. Okay, so let's go ahead and say extract data table. Right now we have the information saved. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to send this information as an email. Okay, so here, from here only my mail starts. So I'm going to write a sequence for sending emails, or I'm going to simply say I'm going to send email. So I will be using my SMTP. Say suppose this is my email, I'm going to connect to my Gmail services, so I'm using a without using my Outlook or my Exchange or Lotus Notes. So only for that I'm using. If suppose you're going to use your Exchange account or your Outlook account, then you can go and send Outlook email ID or send Exchange mail. All these three things are going to perform the same operation. Okay, it is going to send emails. Whereas here you're going to see a difference of the connection parameters. In these two things, you might not see the connection parameters because it is already integrated and it is already available. Your Outlook is already there, so it will directly connect to the Outlook and take your account details. Okay, but otherwise we need to give that explicitly when you're doing for SMTP. Since we are using Gmail service, my Outlook doesn't work here, so I'm directly going ahead and using the SMTP mail message. So when I say I'm going to do SMTP mail message, what am I going to do? So I'm going to say who is the mail, who is the person whom I'm going to send it. So you can take the content of the email from the, say suppose we have a configuration file. So in the configuration file, I could explicitly say this is the email IDs, the receiver email ID, the this is the name and the value field. So I'm going to have two, I'm going to say UiPath testing 00. Okay, say suppose say suppose this is your information. So what you can do, you can simply go ahead and take this particular information and you can write it with the config file, or you can simply write the information back to the thing, directly from your config file, or you can directly explicitly write it here. So in my case, I'm just going to write it with the config file. So I'm going to introduce a sequence to do that. You use a for each row and you would add the content of the for each row inside the dictionary. So this is dt underscore config and you're going to add to dictionary. I'm using both terms as string. You can also use string comma object. So this is going to be new dictionary of comma string, right? So we are going to do add to dictionary. This is also going to be string comma string. This is going to be dc underscore config. So this is going to be row of name dot toString, and this is going to be from the Excel row of value dot toString. So now that your information is added, we're just going to go inside the right. So this is the thing that I'm going to use. So whatever information that I have, I'm going to use it in the SMTP. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the to address, right? So I'm going to say dic underscore. So let me put the scope to be outside. So I'm going to directly go ahead and use the content. So here whatever is the content is going to be 2. So back to my dic, this is the 2 dot toString. So you'll get your to address. This is going to be my subject. So this also is the same thing. I'm taking the subject from the Excel sheet from my configuration file dot toString, and you give the whatever is your body. In our case, my body is coming from this particular area. So again, I'm going to write it like this. If you are explicitly writing your body, then you can simply go and write it like, you can write it as HTML. Okay, so here if you're going to explicitly go ahead and write it, so how do you actually write it? You can simply go and write the same thing here. So hi, invoice details attached. You can write it like this also. Okay, or if you want it in an HTML thing, so what you're going to do, you're going to introduce the BR. So if you're writing is a plain body, a plain text, okay, so which you're going to have it as in the BR format. So you can write it like this also. So a BR is nothing but a break that you give. So there will be a 1-line break. So here if you introduce 2 breaks, there's going to be 2-line break. So like that also you can write. So in my case, I'm just going to write it like this. I'm copying it from the dictionary. So I'm just writing it anyways. You can write. If you're going to make it as plain text, then you disable this. If you're going to have it as an HTML text, then you're going to say your body, his body HTML, put it as select. Okay, for now, since we are taking it from the dictionary, I'm just leaving it as such, right? Then comes the other parameters. So what is the email body? Everything we have done. The port and the information comes into the picture. So what are the port information that we are going to talk about? The port information that we are going to talk about is These are the port information. So your company would have given some port information for you for an incoming email as well as an outgoing email. So when you send the mails, then you're going to have a particular server name and a particular port name. Okay, so that is what for Gmail. If you simply Google it, you will be able to see the information. Okay, so it is smtp.gmail.com, and based on the SSL or TLS connection, you can go ahead and copy this particular information. So it is 465 or 587, anything will be working. Okay, so how do you do that? So in your port, you go ahead and give smtp.gmail.com. okay, and sorry, this is port. Okay, this is going to be, let's say it is 587. I do not know with what port it works. There are two ports, either it will be 587 or 465. Okay, and you're going to talk about from which account it is going to go. So which means the account in which it needs to log in and send the emails. So that particular information only we have given it here. So from password. So we are going to go ahead and give the same information. So this is going to be dic_config. It is coming as from dot toString. So here it is going to be I'm not sure in the community edition if the password works. Let me just see. Right, so you get it as the thing. So in case you have a BCC and all those things, you can do it. And here there is some option called a secure connection. So if you select an auto, then it is going to automatically select based on the server that you have provided. Okay, if you explicitly know what it is, if it is an SSL on connect or if it is a TLS connection, then you can go ahead. Usually we give it as auto, so it can send the information. And then we are going to see what is the email ID that we are going to send. You can give the same email ID. This is the sender's information and the name of the sender. So whatever is the name of the sender, you can go ahead and you can write it. So here I'm going to put it as robot. Okay, so now with this, your information is going to be sent. But now I want to have the attachment also to be done, right? So you can give the attachment email in the attachment information even in the attachment file name, even in the config file. Okay, here what I'm going to do is I'm going to explicitly attach it. So here you can simply go ahead and click on this add attachment, and then you're going to go ahead and click the information. So here actually what happens is by default, the input is going to be in the in format only. Okay, we are not going to change that. You cannot go ahead and change, right? And you go give the name of your file that you need to attach. So previously we created this particular file, right? So we created a write range, right? If you have the file name, you can give the file name. So this is the file name that we created. I'm going to simply go ahead and send this particular file. So you can go ahead, attach files and give this information in the attachment. So if you have multiple attachments, then you can do an add attachment in a for loop, and you can go ahead and add the attachment, or you can put all the attachment in an array, and you can go ahead and attach the array name. So it will automatically attach every stuff. Okay, so if you have multiple attachments, so it will be working. Now let me just go ahead and execute this. That's it. All your parameters are done. Now it will be executing perfectly. So let me just do a logout and we will go ahead. We are going to have an error. Let's see if the error comes up. I'll tell you what the error is. So it has done the data scraping. It should be sending the email right now, right? Let's see whether the email has been sent or not. Okay, it has been sent, right? So all our details have been correct. So it has been sent. So let's verify whether the details has been sent. So the detail has been sent. So I have sent this information. Now I was expecting one error, which I'll tell you how to fix it. Okay. So go to settings or go to your Google account, go to your account details, and you're supposed to actually enter the information, go to security, and you're going to go ahead, and since this is already on for me, let me switch it off. You'll be getting this particular error. Okay, so let me redo the same stuff. Oh, I clicked on. So this is UiPath. I clicked by mistake. Huh? I just clicked elsewhere by mistake. Let me just re-execute it. So this is the information that you will be getting, and authentication exception is what you will be getting. Okay. So what is this authentication exception? So Gmail or any service provider that you take is going to have a capability that will enable you to set up a client. A client is nothing but any particular application, your Outlook or Exchange. See, your email is different, and the application that is going to be using the email to configure it. Let's say suppose Outlook is a application where you can configure your email. Your email ID and your settings are going to be different, but Outlook uses those settings to actually go ahead and use your particular mail ID, right? So the same thing is what we are going to do it. So whenever you're going to have, even when you're using Outlook or when you're using Microsoft Exchange, you're going to have, if you're setting up Gmail in your Outlook or in your Exchange, what you will be doing is not Exchange, in your Outlook, what you will be doing is it will be throwing the same kind of an error. Okay, what does this error actually say? It says your Gmail has a security problem, so it is highly secured, so it is not allowing Outlook to actually send or receive emails. So similarly, UiPath Studio is another software, right? So it is not allowing the UiPath Studio to actually connect to Gmail because it is secured. So it is not able to connect and procure your email account and send or receive emails, right? So in order to avoid this, even when you do a Gmail setup in your Outlook, you do this. Okay. So what we do is we go to your Google account, and in your Google account, you go ahead and check on security. In your security, you're going to go down and see low secure apps. Okay. So in your low secure apps, you're going to go ahead and you're going to say this is on, right? So you're just going to, this is right now, it should be right now in okay. So you're going to turn on low secure apps, which means even low security apps will be able to connect to your Gmail. Okay, so this is what will allow you to actually go ahead and connect your UiPath Studio to a Gmail account, or your Outlook application to Gmail account. So wherever any application that is going to use Gmail, you need to have that particular setting set to low. Okay, so that is what we will be doing. So once you do that, your application will be working perfectly, right? So that particular exception comes up, you just need to go ahead and set up your this information to low. Okay, now we have sent the information. Now consider you have sent the information. So let me run it again so that you can see that the information has already been sent. So I'm sending the information again. Now there might be a place where you're going to actually receive the information, and you're going to go ahead and process that information, right? There may be chances. This is one part of your requirement. Maybe after you take your information, you just go ahead and after you send your information, you might be going ahead and sending that. I mean, after you do the processing, you might be going and sending your Excel sheet, right? So this is one way of doing it. The next way is you are supposed to read mails, right? So you have already received emails, so you are going to go ahead and read. So I have got 2 emails, so I'm going to read these 2 emails. So suppose you are doing a mail automation where you are monitoring a particular mailbox and you're going to monitor based on the sender and the information, right? So here if you go ahead and click on that, it will say robot, and the you remember we say we gave the robot as the sender name and the email ID. So that is the same information comes here. Okay, so you can go ahead, let me make it to 100. So here also it will be right. So we are going to use this particular information to see the next step of uh, uh, the program, right? Now we are actually going to use the IMAP settings. So in IMAP, what we are going to do is we are going to talk about the mails that have been received. So for sending emails, you are going to use SMTP, and for receiving emails or reading emails that has been already received, then you're going to use IMAP. So in the IMAP, what you're going to use is we are going to use, say, suppose you're going to have mails, right? So in your IMAP, you're going to do 2 operations. Okay, you can either get an IMAP message, which is nothing but get the messages that are loaded into your inbox, or you can go ahead and move from one folder to another. So both the options are available in almost everything. See, get, move. Here also you're saying get, move. So here also in Outlook, you'll be saying get, move, and there's an extra one which is reply to. Okay, so the same content only it will do for all the things, except the settings will be different. That's it. Okay, so in our in our IMAP also we are going to go ahead and get the mail. So here comes our get IMAP mail message. So what are we going to get? We are going to get the information from the particular account, right? So suppose you have a support account and you're going to get some of the emails, then based on a particular subject or based on a particular sender you want to monitor, this is the get IMAP mail message where you will be using this particular activity. Okay, so here what are we going to do is we are going to send the same port and the email server along with what is your folder that you need to send. Do you need to get it from the inbox folder or any other folder? So by default it is going to be inbox, and you give your mail server details. So this is going to be your port and this is going to be your mail. For IMAP, it is going to be imap.gmail.com. Okay, for Gmail alone. So let's go back to the thing. So it is imap.gmail.com and it is 993. So I'll do the same settings. This is 993. Okay, so what is the logon username and the password? So we are going to copy the same information from the previous thing. So again, here also you need to do the logon because you need to receive the email, right? So this is your logon. This is your password, right? And there's going to be all these are certification questions. Some of in with respect to mails, you will see a lot of settings where you can, if you need to change it to a HTML body, what you should do at that time, you need to select is body HTML. If you need to change the if you need to add a receiver or a CC or a BCC, where do you actually go and do it? So you need to make sure you are understanding specifically to the mails. They will be asking in the certification. Okay, and then in your get IMAP. So here also we are doing. So here there are options. This is again another certification question where they give you or they toggle these options and they will be giving you, right? So what are the options that you can do? So you can delete messages. So which means you're getting the information. Say you're taking a mail from the mailbox, say for the first 10. So here it is going to be top 30 means it will take the first 30 emails. Okay, so you're taking the list of 30 emails. After you taking the list of 30 emails, if you enable this, after doing the processing, the 30 emails will be deleted. Okay, so that will be delete messages. Mark as read will be, it will, after doing the processing, it will just mark as read. Okay, and only unread messages means it will take only from the top 30, it will take only the unread messages. Okay, so again, secure connection is going to be SSL or TLS, whatever, and then you're going to copy the information. Okay, so what actually happens is here I can restrict it. You can give a minimal number of value. If you're doing for a every hour you can give 10 emails or whatever that it is as per your project requirement. You give your information so that the first 10 emails that that would have received within that whatever the first 10 emails that is there will be picked up by the get IMAP mail activity. Okay, so what actually happens here, now you're going to get the first email, the second email, the third email, the fourth email, up to the 10th email, irrespective of the sender, irrespective of the whoever. We have not at all filtered here. Okay, we are just going to go to your inbox, connect to this particular account, go to your inbox, and we are going to take the first 10 emails. So which means the first 10 emails will be 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So whatever is your first 10 emails that will be coming, right? So those 10 emails will be coming back to your information. So I'll just take the top 5 emails so that we will be able to go ahead and view. So this is 1 2 3 4 5, right? So whatever I have sent, so this email also will not come. So I have some Google emails and my same emails that I have sent, right? So the top 5 emails will be coming here. Now when you're getting something, obviously you need to put it inside a box, right? So when you're getting something, so you need to load it inside a variable. So here you get information. Here you are only sending, so you have no data with you, but here you are getting some data, you're getting some mail data, right? So you have to put it into a variable. So go ahead and create a variable called mail messages, whatever is your mail. Okay, now what is the information that we are going to get is, it is going to come as a list of mail messages. So if you say mails, then it will be sending the list of emails, which means the first email, the second email, the third, the fourth, and the fifth email. All the 5 emails will be like, it will be coming as a list. You remember the arrays and the list in the same format. So list will be, first will be having the first email content, which will be the subject, the to, the from, the attachment, everything. Then comes the second email content, then comes the third email content, then the fourth email, then the fifth email. Like that you're going to see. Okay, so all the emails will be coming and stored as a list. Another certification question, what will be the output of a get IMAP mail message? You will be seeing list of mail messages. It is by defaultly list of mail messages. It is not list of mails or list of messages. Okay, it is going to be list of mail messages. Right, now I have got 5 information. Okay, in all the 5 information, I need to go and filter it by the sender name. Okay, so which means I need to go ahead and search each email whether it is coming from the robot or not, right? So the same thing I'm going to do. So here also I'm going to say searching is going to be my repetitive action, and I'm going to go ahead and search for a particular subject, or go ahead and search for a particular sender, right? So I am going to go ahead and put a for each loop, and I'm going to say inside all these 5 emails, inside the list, go fetch one by one and see whether it has been obtained by, I mean it has been sent by that sender or not. Okay, so here also I will be doing a for each. Again, it is not a data table, so we cannot do a data table. We are going to do a for each for a list. So we are going to go ahead and say for each control. So here for each item in mail messages. So this is going to be list of mail messages. So the first time it will be getting the first email in the item, then the second time it gets the second email in the item, the third email in the item, the fourth email, and the fifth email in the item. Now you're going to filter it, right? Here when you're doing a for each, what you're going to do explicitly, a for each is explicitly not given for any specific parameter, right? So it is a common parameter, it's a common activity. So you need to go ahead and filter your type argument. So which means here you are going to go ahead and say what kind of data you're passing. Okay, what kind of data I'm passing mails, right? So here I'm going to go ahead and browse for types. It is a default parameter, you have to by heart it. It is system.net.mails.mail messages. Okay, since we are passing the entire mail message. Okay, so if you are passing only the address or anything like that, then you can pass the respective. This is again from Microsoft.net. So you give system.net.mail.mail messages, then you're going to get the information back. So now this particular for each will understand that, okay, I need to process mail messages. Based on this input only, it will say, okay, this is mail messages, so I'm going to process emails one by one. Okay, for that only you need to by heart this, right? So there were a couple of the other things that we saw. For each control while XML processing, you are going to use system.xml.linkU.xelement. Now the second object that we are seeing is system.net.mail.mail message. If you are doing physical folders, file folders, then this will be changing to system.net.file.file folders. Okay, because a for each is not generic for everything. It is not like data table. So it is explicitly you have to say what kind of data you are passing inside. That is why we do this, right? So once we do this particular information, we are going to go ahead and continue with our set of operation. So now I'm going to do the filtering. So what is the filtering that I'm going to do? If the subject is if I can filter it on the subject, I can filter it on the sender, on any, if the body contains, if the subject, I mean if the body contains a particular word, all those things I'll be able to filter. Okay, so here I'm going to say if, I can say your information is now stored on item, right? So item dot. The moment I put dot, you'll have all your mail relative stuff. Okay, so you can do whether it is going to be if your item dot bcc or it is going to be the subject, whatever filtration condition. How does this dot actually give that intelligence? It is coming because in your for each you give system.mail.mail messages. If I remove this, if I choose it to string, okay, now let me go ahead and press this particular thing to dot, you will not see any mail information getting selected here. That is why we explicitly say what is your for each for. You have to make sure that your for each is selected properly. So this is system.net.mail.mail messages. So you give a dot and you can say dot subject dot, if you say dot contains or equal to, whatever you want to write, you can write. Okay, so what does my subject actually contain? Invoice report. So I'll simply go and say invoice report. Case sensitive. So if my subject contains invoice report, so I'm going to filter my emails based on this particular condition. So what I'm going to do, you can save an email. If you want to save it, you can save the email, or if you want to save an attachment, you can save the attachment alone. Okay, this is a different processing, right? We are just taking from the email and we are going to process the attachment. Say suppose whatever is your attachment or anything. So in your mails, you have two explicit things: save attachment, save mail message. If you want to save the mail message also, you can do it. If you want to save an attachment also, you can do. So here I'm going to put another if, saying that if this particular subject has invoice report and it has got any attachment. So if I say and item dot attachments dot any. Okay, so if there is an attachment, I'm going to go ahead and save the attachment. So I'll simply go and say save attachments. It will simply save the attachment. So what is the mail message? Mail message is item, right? So what should be the attachment that it should be saved as? You're going to save it as, say whatever is your attachment name, you can go ahead and save it here. Okay, and you can also give your folder path and everything. So here I'm not doing a save attachment because we are already creating from there. We already have an attachment in the same name because we created right range, right? So there'll be the same attachment that will be already writing. So it would be difficult for us to track. So what I'm going to do is I'll be putting just a message box to say attachment name. Let me see if the attachment name is visible or not. Okay. So if it contains, I'm going to say, I'm going to filter it and I'm going to say whatever processing you need to do. If it doesn't have, it is not going to say anything. So here I'll say no attachment. So it will go through the 5 emails. Let me put the subject, item dot subject. Right. So what we did was we sent the email. Okay. So after sending the email, we are actually taking the emails and we are going to send it in a for each loop. So let me just go ahead and execute the same thing. So the mail is being sent. We are taking the list of the emails, and now the filtering condition will start. Okay, so there is the attachment name is the invoice report. Okay, so you get this. This is a subject, so critical security alert. It has got no attachments. Again, there's another email which says critical at. Again, the third email which has got the information, right? So you're going to go ahead and see. So every time your mail gets sent, and you're going to loop through your emails. So once you loop through your emails, you're going to go ahead and get your information like this. So this is what you do every time you send emails and you start processing the emails. Okay, so when you're going to use the we use the generic specific get IMAP and SMTP, right? When you're going to use the same thing with our Outlook information, what actually happens is, say, let's take Outlook. Okay, get Outlook and send Outlook. Okay, say suppose you are doing this particular information. If you are doing this particular information, what is the in your send Outlook? Basically, there we were having the port, the server, and everything, right? Because UiPath Studio is already connected to Outlook, you need not give all those information. The rest of the information will be the same. Here, you just go and give your account name. So you remember in your Outlook, there will be an account name that will be there, your email ID. That's it. All the details it will directly fetch from the Outlook and it will continue. Okay, so this is going to be more advantageous. So you need not worry about what are the connection parameters, how it is secure, and all those things. It will directly go and fetch the information and it will directly start with the execution. Okay, so similarly, get Outlook also only the account name. The rest of the information, nothing you need to give. We were giving all the, similarly will be for the exchange also. IBM Lotus Notes is going to be, you need to give the information. Okay, that is going to be the only difference. So if you see, in your SMTP, we are going to have your information regarding your settings. Okay, your POP3 is also going to be almost the connection parameters is going to be required, but since it is almost obsolete, we are not going to be using POP3. Most of the times we won't use POP3. Okay, if you're connecting to any legacy system only, you might be using it, but otherwise you will be going with SMTP and IMAP only. So again, IMAP is going to be the same thing. For receiving email messages, you can do filtering. Okay, when you're doing IMAP mail messages, you can filter, you can make them red, you can move between folders, all those things you will be able to do. Okay, so you can simply go and say move mail message, it will move from one folder to another. Okay, so that is what. And again, here you need to give your settings, right? And always you need to create a output parameter. The output parameter will be in the form of a list. So list of mail messages, right? And the next one is going to be Exchange and the Outlook. Exchange and the Outlook is something that UiPath is already integrated. So what happens once the integration is already done, the connection parameters is something that you do not require. So that is the advantageous one. It does not require connection parameters and works with default and auto discover parameters, which means it will go and connect to the Outlook or to the Exchange account that is already configured in your system. So here also do not require connection parameters. It works with default and auto discover. Okay, so this also offers sending, receiving, moving email messages, deleting email messages, on all those things you will be able to do it with the Exchange thing. The rest of the content of sending, receiving, moving, all those things remains the same except for the connection parameters. So both of them are going to be more advantageous. The fastest method is going to be the two methods that you're doing. But some servers, when you're doing at the client server, they may not have an Outlook client available, right? So at that time, you're going to simply use a send SMTP or the IMAP mail message, and you can do sending and receiving emails. Okay, so the connection parameters are already provided by the email provider from your Outlook already installed in your system. So you need not have your information stored, or you need not have your connection parameters stored here. Okay, then there are two generic activities, which is the saving a mail message. So it will save the mail message into your physical folder, save the attachment to your physical folder. Okay, and these are going to be your settings. So whenever your project encounters an invalid scenario, so when you have some issue with either starting the project or in between you're handling the data and the data processing has an issue. So these kind of scenarios, we are going to call it as invalid scenarios, and we are going to see how we can go ahead and work on the invalid scenario correction. Okay, so invalid scenarios are something that you will be identifying in the start of your project itself. Okay, these are the scenarios that I might be requiring to go ahead and what should I say, go ahead and uh, catch it as an invalid scenario, and then I should go ahead and say, okay, this is an invalid scenario, so for which I need to have a different ways of handling that particular code, so that, or that particular scenario, so that I'll be able to eradicate that scenario, or my bot will be saying, okay, this is the scenario, so for this particular scenario I need to go ahead and come in a different way, I need to process in a different way. So those type of scenarios is what we call it as invalid scenarios. So how are you going to identify your invalid scenarios? So invalid scenarios are certain things which will be coming into the picture as a normal manual scenario itself. When you're doing the manual operation itself, you will be able to, there will be the, you know, the subject matter expert or the product owner will be able to tell you, okay, these are the information that I might be having, so this information, if there is a wrong information that comes in, you need not process it, or these are the type of wrong information that might be coming in. And with respect to the application, you will be able to identify the invalid scenarios, like the login fails, or you're not able to work on the browser, or an application not opening. So those kind of scenarios you will be able to identify. So if you remember, in your SDD document, you will have the, not in your SDD document or in your PDD document, you will be having this particular scenarios identified in the beginning of the project itself. And later on, when you move and you are starting with the development phase and you're working with everything, you can go ahead and identify these scenarios, and you're going to go ahead and work on these scenarios, and see what could the robot do to come out of that invalid scenario. So this is how we do with respect to the error handling. So these are called exceptions, exceptional scenarios that occurs where the robot is not able to perform its activity. So we call it as exceptions, and these exceptions are nothing but it gives you either an error or an invalid situation, that the robot is stuck or that the robot is not able to proceed to the next stuff, right? So when I say invalid scenarios, so what are the kind of, or when I say exceptions, what are the kind of information that we are going to see? So the first information that we will be seeing is you're writing a code. So you have a flow chart. Okay, now so far what we were doing, we were having a flow chart and we were actually going ahead and writing the code, right? Sorry. And we were going ahead and writing the code. Now, when you're writing the code itself, if there's an error at one point, what happens here? The code gets stuck there, right? You will get a pop-up message and it will be, after that step it will never proceed, right? If you have 10 steps and the fifth step you're getting an error, after that particular, say suppose your Excel is open, you're doing a read range and the Excel is open. So in those cases, what you're going to do, at that particular Excel read range itself, it will have an error and it will not proceed further. So you have to restart your program, right? So these are all the invalid scenarios that we see. If your Excel is not open, if the file is already used, and all those things. So how are we going to eradicate these particular scenarios? We cannot remove the errors, but we can handle the way that the robot can act when the errors encounter, when it encounters any errors. Okay, so we are going to use a couple of activities which will be part of the exception handling. The first activity, in every programming language, we are going to have try catch block. Okay, a try catch block is nothing but it will, your actual piece of coding is going to be written in, whatever you do is going to be written here, whatever you have already been writing is going to be written here. So this is your actual code. Okay, whenever there's an error that happens, so suppose your file is open, so whenever the second statement, which is a read range, there's an error, what actually happens is, whenever there's an error, you're going to catch that error. Okay, so once, why do you need to catch the error? So that you can handle that particular scenario. So what you do, in the try block, if there's an error, you go back straight to the, or the program will go back straight to the catch. So here you can actually see what kind of error. So when you catch, you have to segregate, right? Whether it is a problem with the website, problem with the notepad application, problem with the data, or whatever, right? So those kind of information is what we are going to segregate here, and we are going to handle. So suppose if it is going to be your read range and there's an error, the file is open, you cannot do anything. You have to come here and it will say the file is open, please manually close the file, right? So at that time what you will do, you have to close the particular thing and you have to rerun the operation. So you'll manually close it and you'll go and rerun the particular project, correct? So this is what we are going to do. And what the catch block will actually, see, you will have n number of errors. Something will be like a browser not opening, one will be notepad application not opening, one will be data error, right? You're processing a data, there's some kind of a special character that comes in, you're not supposed to receive any special characters. So this is called data error, right? So there are different categories of the errors that might come. But if you say, I'm going to catch the error, I'm going to handle, you cannot handle all the errors in the same way, right? So what we are going to do is, in the catch section, we will segregate the errors. We will say, okay, this is a data error. This is because the browser is not opening. This is because something is not opening. So you can segregate the errors here, and based on the errors, it will go to that particular block. Okay, so that is what we do in the try catch block. Okay, now there are two kind of errors. Okay, so one error is called a system exception. When you say a system exception is going to be there, so in exception handling, we have two types of errors. You have something called a system exception. A system exception, or we call it as application exception. Okay. So what are these type of errors? These type of errors that is going to be coming when a application is not working, or when your system, the overall system, the system could be any system. It could be a browser, it could be a Windows application, it could be an Excel file, it could be anything, or it could be an SAP GUI or whatever. Okay. It is not working correctly, or it is not opening, or it is having some issue. So those kind of exceptions, we call it as system or an application exception. Then we have something called a data exception, where you have invalid data coming in. So these kind of exceptions, we call it as business exception. Okay, so what are these two actual errors? So whenever you have a data which comes in the invalid format, right? So you have, this is your data, right? So this particular data is going to be the data that you're going to process. So how can I say what is a system exception and what is a business exception? So that is what I'll do. I'll do the explanation. Okay. So this is your data, and your system exception is going to be, or your application as an exception is going to be, all the information that you have written pertaining to your system or your application you're dealing with. Your read range, your write range, you are doing a for each, all those things will be based on the system architecture or the framework, whichever system you're connecting or whichever Excel you're connecting, all those things, right? So suppose you're doing a code like this. So there is a read range. You are trying to open Excel, you convert it into DT. Now you're writing for each row in DT, and you are taking row of vendor. Okay, and you're also taking somewhere, you're doing row of tax ID also. So let me put it as these two information is str underscore vendor. This is equal to str underscore tax ID, right? So assuming this is going to be both are string information, and you do an end for, if you do an end for, whatever is going to happen is it will just complete that particular operation, and it will continue with the, I'm doing an end for. Okay, so suddenly what happens is this particular information, this is how you have coded. So which means your code is actually expecting this particular information as well as this particular information, because it is using inside your particular project, right? So whenever a system exception could be, or an application exception could be, with respect to your applications that you're handling. Okay, any applications, it could be SAP or database or whatever. So that is one set of application exceptions, and another set is inside the application. Say suppose you're doing Excel handling inside the application, which means you're expecting the the row of vendor and the row of tax ID, which means you're expecting these two. Suddenly this particular information is not coming. Okay, so this is also going to be part of your system exceptions, because you have you have coded in a way that the framework or the structure is going to have vendor, tax ID, address, city, country, but if the tax ID is disappearing, which means the structure of the Excel sheet has disappeared. So that is also going to be part of your system exception. Okay. So whenever there is a change in the structure, then it is a system exception. Whenever there is a problem with the data, okay. See, suppose in this particular thing, you're having a kind of format. So this is a system exception, whatever, if you're not receiving a tax ID, or in case you are trying to use a tax ID and they give you a tax ID H. So all these are going to be system exceptions. Okay. Now when we are moving into data exception or a business exception, okay. So which means you are expecting in the format of only string. Now suddenly somebody gets you this particular number information. Okay. So which is actually incorrect. Okay. Which means you might not have any tax ID with the information that is coming here, right? So at that time you're going to have a invalid scenario. This particular data is incorrect, so you're not supposed to process it. Similarly, if they are saying is active, okay, there is another field called is active. Okay, which means the vendors are all active or not. So here what actually happens is, again I'm going to take an str underscore is active, right? So at this place you will be processing now. No business, I mean no data I mean no system exceptions will be coming in, so you will be processing the data. But there is a problem where you get, instead of, you are expecting only a y or a, but y or an n, but instead of n or a y you get some other data, which is you're not supposed, you cannot handle this particular code, right? It will be checking whether it is equal to y or it is equal to n. You might have coded in that way only, right? But when you're getting an invalid data, so this is a scenario where we call it as business exception. When you are expecting some kind of a data, because your business will come and say this particular data you cannot do anything. Okay, business is sending you this particular data and there is wrong with the data, you will not be able to, you are going to talk about thousands of data, right? So when you have thousands of data, you won't be able to proceed with understanding what data is wrong. As a developer, we cannot take that responsibility. So what actually happens in this particular area, I will still be processing, but whenever I am saying I am not having a y or an n, if I have any other extra alphabets or any other extra data, that particular data is an invalid data for me. Okay, but I do not know how to handle, right? As a developer, I am not, if I am doing for SBI and the SBI sends me an invalid data like this, okay, I cannot take the responsibility. SBI has to take the responsibility as a client, right? So that is what we call it as business exception, where the business will be taking the action on those particular data issues, right? So this is what we call it as a business exception and a system exception. A system exception is basically on the architecture, on the structure of the Excel, or on the applications or whatever that you handle, that is going to be part of your system or an application exception. A business exception is going to be, you are not going to process the business exception. Okay, you cannot decide on the business exception. Always, irrespective of the programming language, usually business exception is something that the business needs to take care. Okay, invalid data, so we are not responsible for data handling. So these kind of scenarios only we call it as business exception. Okay, then right. So when I say business exception, so when you are doing handling of the data, if you are going to have a system exception, you won't be able to proceed with the operation. Okay, so which means you will not be able to continue to the next step or anything. So basically you won't be able to continue with the operation. So basically you will go ahead and you have to retry, or you have to do some kind of reinitialization, right? But in case of a business or a data information, uh, in case of a business exception, it will not stop there. Okay, you can start processing the next. So a business exception basically will occur in your data only, right? So if you have 10 data and if your fifth data is incorrect, you still have the library, you still have a feasibility to go and process the sixth data and until the 10th data. So you need not go and retry that data. Okay, so you can go ahead and proceed with taking that particular information as a business exception, and you can go ahead and proceed with the next set of data. Okay, but whenever a system or an application exception occurs, there is a possibility that you need to retry your particular information, or retry in the sense that there will be a retry mechanism that will be need to be written. Okay, so business exception, that will not be the case. You can go ahead, even after processing an invalid data, you can go ahead and process the next data. Okay, because it's not in your control, right? And similarly, when I'm going to talk about the activity, so what are the activities that is there to actually handle your particular scenarios or handle your particular exceptions? So we have a try catch activity. So this will be a try catch block. Then you have something called a throw. Then you have rethrow, and then you have terminate. Okay, so what are these informations going to do? So basically, when you're going to have a, say you're trying to process the data. Okay, so when you're trying to process the data, you will be writing your piece of code here, right? So any kind of invalid scenarios that comes in, we are going to categorize it as exception types. Okay, so you might be having a data exception, you might be having a browser not opening exception, you might be having a selector not found exception. Okay, so there are different types of exceptions that's available in the .NET scenario. So you can use the same exceptions, or you can also use the UiPath exceptions. Okay, you need not by heart all those things. You can simply go ahead and it comes with the project. So if you're working on a particular project, if your Excel is not opening, so by default you might be seeing the Excel is not opening, and there will be a pop-up which will come. That pop-up will actually show a exception model. Say suppose I'm trying to read a particular file. Okay, I'm doing a read range. So I'm trying to read the same file which is here, sheet 1. Right? So at this particular point, what is going to happen is this is actually going to throw me an error. Okay, in the catch block, there's no information. Okay, let me not put it as a try catch. Let's not use it as a try catch. Right? So what is the error? Okay, so I'm trying. So the file is already open. So let me just execute. So there is a problem, right? A runtime execution. So if you see in the particular information that you're getting in the pop-up, you have something called an exception type. So which means the file is already open and there is an exception type that occurs here. Whenever you have a particular pop-up, this is what it tells you. Okay, so there is a system exception that occurs. So whenever there is a system exception that occurs, you're going to have a system exception, means Excel is not available, which is a system exception. So there will be an exception type that will be coming into the picture. So if you see, there are a lot of exception types that will be coming. If it is related to a Excel operation, if it is related to a browser operation, if it is a selector operation, you will say a selector not found exception. Okay, fine. So whenever you have these kind of exceptions, so usually you have exception types, right? So when we are talking about exception types, there are so many exception types that is available. What you can do, you can go and verify that particular exception type and use it. Say suppose you are handling Excel data. So obviously if the Excel is not opening, you will be getting a system.io.exception. So this is your exception type that you will be getting. So system.io.io exception. So what we do is, in order to avoid this particular scenario, I'm going to use this particular block called try catch. Okay, so what I'll do is the same piece of coding only I'm going to write it here. Okay, I'm going to cut this. So I'm going to do the same piece of coding only, I'm going to write it. Okay, so here I'm going to do the same read range, right? In the catch block, what I will do is I have a list of exceptions that will be occurring. So I can choose between the exceptions. There are so many exceptions that you can choose from. Okay, so you can go ahead and choose your exceptions. Or if you do not know what type of exception, here I know it is a system.io exception. So I can go ahead and say it is a system.io.exception. So what will happen is whatever exception that occurs in your particular thing will be coming and sitting onto this particular variable. Okay, this particular box. right? So if at all you're going to have a system.exception which says file is not read or whatever, right? The file, whatever error message that we got. So somebody else is using this particular process, right? The process cannot access this particular file because it's been used by another process. So this is your exception, correct? So entire details that was there in your pop-up message will come and sit onto this particular word called exception. So this is the box which will actually hold the exception. From here, if you want to actually say, okay, this is the exception information, I don't want the user to actually see this message. I just want to say, okay, instead of, giving a rather, this exception is fine. Excel is open, so it is simple English. There might be exceptions where selector not found. The customer will not understand what is selector itself, right? So those kind of scenarios, what you can do is you can give a simple retranslate it to give a simple English statement. Or what you can do is you can put a message box here. So instead of saying the same error message, you can simply put Excel file open, please close manually. So this is one way of handling the exception. Okay, so where the customer will be aware, okay, this is the exception. So if that particular, so what will happen whenever this particular exception occurs, from this block it will directly go and catch that exception here, and it will see, okay, this exception type was IO exception, so I need to go to this IO exception, and it will immediately give a message to the user. So what they can do, they can close the file manually and they can restart the program. Okay, so this is one thing. Or if you don't want this, you can simply, you just want to say, there are certain exceptions where you need not want the user to take any action. Internet browser not opening, or Amazon website is not responding. Okay, the URL is not responding. That time user cannot do anything, right? So if the URL is not responding, you can put simply a log message it and log it inside your particular log file. Okay, so usually how we do is you put it as whether it is an error or whether it is a warning or whatever it is, you just simply put it as error, and you can say exception. This is the box that we had the data. So exception dot source will actually give you where the actual exception occurred. Okay, another concatenation exception dot, all these are related to exception information. Okay, you can see what are all the exceptions related information that you have. So if I give exception dot message, the same message that was displayed in the box will now be displayed here, or will now be logged here. Okay, say suppose here here I'm going to run the same program. Okay, I'm not getting that particular pop-up box which came before, right? So what happened, whenever there is an error that was thrown, it came to the catch block. The moment it came to the catch block, you're able to see this particular information that I have got is coming in a more appropriate manner, which the customer will be able to understand, right? So I'll go and say, okay, Excel file is open, please close manually, fine. So what will happen, this particular information gets logged here. So there is the information, the entire, so it is coming with the whatever is your source of the thing, and I don't know why it's saying ms corlib. Usually it will say read range. Okay, so read range, and the process cannot be accessed. Okay, so that is what we do in the exception handling. So suppose if you're okay, now we have handled the data. Okay, we have handled the Excel. Now you are doing something and the browser has crashed or some other system exception, but so far what did you do? Only if there is an IO exception you have handled. There is some other kind of exception or a selector not found exception. You can go ahead and select selector not found. So there is a selector not found exception. So whenever there is a selector not found exception, that particular information will be coming here. So instead of going here, it will come to this particular block. So like this, you can have any number of exceptions that you can do. Or if you do not know what kind of exception will occur itself, you do not know the subcategory. At that time, you simply go and say system.exception. So anything else other than the IO exception and selector not found exception will simply come to this particular block. Okay, so basically what are we doing? The actual code that we are going to write comes inside the catch, comes inside the try block, and then we go to the catch, categorizing it based on the type of the exception. So you go and categorize it inside system exception itself. You have a lot of subcategories, so you can use, you can either Google it and you can understand, or you know, you might be getting that particular error when you're not doing a try catch, you don't have an exception. When you're it will actually throw you a pop-up, right? So that particular information you can actually see the exception type. So that exception type you can handle, and you can go ahead and use that particular information. So the most usual method is a log message. We'll be putting a log message, or you might be putting a message box to actually say whether it requires a user action. Means you might be putting a message box and you can say a rather simple English message. Okay, and then then you have the finally. So suppose you have a catch block, a try block, which executes the actual code, a catch block which will actually catch the exception and will handle the exception, and there is a finally block. A finally block is not going to be a mandatory field. Okay, a try block and a catch block is a mandatory field. A finally block is not mandatory. You may or may not have code inside this. Okay, so what do you actually do? What do you actually do in your finally block? If suppose, usually in your finally block, what you will do, you're into your Amazon website, you're doing something, Amazon website is not responding, or there is some kind of an issue. Okay, so what you will happen, you have to clear out, you have to log out. Say suppose the Acme website itself, there is some kind of exception that has occurred. Finally you have to log out, right? So you can write your logout functionality here, or you can put any kind of functionality that you need to close all applications, or whatever that you need to write, you can write the functionality here. Usually finally comes for that particular action. If you don't want to write anything also, it should be fine. Okay, so first it will be executing a try block. Once there is an error, it will go to the catch. If there is no error, it will directly go from try to the finally block. Okay, the finally block all times will be executed whether or not the code is there. Okay, certification question: how many times does a finally block will be executed? Every time. Whenever you have a try catch block, the try block will be executed every time. The finally block will be executed every time. The catch block will be executed only if there are exceptions, right? So we were talking about system exceptions. Now suppose we have a business exception. How are we going to handle? So suppose you are handling the data, and in the data you are having an issue. Okay, so how are we going to handle this particular stuff? We are going to create similar to this, we are going to create another information called business exception. So you click on new. So this is IO exception, this is selector not found exception. All the other system exceptions will come here. For a business exception, you simply go and say browse for types, business rule exception. Okay, now you have the same thing. So you have a business rule exception. Still all the exception block will come and sit into this, because anytime only one will be occurring, right? If you have a try, if there's an error, it will come to any one of the cases only, right? It will not come to all the cases. It will come any one of, if there's a business exception, then it will come to this block. So always we are loading it into a box called exception box only. So here also you can do the same thing. Whatever is your exception message, where it occurred, and you can continue it here. Okay, so this is what we do in a try catch block, right? So this is the simple understanding of your try catch block, whatever you do, right? Now let's get into a demo so that you will understand it more precisely. So let me delete this. Let me copy the same piece of code that we have written for the other program. Okay, rather than me, okay, let me quickly do it so that you also get it as a practice. So I'm going to go into Acme website. Let's do invoices for now. Invoices, there's too much of data. So I'm going to introduce a try catch block. Okay, so inside my try catch block only, I'm going to actually write the coding, right? So what actually happens is, if you need to invoke workflow, whatever you need to do, you can write it here. So I'm going to do an open browser. I'm going to do a straightforward method. I'm not doing invoke workflow and all. Okay, ideally you have to invoke workflow and everything, you have to do it here. I'm giving a delay just to enter the password, and then a click action. click on login. Okay, so here also I have, let me do it side by side. So I'm onto this particular page. So in my try catch block, now I'll go and click on vendors, search for, I'm not going to invoices because there's too much of data for the invoices and we need to do a lot of processing. So let me do it with just 10 data. So this is going to be invoices. So again, click on invoices, sorry, vendors, and then another click for search for vendors, F2, search for vendor, and now you're going to be in this particular box, then display all vendors. Okay, and then I'm trying to click on, I'll gather the information. Okay, so this is the data that I want to do a data scraping. So let me do a data scraping. So this is my open browser. Let me do a data scraping here. I'm extracting the entire data. So I have the data scraping. Let me copy this inside the try catch block. So this is my extract data table. So let me put it as flowchart. Okay, so my data table is extracted. What I want to do is I'm going to loop through the data. Okay, and I want the data that is going to be coming as France. Okay, my business comes back to me and say France is an invalid data, don't process France. Okay, you understand the requirement, right? So I have this particular data. When in this particular data they are saying France is an invalid data. Okay, so do not process anything that is pertaining to France. You are supposed to receive only Germany, other countries other than France. Okay, so let us see. This is an invalid data. System exception, you will know by default you can simply put a system.exception in the catch block and it will catch all the exceptions. But imagine when you're having a invalid data exception. So when you're having an invalid data exception, what will it do? It will need to capture that exception, right? It need to say that this is invalid data, this is an invalid scenario, so I'm going to catch it. So how am I going to catch it? So let me loop through all the data. So here I'm going to say these two data are going to be an invalid data, so I should not process it. Okay, so when I say I should not process it, I'm going to throw a business exception or a business rule exception, right? So how will I handle it in the code? So how am I going to handle it is I'm going to go ahead and, so this is your data scraping. I'm going to do a for each loop and process, right? So let me put a for each loop, a for each row. Okay, in extract data table. Okay, you're doing some processing. Now the business exception is if the data belongs to country France, you are not supposed, that is invalid data. So you can check that particular data. Okay, so if suppose the customer gives you an invalid data, the structure that is has come, then you can simply put an if block and you can go ahead. So in the if block, what you're going to do, you're going to put row of country dot toString is equal to France. Okay, if it is not equal, I mean, is not equal to France, then you go ahead and is not equal to France, then you go ahead and process it. So here what I will say, I will simply say right line. I'm doing the actual processing. It could be anything that you are doing. Okay, I'm just simply putting the tax ID. Okay, so what I put was something is throwing an error. Okay, so what I put is, if it is not equal to France, I mean, which is other than France, I need to process it properly, right? So I'm just saying the processing is, you could write n number of processes here. I'm just writing a simple right line just for the demo purpose, okay? But at this point, when it is equal to France, else section will be it is equal to France. You have to not process it, right? Which means you have to say it is a business rule exception. So how will you throw a business rule exception? A business rule exception is nothing but you create your own exceptions. There's no problem with the content, right? There's no problem with the application. The data is invalid, so you have to create your own exceptions. So how will you create your own exceptions? You're going to create your exceptions using throw. Okay. Okay, so when you say create an exception means you're going to throw a new exception. So whenever you say France is invalid, I hope you are understanding the difference, right? So when France is a valid data, other than France is a valid data, so I'm going into this particular block. When it is equal to France, which means it is going to the else block, which is a business exception, which is a business invalid data. So when I say a business invalid data I have received, I'm going to create an exception and say this is a business invalid data. So I will simply go and say throw. Okay, so now what happens in your throw? I'm going to say what is the, you're creating your new exception, right? If it was Excel not reading, automatically there was an exception which got created and it said process cannot is used by another process, but here you are creating the exception, right? So at that time you have to define your message for the exception. So you click on the throw and you go click here exception. Here you will be able to write new business rule exception followed by your exception message. Okay, so whatever that got created by default is what that will be coming from the application, right? Those comes under application exception. Whenever there's a data exception, you need to create your own exception. Okay, so when you create your exception, you need to give your own message. So here I'm going to say let me put this data as okay, let me not take this. So invalid data vendor from France, hence not processed. Okay, so this is my exception message. So I'm going to say this is the information that I have. I'm going to say this is the message I'm going to say whenever there is an invalid data. Okay, so what it is going, and finally in the finally section, okay, there's a catch block. So here what I'm going to do is I have created the exception. So the moment I create an exception, there's a pop-up which will be coming. Correct? So without the catch block, I'm going to execute it without the catch block. So let me actually put a finally section. I'm going to log out. So let me do a click as well. Okay, so that it will automatically log out. Okay, I'm going to execute. There is nothing in the catch block. I hope there are no errors. So let me execute it. So it is opening the application. It is logging in. It is going to go to vendor, search for vendor and everything. Okay, so if you see there is a business rule exception, the pop-up message has come with the data that I have given. Invalid data, vendor from France, hence not processed. This is the exception that I created and hence it is throwing an error. Okay, so whenever you want to throw an error, whenever you want to create an error, you can go ahead and create. It is not that you can create only for business exceptions. You can create a new exception also as a system exception also you can throw. So you can use throw whenever you want to throw exceptions. Okay, whenever you want to create your own exceptions. If it is a business rule exception, you will give it as new business rule exception. If you want to create a system exception, by default, you know, there might be a file which is not available at that time, application will not know. So at that time, you can also simply go and say new exception followed by whatever message. This is also possible. Okay, you can create whenever you want to create your own exceptions, you will go and use throw, right? So I am using throw. Now I need to catch this exception. That pop-up was coming, right? I don't want the pop-up. Now when I need to catch the exception, I'm going to go ahead. The final thing. So this got logged out also. Okay, this did not get logged out. Why it did not get logged out is abruptly it stopped here. It did not come to the finally block itself. So let's go and say I am not bothering about what is the system exception. So generally I'm just going and giving system.exception. So here I can simply say right line, whatever is your exception. So you will say exception.source followed by exception.message. So whenever there's a problem with any of the, any of the Internet Explorer not working, or your login functionality is not working, something in the system, then it will come to this particular block. Now you have started a business exception. So if you want to have a business exception also, it should catch, right? So let's go and select business exception. So here also I'm going to do the same thing. So let us say exception.source and exception.message. Okay, now you see the code will be working in a better way. See, let me execute this particular code. We are catching the exception. There is no pop-up. What happened to the pop-up? We created the exception in the block. Okay, and it automatically came down to the catch business rule exception, and we said in the business rule exception we said invalid data, write it down. Okay, so it just did a right line and it stopped. So you had an invalid data, okay, but still it has stopped after processing row number 1. Okay, so which means the first data of France itself is here. Okay, so we identified we processed this first data and we created a new exception. Right, now imagine I'm going to throw a business rule exception for Russia. Okay, so let us change the condition from France to Russia, because France is the first data, hence it is just stopping there. So let's imagine we are going to throw the information for Russia. Okay, now here instead of France we'll put it as Russia. So here if you see, it caught the exception and finally it came to the logout also. That also got executed. Okay, so hence it was logged out successfully. Now here, let me put a message which says, when I'm entering the when I'm going to enter the for each block, here I'm going to say row of tax ID. It is just for which data we are processing. Okay, right, just to see for what data we are processing. Right, so I'm going to execute it. So if you see the same thing, I'm going to run. Right, so what happened was, our condition is for Russia. So it processed the first data. The second data it took and it stopped. Okay, which means it is not continuing for the third data and fourth data. But actually, in the real time scenario, what actually happens is, you have to, whenever there's an invalid data, you should not stop at the invalid data. You are supposed to go ahead and process the next set of rows. Mark this as invalid data, and then you should start processing the data. Okay, so which means if you create a throw, right, you have to make sure it will come directly to the catch block, which means the next set of information will not execute. It will be directly coming out of your, for here only we are creating a throw, here only we are creating a throw, directly it will come into the exception, a business rule exception catch block. Okay, so usually in business data exceptions we are not supposed to handle. So which means you are just going to process this, mark this as invalid data, process this, process this, process this, process this. So everything we are going to process. So whenever you want to process, even though there is a business invalid data and you want to process all the data, then you're going to do the same thing, but instead of writing this throw directly inside, you're going to put a try catch block here. Okay, and we are going to write the throw here. So what actually happens is, cut this throw, put it here, we are going to add it here, new business rule exception, and then we are going to write the same thing, right? So let me copy the same message. Okay, I'll tell you what is the difference. So we wrote our piece of coding. So this is your start. And then we did a try where you said you're going and login functionality you're doing. After the login, what are we doing? Going to the navigation. After the navigation, we are going and doing the data scrape. And after the data scrape, you're actually doing a if country is equal to Russia, right? So if it is, then it will come and whatever it needs to do, it needs to do. Then if it is going to be false, which is else, right? So what it will do, first time it will go, second time it is going to go, and the third time or the second time when there's an error, it will directly come from this block to the catch block, right? So here you're going to write catch, business rule exception, Russia, country, right? So for you to avoid this particular scenario, what I'm going to do is inside this particular block, I'm going to put another try catch and I'm going to say throw. So here before what we were doing, so instead of this, this is, we did the processing, here we did the throw, right? So in this case, it will come down. In the other case, what we are going to do is, we are going to do the same thing. Instead of writing the throw directly, we are going to put a try catch. Right? In your try catch, you are going to put a throw. And here itself, you are going to catch. So what will happen? It will come inside, it will come to the else block. It is going to throw, but this throw, what will happen? Directly will come to the catch. Okay. So there is a for each. Here there was a for each, right? So I forgot the for each. Let me put the for each so that we will not have any problem. So there is a for each here. Okay. So what we are doing is, the difference is we're going to do the same thing. If it is Russia, it will go to the else. Here we are going to put another try catch to say do a throw. So directly it will come here. Okay. So after coming here, it is going, okay, we are inside the for each. So it will go and fetch the next data. Again, there's an exception. It will come here. It will record the exception. Again, it will start processing. So whenever you want to introduce or don't want to stop the loop, when you have invalid data, then you have to introduce another try catch. Okay, because you're going to catch the exception here itself. So which means this exception is not required. Okay, you can catch only system exception, or you can catch any other invalid data or any other business rule exception. You need not process the, because this business rule exception will get processed here itself. So what I'll do is I created another try catch and I did another thing. So now if you see, I'm going to go and execute. It would have processed for all the data. Okay, so whenever you need to process, usually for data processing, we'll have the same method. Okay, whenever you're doing a for each, you will go ahead and put the another try catch to actually go ahead and process the data. So when you enter, so it depends on where you want to actually create your error. So based on wherever you want to create your error, you go ahead and create your error accordingly. So now if you see, only for Russia, it said invalid data. All the rest of the data got processed successfully. So usually for business rule exceptions, we are going to do like this only. Okay. Now the same thing, there is another activity called rethrow. Okay. So there is a problem here. Okay. We are having a try catch, a first try catch. So we have a first try catch. Okay. And there's a second try catch. Okay. So here there is a throw, and I'm going to introduce another thing called rethrow. Okay, rethrow is basically used for developer purposes only. So here, instead of a business exception, I create a rethrow. So here I have a business exception. Okay, so here if I have the same business rule exception and I'm going to rethrow, now what will happen is it will throw. So an exception will be created. It will come back to the catch block and you are doing a rethrow. So which means from here, you're rethrowing the same exception. So again, when you're doing a rethrow, again an exception is created. Okay, so which means again it will come to the catch block. A rethrow is nothing but you already have an exception and you want to throw the same exception again at a different place. Okay, so I have an exception, Russia is invalid. So I am going to use the same message again to rethrow. So what will happen? I'm rethrowing the same exception. So from here, the condition will come back here. Okay, so if I'm putting business rule exception and I'm going to do a rethrow. Right? Rethrow will not have any messages. So rethrow, actually throw had some explanation that we had to write, right? Rethrow will not have anything. Whatever you threw there, it's going to be rethrown again. Okay, now see what the functionality is. I'm going to put it as main catch. Okay, so that we are able to understand what it is. I'm just changing it. Okay, so in the try catch, inside the second try catch, I have put a rethrow. Definitions will be different. If you read through the definitions, it's going to be difficult. Okay, you will not understand what is a throw and a rethrow. But usually the practical way how we do it is this is what we do. Usually for rethrow only people will get confused. What is rethrow? I'm not understanding. If you go refer by the UiPath terminology, we will not at all understand what is rethrow. Okay, so now what happened was the exception got created. I read through the exception, so it came back to the catch block, which means the same exception came out and it, so whenever you want to have a rethrow done, the rethrow will be actually from the main block or from whichever block, it will throw the exception again, which means it will create. See, in the catch block, if I'm throwing an exception, in the catch block itself, I'm throwing another exception. So obviously from here, it will come to the this catch. So it will say that here itself, I have got an error, so it will come to the main catch block. Okay, so rethrow basically is involved whenever you want to rethrow a particular exception. So you have an exception here, you are processing something and you want to rethrow it back again. So at that time, you're going to rethrow the exception and you're going to do it. Okay. And the last one is going to be terminate workflow. Terminate workflow again is going to be whenever you want to terminate the workflow. So the terminate workflow is when you have an exception and you just want to say on this particular exception, you just want to terminate the workflow. So when, browser crashes, you want to terminate the workflow, or you're doing some kind of transaction and something gets cancelled. So you just go ahead and say on certain scenarios, you will just say terminate workflow, and you will say what is the reason, terminated because of due to this particular reason, and it will just terminate the workflow and come outside. Okay, terminate workflow is going to be used whenever you want to stop the execution on certain errors. Okay, certain invalid scenarios you will be stopping it itself, right? So those kind of scenarios you are going to use a terminate workflow. Okay, it will simply stop it there, whether it is in the catch block or whether it is in the try block. If you put a terminate workflow, which means whenever you encounter Russia, you want to put a terminate workflow, the first time it encounters Russia, it will automatically terminate the workflow and it will come out. Okay, so we were actually doing exception handling, right? So exception handling, when we were talking about exception handling, I said there are two kind of errors, right? So one is when you have a system or an application error where you go ahead and your system is not working, or any of the connecting parameters like your Internet Explorer or your Excel or your applications, all those things are not opening. Then at that time we're going to catch it as a system or an application exception. Anything that is wrong with the data, then we are going to talk about a business exception. Okay, so a data that is coming incorrectly, that is called a business exception. So whenever you have a data that is you're getting in the right format, but the data that you're supposed to receive in it is an incorrect exception, I mean incorrect data, then you're going to talk it as then you're going to call it as business exception. But in the case where you're getting the structure of the data, the format of the data itself is incorrect, means not the format, the where you're supposed to receive employee ID, you're receiving and a different column, then at that time you will receive a system exception. Okay, so this is what we were talking, and then we said we are going to catch the exception and we are going to go ahead and continue with the handling the exception scenarios or the error scenarios, so that the project will not stop, so that the project behavior will be continuously getting altered as and how when the errors occur, or as and how when the invalid scenarios occur, the project or the robot will learn from your the alternate method that you have coded, so that it will go and do that particular work, and it will come back to the proper proper flow when it has resolved that particular error, or when it has gone to that error handling and back to the next data, it will go and do it in the same flow as what you have coded. So this is what we said. Another important parameter that we have as a developer we might be requiring is the debug information. Okay, so for some of us who are from the background, from the development background, we may be aware, but for people who are not from the development background, debugging is an option where a developer will be able to see what actually you have done in your code, or where exactly the coding is having a problem. Suppose you are having an issue, or your coding is, it doesn't throw any error, but it just says it doesn't throw any error, but it just takes a lot of time to execute. So in those particular time, you can go ahead and see where exactly you cannot go and see what is happening, right? There is an opportunity where a debugging option allows you to actually identify and remove errors, so that the project will be able to run successfully. So if there's a part which takes a lot of time, you can go inside that particular piece of boxes and the syntaxes, and you can go ahead and see what is actually taking a lot of time. If there's a lot of time that is occupied in a for each loop, then you can actually go, when you're executing using the actual run, the entire project, you won't be able to see what exactly happens inside the for each loop, right? The program starts and it ends within fraction of seconds, but there is a delay, means you will be able to loop through even the for each loop, and you will be able to see what data goes inside which loop. So even that kind of an extent of information you will be able to see. So that is what we do it in the debug option. So debugging is nothing but the process of identifying and removing errors that actually the project encounters, so that it can function properly. Okay, so as a developer only you're going to use the debug option, right? So usually we have a debug tab which is available, so you have 4 options. So the similar thing will be in your design tab also. You have 3 options. Here also you're going to have the same 3 options. So one is run file. So if you have multiple files, okay, you're going to run run it, means it will not start from the main file, it will just run the particular XAML file. Then debug is the current project that you want to debug, so the entire project will be debugged, which means you will be able to see what is happening at each step. And then run is going to be from the main file, it will run. So the entire project will be executed. Okay. So what do we do in our debug? In our debug, we actually have a particular phase. Say, suppose I'm going to debug. Okay, I'm going to debug this particular oh, it will execute. Sorry. Yeah, suppose I'm going to execute. Okay, suppose I'm going to debug. So let me just go. I have something called a breakpoint. A breakpoint is nothing but a point where you're able to say, okay, I have 10 steps, and in the 10 steps, I think my 4 steps are working fine. I guess my 5th step only is the wrong step, or it is taking a lot of time. Means you can go and set a breakpoint at the 5th step. So what it will do, the first 4 steps it will execute on its own, and then on the 5th step it will come and give you the control back. So it will come and pause for you to take the control so that you can see what is actually happening inside the 5th step. Okay, so let me put a breakpoint on the 2nd step. So which means open browser will happen, only from the data scraping it will come and stop. So I'm going to put a breakpoint. Right. So when I do a debug, what is going to happen is wherever you can create how many ever debugs that breakpoints that is there in your project. So you can go ahead and see what is actually there in your particular what is actually happening in that particular zone of the activity. Okay, so if I'm going to, so there is a debug file, so which means this file will be debug. If you want to debug the entire project, you can go and debug the entire project. So let me go ahead and debug. So which means this particular operation will not wait for my control. So it will come and wait only when the data scraping is coming, right? So it is going to do the open browser, log in, and then it is going to come back to the data scraping, and it is going to give me the control back. Okay, I think, right. So if you see, the control is back onto the data scraping. So the moment you came here, you're able to see the data scraping. The control has been given back to you, to you, right? As a developer, now you will be able to see what is actually happening. So wherever you keep the breakpoint, you will be able to see all the information that is happening. The control will be given back to the developer, right? So this is your breakpoint window where you can see all the list of breakpoints. I have kept only one breakpoint, but in a project as a developer, you might be keeping a lot of breakpoints, right? So usually we do this debug, and usually it will be coming like as a developer, we might be doing for every page that we develop. That is a different scenario. But usually we are going to use this when we are integrating the project. Okay, everything will be working, but there might be a delay. Everything might be working, but there is a different format of data that is going. So at that time, you might be using, the person who is integrating will be using the debug option. Only then we'll be able to find. Without the debug option, most of the cases we won't be able to integrate the code. Okay, so we use the debug option. So you have a uh, you have a breakpoints window, and then you have a local or a watch or an immediate window. All these things are your your data that is flowing through the code. You can see your actual data that is flowing through your code. Then you have your properties, whatever panel that we saw before, that is going to be the same thing. Okay, then we have an output and a call stack. A call stack is going to be what is the process of what is your execution flow doing. So that is your call stack. So like what should I say, it just shows the stack of the information from which is being called. Okay, so which means from the try catch, from the flowchart there is a try catch, from the try catch there is a sequence, from the sequence there is a data scraping. So if you're going above it, there'll be how your program is getting executed. Okay, then we have a breakpoints window. The output panel remains the same as for every other project, right? Now when I'm going to do, so data scraping I won't be able to. So here if I go and see, okay, I'm loading it into a variable called extract data table. In reality, when I'm using the control F5, which is the run option, I won't be able to see what is there inside my extract data table, right? Unless or until I write it or I put a output data table, right? So until or unless I won't be able to do, but I will be able to see the information in the immediate window. When you go ahead, if you want to say a particular variable name, you want to see what is the content of a variable name, you can type that particular information and you can give an enter. So obviously you will be able to see the information. Okay, now at this particular time it will say it is just a data table, or it will say it is not having any data. Okay, sorry, I gave the wrong information. Okay, it is not having any data. Why it is not having any data? Because the data table has not been loaded yet. Okay, we have not executed this particular step. Okay, if you have not executed, if it is just a variable name, then it will show it has not been. What are the variables that we have? Only dt. Okay, so if there are any variables, then the variables will say it has not been allocated, or it is null, it has not come to that particular place. So all those things you will be able to see. So only when you cross this particular step, the variable will be loaded, right? So that is what I'm meaning. So once the variable is loading, then you will be able to go ahead and see what the content of the variable is. So here I don't want this particular thing. I know data scraping, what will get loaded. So I'm just going to go ahead. So how do you actually go into these particular options, or how do you actually go inside these particular syntaxes? So here is where we have all the information. So you have something called a step into, then you have a step over, and you have a step out. So what is a step into? A step into means it will go inside the project. So what it will do is it will debug the activities one at a time. So which means this is the activity. If you have written some piece of code inside it, it will go and debug. Okay, debug in the sense it will go inside that particular code. So when this action is triggered, what happens is it will highlight the activity. Okay, and if there are any particular, if you're doing an invoke workflow, okay, and there's an invoke workflow here, which means it's opening another file. So what will happen when the moment when you do step into, it will go inside the invoke workflow and it will open that particular file also, and it will go inside that file and it will start debugging. Okay, so that is what a step into will be. So it will go inside each of the thing and it will do debugging, which means it will go and do one step after the other. Okay, so next one is going to be a step over action. A step over action is not going to be like, it does not open the current container. So here, if you have a step over, you will not, if this is, consider this is an invoke workflow. Okay, in step into, what happens, it will step into that particular invoke workflow. So there will be the new XAML file that will be open, right? But whereas a step over file, what happens is this particular activity will not be opened. It will go to the next activity. It means it will jump to the next activity and it will start highlighting from there. So which means if I do a step over now, it will jump to the, it won't do a, see, if I do a step over now, it is jumping, it is not going inside, it is jumping from that activity, it will go to the next activity. It's just jumping from, it is stepping over. So it is not, even if you do it on an invoke workflow, it will not go inside that particular file. So from here it will go inside. So if you have this particular activity, if it is an invoke workflow, then this particular activity again will not be opened. Okay, so a step over is nothing but you just want to, so if I need to do a step over for a for each loop, it will not go inside the information. If you do a step into, it will go inside this particular flow. A step over means it will highlight this particular activity and it will just jump to the next activity. So if I do a step over, why it is going inside? Oh, I gave the wrong data now the other day. Okay, I created the error, right? Okay. Okay, this was, I manually created errors to show, so that is why it's not coming. Fine. So it will jump to from one activity to another activity. So usually that is what a step over will be doing. A step out is you are inside a for each loop, or you're inside a invoke workflow, and you feel that you're inside a different XAML file. You feel like, okay, this is not the place that the error is coming out. Then you can simply do a step out. So it will just come out of that particular thing and it will start executing the next set of activities. So what it will do, it will step out and pass the execution at that particular container, and it will complete. So if suppose you are doing the step out, you're doing this loop, at the fifth loop you're doing a step out. So what will happen, the 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 loop will be continuing, and then it will continue on its own, and then it will go back to the next activity. So that is what will be happening. So it will execute the rest set of activities until the next activity, and then it will until the next container, and then it will go ahead and start with your whatever debugging that you want to do. So you can use any of the three options and you can go ahead and see whether you want to step into a particular thing. So if you feel that there is an error, then you have to step into that particular thing. If you feel that there are no errors at this particular thing, then you can do a step over or a step out. Okay, so that is as you do the particular debugging and as you practice, or anywhere you have an issue, you will be able to go ahead. So here we were having some thing, right? So if you want to see what was row of tax id, you can simply go ahead and say what was row of tax id dot to string. You will be able to see what was the content of that particular thing. It says that particular data was not there, right? Okay, I think they have changed something in the community edition. The IntelliSense is not working. The IntelliSense is working only like this. When I type dot to string and all, it's not coming. I don't know if it is the case with you or just with my community edition. Off late, I'm just for the past 3 or 4 days, I'm seeing that issue. So now if you see the extract data table, this is the information that it has got. So instead of tax ID, it should be vendor tax ID. Okay, that is why it's showing that particular error. Okay, so we have given the it's not that column name, it is vendor tax ID, right? So what actually happens is you can go ahead and see the content of your data, whatever. So if you want to say what is your data table dot rows dot count, you can simply go and say dot. Okay, now my IntelliSense is working. I don't know why it's not working at times. Okay, so there are 100 rows inside it, right? So you can go ahead and view your data as such. So if you feel the 100th row is having an issue, you can execute the loop on its own. Only for the 100th data, you can come inside. So you can do multiple step out or step over or step in, and you can go ahead and execute your particular stuff. Okay, so this is what we do in our debugging. So in your immediate window or in your locals, if you want to watch a particular activity, you can simply go and say right click and you can add a watch. Okay, so here a particular information will be coming. Your locals window is nothing but what information has the current activity of execution. So this is your extract data table. What is these are the variables that we have defined. Where are we right now? We are inside the for each row. So this is the information that we are seeing. So there's a display name called sequence. So you will be able to see what are all your information that is there. So in your local window also you will be able to see. So if you want to go and add, if you want to go ahead and say add to watch, you will be able to see it in the watch window. So which means the content of the information, everything will be given. So if I say view more, whatever is your content and this is the data that is actually coming from the page. You will be able to take this particular data and you will be able to verify, okay, this is the thing. So this at runtime, when you're going to execute it using just the control F5, you won't be able to do all these options. That is what is the option of debug. Okay, then we have something called a retry, ignore, and a restart. So retry, ignore, and a restart is nothing but if you have an error. So what is happening is we are at this particular thing. I can simply go and retry it from. If I go and retry it, it will just retry that particular container. Okay, there's an error. You have corrected the error. At runtime, you'll be able to correct the error. So you can go ahead and retry that particular option. If you have an error, and at this point we had an error, right? So if you have, I'm doing a step into. Okay, somewhere you are having an error. So now it is doing a logout. Okay, let me re-execute. Right. So we are going with the debug. Oh, I clicked on login. So here we have shifted the focus back, right? So here I'm just going a step into, so it will go inside the data scraping. Now it is going and doing each activity and it is coming out. So if I do a step over, it will just jump to the next activity. So it will highlight the main data scraping. See, it is highlighting the previous activities and it is just jumping to the next activity. Okay, so this is your for each. Here we had some error. Okay, I'm not sure in the community edition if it works. So there is an error here. You can simply go and there's a retry which is enabled. So you can correct this particular error and you can do a retry also. If you ignore, it will just do an ignore. So if you do an ignore, I'm just ignoring that particular. So before this, if it would have gone to the exception, the catch block, right? Now since I ignored that particular error, it is going to the next information. Similarly, if you want to restart a particular option also, you can go ahead and restart. So you have an error and you want to just go ahead and restart from the beginning, means you can go ahead and restart the entire debug operation for the first activity of the project. Okay, so now you can do the same thing. So if I go and I'm doing a step into, okay, there's an error because this particular information again is incorrect. Okay, right? Why this particular error is there is because we created a exception the other day. Just to show you an example, I created an exception. Okay, so from the display all windows, I directly went to invoices page and I was trying to, so that is why it is throwing an error. Now it will be executing perfectly. So debug. So the data scraping, we have come back to this particular stuff. You can go ahead and step into, or if you want to do a step over. So that particular activity, we did not go inside it. That particular activity got executed and now it will be coming to the next activity. So if you want to do a step out, it will just directly go on to the next activity. Okay, if I need to do a step into, it will go and execute. So this is the, so here at the second loop, I just want to do a step out, means it will just move to the next activity. There is an error that we created, so it is creating. I'm doing a step out here. It is processing the next set of data and it can't, since it threw the error, it just did the, it went to the catch section and it did. Okay, so, we have created a program like that. That's why it's executing like that. Okay, otherwise this is not having a problem. The program is, since it was error handling program, we have created errors. Okay, so this is what was our actual program. So this is what we do: retry, ignore, and a restart. Restart will start from the first activity. Okay, and then we have something called a focus. A focus is nothing but you want to focus on the current breakpoint, or you want to focus on a particular activity that you, when you're navigating through the process. So that time you can have a focus there. A focus execution point will be there, so you can focus more on that particular activity. So that is your focus. Here in your breakpoint window, you will say show breakpoint panel will show all the breakpoints. You can add or remove your information. So you can add information, you can go and delete this particular information. So what is the thing that you want to do? You can go and set up a breakpoint, how many times you want to do that particular activity. All those things you will be able to go ahead and do in this particular breakpoint panel. Okay, and this is going to be your toggle breakpoint. Toggle breakpoint is nothing but when you want to remove your breakpoints, right? So at that time you can go and remove it. So then you have a slow step. A slow step is, it just debugs at a slower speed. So if you want to control the speed of the operation, when we're doing large data processing, okay, everything will be processed at, you want to see what is happening at each and every step, then you can do a slow step. So it comes with a 1x speed to 4x speed, I think. Yeah, 1x to 4x, yeah, 4x speed. Okay, by default it calculates with a inbuilt speed. If you want to do it at a smaller, smaller pace of execution, then you can use the slow step option. Okay, so if you enable this particular option, your code will be executing a little slow when compared to the actual execution. Then we have an execution trial. Execution trial is going to be another wizard that will be happening, which will show you a kind of if you set up an execution point, then you can only while debugging this particular stuff will be enabled. Okay, so when I'm running the debugging, this particular stuff will be executed, this particular step will be visible. So what this particular step will do is, it's kind of a wizard which will tell you, okay, whether the activity succeeded or whether there's an error. You'll just see the trail of information, that will be available. This is what we have done. From this step we jumped into this step. This is not similar to call stack, but this is something that will be showing all the inbuilt information that is there. With this activity, you will be able to see, okay, what and all were the variables, what were the information, so that the trail of execution will be shown. So that is where the execution was thrown. If the execution, which means on an overall, you will be able to see what and all the picture you got from the execution, from the debug operation of this particular project. Okay, so that is your execution trail. Highlight elements is nothing but what elements you want to get highlighted. So when during debugging, what will be happen is, you can do a highlight element, so it will highlight all the error elements. So wherever it is, that particular container, it will be highlighting. So that is your highlight element. And you can do a log activities. A log activities is nothing but in the output panel that will be displayed. Okay, if you say log activity is enabled, so it will just do the tracing of each activity, and it will just show you in the output panel everything that it is doing. Okay, in case debug is only available for the studio, you will not be having it for the production code, right? So you will be able to see what is happening. So it will be there in your output panel. Okay, so you can do this particular settings in your there is a robot window settings that you will be able to do in your UiPath assistant. There also you can go and set it up. So this particular thing will allow you to actually set up your where you want to go and log. You want it in the output panel, or you want to put it in a log file. There is an inbuilt, so if you click on this, there will be the log files. Okay, so here also you can go ahead and see where the information, what information you want to store, right? And then continue on exception. So continue on exception is nothing but similar to your ignore and continue. So the same thing, if you enable this, even if an exception is thrown, it will just continue, because it's just debugging, right? So it will allow you to actually continue with the exception. If you want to see what is the error, you want to retry the same option, and you want to do it again and again, so that time we do a continue on exception. Okay, picture in picture is something like it's something like a pipeline something. Okay, I'm not sure what exactly this is, because I have not used it. A picture in picture is something where you can do both the execution and debugging together, I guess. Okay, in the same session. So that is what we do, a picture in picture, but I have not used it multiple times. Maybe I can see what is the definition and I can give it to you. Okay, this option also gets enabled when we are actually, so let me do a stop. It will show both the things in the same window, I guess. That is what it will do in the same session. That is to my understanding, but I'm not sure. I don't see anything. I'm not sure what is this. Maybe I can see what is the definition and I can give it to you, because I have not used this and I have not seen this. If any of you are already using the enterprise edition, I have not personally seen this. I guess I have not at all noticed it, whether it is there or not. Okay, I have not used this, so I'm not very really sure. I'll tell you what is the okay, see, there is, when I enable the picture in picture, I think I've stopped it, it's still running. There's multiple sessions that will be opened. See, is not enabled in your computer. Some kind of a session capturing that we do. not session, your, in case you have multiple libraries that you have, and your multiple libraries, or libraries are reusable components. So if you have libraries in your fold, in your particular project, you're using reusable components, you can use this picture in picture mode to actually debug your libraries as well as your project in the same session, in the same execution panel. That is what, to my knowledge, I know it as picture in picture, but I actually do not know what is the actual meaning. Okay, so that is the thing. And anything else I missed in the debug? Slow step execution trail will show you actually it will capture all the trail of information. What is the execution that we are doing? So when you're doing this particular, when you're enabling this particular thing in the output panel, you'll be able to see this is your execution trail. So what happens at each particular step? After this, what happens? So that is your execution trail. Usually we do not use this. Usually the step out and the step over or the step into itself will be enough. Okay. Highlight element is going to be highlighting all your errors and all the elements that you're going to do. Continue on exception means wherever you have exceptions, it will just ignore the exceptions and it will automatically continue. Okay. Log activities, again, will just log the activities and it will give you a display of the actual activities that you're going to get. Okay. So it will just log every information, it will just log. If you don't have this enabled, it will just log the information that you have actually said, right line. Okay, otherwise it will not log the extra information. But here, if you enable log activities, everything will be logged. Okay, so this is what we do in the debug options. Okay, so even if you have a breakpoint, important certification question, even if you have a breakpoint here, and then, so I have a breakpoint here, and I have debugged as a developer, and I've also moved the code to production. So will the code stop in production or in the orchestrator when we deploy it? Will the code stop during this particular stuff? No. Debug or the breakpoints are only captured only in the UiPath Studio. So if you run it as a developer only, it will be captured. It will not stop your execution if you have deployed your code and if you are running it in the end user's machine. Debug has no relevance when it is going outside the studio. Okay, so that is what usually will be asked in your certification. I have a breakpoint and I have I have installed or I have deployed in the I've made it to go live. So what will happen? Will the code stop at this particular point? No. Debug is only restricted to the UiPath Studio. Okay, so only if you open your code in the studio, then it will be working. If you don't open your code in the studio, then debug option will never be there. Automatically the project will be running without the breakpoints, right? So that is what is the overall picture. I'm not going to cover any parts of RPA basic things, but I'll start with what is an RPA lifecycle and stuff like that. Okay. The other things I think we have already discussed much in the introduction. So I'm not going to go with the basic introduction of what is RPA and what are the use cases and stuff like that. I'm just going to start with the RPA life cycle. So what is the life cycle? The life cycle is going to be when you require to implement a particular bot as a process automation, right? So when I say a process automation, what could be fitting under a process automation is what we need to first understand, right? Not every project might fit under. It'll have its own reasons and it'll have its own feasibilities, that it may be developed into an automation project or it may not be into an automation project, right? So if you say, so that is what we discuss and we do all these things in our discovery phase. So when you get an idea of what you're going to do, or when you get an idea of your requirement, then we are going to go ahead and start with the requirement, understand the requirement, and go ahead with to see what is the feasibility of the solution that we can do it as a process automation. So most of the things that we are talking about is an existing process that is already in place, which is executed by humans, right? So we are going to make that only into a process automation. So it could be a business process, it could be just a part of the process, or it could be any kind of a detailed process, which is going to be like they might be a kind of process which might be linking between several systems or several domains, like not domains, several streams of your thing. So it could be linking with sales. It could be from there we might take it for the marketing, from there we might take it for another set of customer demand data. So all those things we might be doing into one single process, or you could, follow the same process that is manually done, and we could do the automation. So who are the people involved here? We have the client or your subject matter expert, who will be your product owner, right? So that particular product owner or the process owner, so that particular person is going to talk about all the existing ways that they are doing this automation. Then you have, if the process owner is not available, then we might have a business analyst who is there. Okay, a business analyst who is more of a techno functional role, and who would go ahead and understand the requirement, and then transpose that particular requirement into a technical aspect to the technical team. And then we have an architect or whoever is your senior lead, right? So these three people will be the ones who will be discussing, where the architect or the technical people will be understanding the requirement and understanding the feasibility. So even before this, there's something called an opportunity assessment. If the requirement is not coming from the customer, then you're going to talk about an opportunity assessment, where you go and see if there is an opportunity for automation in any of the projects. But if the requirement is coming from the customer, then there is no an opportunity assessment, right? Right. So what happens in the feasibility, so what happens in your discovery state? So you see whether it is a feasible solution, whether a feasibility analysis will be done, whether the solution is feasible, what kind of automation are we going to do, whether it is an attended or an unattended automation, what is the complexity of the automation. We have a scale of high, very high, medium high, medium, then you have low, and low medium, something like that. I think there is one more thing which will be, this is pertaining to your company where you work. Okay, then we do a dependency as to what are the other dependent systems that we are going to touch base, or where the data will be going, or where we are going to send our output or send our input, receive our inputs and stuff like that. Then we have the usability analysis. Usability analysis is again a place where you understand what is the outcome of my process automation, how many people are going to use it, or how many hours am I going to save, or how we are going to talk about both tangible as well as intangible figures, right? So we talk all this in your we understand all this, as once we feel okay, this is a feasible solution that we can do it as a process automation, then we are going to create a process design document or a process definition document, which is a PDD, and you capture everything. So here we are going to capture everything in the form of, either you capture it in the form of functional wordings, or you capture it in the form of a process map, right? Then we get into the automate stage. So in the discovery phase itself, you'll have estimations and everything. So usually there will be a 30% or a 20%, because a process automation is something that we are working on an existing system. So there's always a chance that the existing system may not be completely in sync working with the tool that we are working, right? Whether it is UiPath or any other automation tool. So we always give, for any project, we always give a 20% buffer, so that we see all the scenarios are working or things like that. So the estimations will be calculated in that way, right? So the recommended is 10 to 15%. We depending on the companies and depending on whichever project you are, the complexity of the project you are, the buffer percentage increases. So all this is done, and then we are getting into the automate state, where we are actually going for the development, where the budget, the allocation of the resources, what is the tool, and then we have a solution document. All those things are going to be configured, and we are going to have something called a solution design document. Okay, so who is going to be involved? The actual this is the place where you're going to talk about a source management system or a source control system also, which means your product or your process is first time going to be created in a UiPath studio. So who will create it? Your architect or your technical lead will be creating it in your SVN or in your GitHub or in your TFS, and then access will be given to you guys, or given to the developers. And then we'll start with the working, and who is going to work on what is the number of hours that we are working. These are all kind of the project manager will be tracking. But otherwise, as a developer, some people who are in a senior role, right, anybody who are in the senior developer roles will be able to track this information as well. And then once your development process starts, so you're going to always have a as is solution, which is the current human operated solution, and a to be proposed solution, which should be the process automation that we do it with a tool, right, with the bot. So you do all those things, and once your product is almost you've done with your individual files or individual team has been working. So then you come with your optimized state. Your optimized state is where you actually integrate your workflow. So when you integrate who is having a problem or which file is having input related issues, then you do a lot of debugs, then you do a lot of exception handling. All those things will be done, and finally you will have an integrated workflow, right? One single project. So every time in this automate state, if you're practicing an automate state of 2 months, you might be actually having a lot of time also available for the integrate workflow. Okay, so somebody will be integrating the code, and the basic operation of the source control system, where you do a check-in check-out every day, and your code is automatically updated into the source control system. And then we go into the optimized state, where you integrate the workflow. We do the unit testing, and that's when the quality team will be coming into the picture to create your test cases. And then we are going into our monitor state, where in our monitor state is where we are going to showcase our product to the customer or to the process owner. So this is when, along with the UAT, we capture all the users recommendations. There might be a lot of information that the user might be saying, no, this was not this as expected, or we wanted, you can do an add-on to this particular feature. So all those things will be coming. So if there is a new requirement, then we call it as a new scope, right? So we have it as a change management. So that comes into the picture, and the UAT keeps happening while the developer also creates all the, in case there are additional changes, then the developer will be additionally modifying their code to, withhold that particular changes. And then we are going to also have, in case you are having issues with the in the testing, then you're going to talk about defect management. So the defects gets fixed, it goes back to the developer and the tester, to and fro. Multiple rounds of testing will be done. And the most important state is your monitor state, where you're actually testing the product and you're showing it to the process owner, so that everything is ready and is visible into the hands of the process owner or your customer, right? And then once everything is done, we calculate a lot of metrics and we plan for the go live. So go live is going to be what is the number of issues that, or the number of efforts that we have planned. The metrics is going to be your effort variance, your schedule variance, and all the stuff that will be coming. What was the defect analysis we did, how many defects was it coming? So as per as per your company's thing, you might be agreed for a 10% discount, defects. So in case you have more number of defects, so what is the defects ratio? So all those things will be coming into the picture. Okay, so where are we in line with the basic figures that we actually have? So your company might be having a figure of say 10% of defects, but you might be touching in this particular project, if it touches to a 15% of defects, and you're going to talk about your project is not the right project. Okay, somewhere you have to correct a lot of steps, so that for the next project we don't have a similar situation, right? We do a lot of metrics analysis, and they'll be reporting. Most of the metrics will go, in terms of efforts and everything might not go, but some metrics which in terms of defects and things like that might also go to the customer. It's not a mandatory step, it is between the relationship that the company has along with the customer. So based on that, you get your information passed on, right? Whatever is the information that needs to be passed on, it goes on. And then we plan for a go live. Go live is nothing but on to the customer's mission. So usually most of the time we might not be dealing with individual machines of the user. Okay, so we might give them the one server, which is the orchestrator installation, and we might just install it there. And from there, most of the companies, from there, if we give the document or we give a deployment guide, they take it from there to the, because they might be having, when you're running a process automation for a particular customer, they might be having somebody from their side who is aware of the automation. Okay, most of the companies now has an automation person who is aware of how to run process, how to actually if there's a process having a problem, or how to deploy it on multiple machines and things like that, multiple end users. Okay, so most of the time, especially when you're talking about any unattended thing, you're going to talk about only orchestrated deployment, which is goes into the company's server or the company's mission or something, and then we are going to talk about deployment into the end user's mission. So the go live will be planned And then we have the control state. So the control state will be a monitoring of your what happened. So far we created the process automation in an environment which was a replica of the actual production environment, right? So now we have, since we have deployed it into our actual production data, you might be dealing with the actual production data that is coming in, or the actual live data that is actually coming in, and then we are going to monitor it. Is your process, the automation process that you did, is it working as in stake with the actual requirement that we have, or is there any issues, or is it hanging down anywhere, or is the data getting processed most of the times, right? So we might be there might be cases of like you put it in a phased manner, or you put it as one shot, you might put it as a go live, and all those things, that depends on what kind of project you are and stuff like that. And then we do all the metrics tracking, and finally after your post implementation support, or during your post implementation support, even the number of errors that you receive during the support that you're giving for your product, even those will be calculated. So that only actually defines what was the intents of your project that you have done. Has it been working the same way, that what was the bettering that you have done, what was the what was the betterment you have done, have you increased the execution time, or have you decreased the execution time? All those things will be tracked, and then you have the post implementation support and your total metrics. And with this we'll close the project. There might be somebody called a bot controller from either from the customer side, or from the from the actual development side, who will be monitoring the thing. If the company, if the customer requires somebody from the technical team to be available, we have shared resources who will be available. The role name might be the bot controller, who will be actually working on multiple processes, just controlling the process and monitoring the processes onto that customer's mission, or onto, if it is on the on the mission that we have access, then they might be accessing that particular mission. So this is what we have as an RPA life cycle. So any RPA tool that you're going to use, the same life cycle will be followed, and the same set of documents will be followed. You have an opportunity assessment, you have a process design or a definition document, you have a solution design document, then you have a PDI, which will be the instruction that says, okay, this is how I'll be clicking from this page, I'll go to this button, I'll go from this button to this page will open up. It is a kind of a navigation walkthrough, okay, for any kind of tool, a process design instruction. And then you have a software and a hardware requirement, assess and the proposed solution, a summary report. A summary report is the execution report that your bot has done for a particular execution. So suppose if you're doing a data processing, then it will say, I did this many data processed, this many was an application exception, this many was a business exception, this many data processed through, this is the final result. So all for a particular execution, if it runs today, you'll have a summary report. If it runs tomorrow, another summary report. Then you have a unit test case and a UAD tracker and a deployment guide, and finally a user guide as to if in case it involves end user, then how are we going to do it. Okay, this will be the overall picture. This is going to be very much important when you're going to talk about you're going for a job interview, or you have an interview asking what is your role and stuff like that. You're going to go ahead and talk about all these things irrespective of whatever is your role. You can talk about your PDD or your SDD. This is what you have updated, or this is what I have done. So this was the mail automation, we had this many issues, so we captured it in a defect management tracker, and all those things you will be able to capture, and I mean you will be able to talk about all those things, right? And then we also, okay, these are the roles and responsibilities. So who does what, right? So you have the process owner and the SME or the business analyst who will be documenting all those things, and then the developer will actually do all those things, and then we do our testing and deployment, and finally there'll be a testing sign off and a deployment onto production, where the automation solution will be used by the end users, right? By now this one you are aware, right? We have a studio to actually work on the workflow. Then we have a bot which is inbuilt, which will be executing the workflow that you have designed. And then we have an orchestrator which will actually monitor and deploy the process and stuff like that, right? So this is something that we are already aware of. Okay, then we were talking about what are the available, the overview of the UiPath Studio, right? So when I say the overview of the studio, it is going to be Yeah. So when I say it is an overview of the studio, you have a lot of project templates. You have the basic flow is going to be a sequence and a flow chart, right? A sequence is going to be more linear, right? One box after another is going to be a sequence. Suppose you want to connect or make branching, or you want to make decisions, and we have something called a flow chart, right? So which will have decision making, which will have multiple branches. Okay, 1 second. So we are going to talk about a flowchart which will have multiple branching that will be available. So a flowchart sequence is going to be the smallest form of a project. A flowchart will be like you can do it for even larger projects. You will be able to use a flowchart. Okay, so which means you can go ahead and connect, or you can go ahead and see multiple branching that will be available. Then the next one is going to be a state machine. A state machine uses the concept where flowchart will not be able to connect to itself. A state machine, you will be able to connect to the same box again and again. In the state machine, we have a concept called state and a final state. Each state, which means from one box you can jump to any other box. That is what is a basic idea of state machine. Okay, so which means you are going to, on certain conditions, the similar statement as a go to statement. So you might be writing a piece of code and you'll say on this particular scenario go to this particular statement, right? So the similar thing you can achieve using a state machine. So we have on each state, okay, we have something called an entry, exit, and a transition. So which means on entry or into that particular box, what we are supposed to do. When we are moving out of that particular activity, what are we supposed to do? And on what condition am I going to move out of the box? That will be coming under the transition. So the robotic enterprise framework works on the state machine. So we are going to cover what is state machine when we are doing the robotic enterprise framework. And whenever you want to do error handling. So when you want to do an error handling, we are going to talk about the global exception handler. So a single project will be having one global exception, global handler. Okay, so global exception handler will be just one particular file per project. So this will actually define the project's behavior that is need to that the project need to behave when it encounters an error. So which means if there's an exception that occurs, then you're going to move the particular project, the flow will be moved, and going on to the control will go on to the global exception handler. From there it will say, okay, this particular error you can retry or you can go ahead. So instead of you writing it in the catch block, in the catch block you will be calling the global exception handler. Okay, from there the control will go on there, it will gather, or it will describe the project's behavior, and from there it will come back to the project, back again to the try section. Okay, so based on those particular things you can do. A global handler is going to be one single file which will work across all the projects, I mean all these XAML files. Okay, then we were talking about the different project templates. One is going to be the basic process template, which is the basic template. Okay, remember all the templates or all the project templates, however you define your project templates, everything is going to be deployed in the orchestrator only. So everything will be at one point will be converted to an orchestrator process template. Okay, so always, whether you have it as a trigger based automation or whether you have it as a process, it's going to move on to the orchestrator only at the end of the day, right? So don't confuse yourself. Can I have only, if it is an orchestration process template only, I need to deploy it in orchestrator. If it is a background process, then I will not have it in the orchestrator. No, it's not like that. Every project that you, every process automation that you do is going to be in the orchestrator only. Okay, and then we are going to say the simple process was a simple process automation that you are doing. And even if it is a simple process automation, you can drag and drop multiple flowcharts, multiple sequences, multiple XAML files, and all those things, and you can create a full-fledged, bigger, complex project also. End of the day, that also will go into the orchestrator for deployment, right? So what is the difference between each of the project? When you're dealing with a very high-level project, we will have, you will be designing the, or you will be deciding the what is your project template that you'll be working so on, right? So anything that you're going to work on, very detailed kind of a framework where you have multiple data processing, or the transactions are going to be there. So multiple data processing that you might be doing might fit under the robotic enterprise framework. Most of the projects now are into robotic enterprise framework only, but when you're understanding robotic enterprise framework, you will get to know it better. Okay, most of the data projects or most of the transaction based projects are going to be fitting under the robotic enterprise framework. And then we have an orchestration process. Orchestration process is nothing but a process which is deployed on the orchestrator, so that it supports human intervention as well as unattended automation. Okay, so which is anything that, whether you want it as an user based operation project, or which is an attended automation or an unattended automation, long run transactions can be deployed as an orchestration process template. So you can create a similar process that you're doing with the basic process template. The same thing you can do it in the orchestration process template also, and you can deploy it, whether it is unattended or an attended automation. Then we have something called a background process. A background process is basically going to be an unattended automation only. Okay, which means it runs at the background. So which means you're not going to have any user interaction. Okay, so when you don't have an user interaction, then it is going to be running at the background where the user might not be aware of. So those kind of processes only we call it as a background process. So which means you're not going to have any activity which deals with user interaction. No message boxes, no error handling has to be perfect, so that no error handling is displayed as a pop-up box to the customer or to the end user. So those kind of processes, we have it as a background process. And then we have a transactional process. A transactional process is similar to an orchestration process, but it is going to have more kind of transactions. It will be based on a flowchart methodology. Okay, even a simple process can be worked as a transactional process. If you click and drag a flowchart inside a process, then it is going to become a transactional process. Okay, this is also a basic automation process that we have, right? And then we have a trigger based automation. A trigger based automation is something which will be different from the other project templates, right? So a trigger based automation is nothing but you have a trigger, which means it is going to be an attended automation. So it is an attended automation where the user has to have a interaction with the project or with the process automation. So a trigger based automation is going to have certain triggers, like you have mouse click, you have an application trigger and you have a non-application trigger. So let's talk about, now that we are aware about user interfaces and everything, so you have a user interface trigger and you have a non-user interface trigger. Okay, a user interface trigger is categorized into, you have an application which is open, that is your user interface. So anywhere in your application, when you're going to have a mouse click or a keyboard that you press, okay, anywhere in this particular corner of the application, on the top right corner of the application, I go and do double clicks. So that is a mouse click event on the application. So similarly, you have a keyboard event on that particular application. Okay, you have the application open, you have the user interface open, and you're going to do a keyboard press. So at that time, you're going to have the application, the trigger happening. Okay, so a certain set of operations will be working. Sorry. So this is based on the user interface. Then the next trigger, the third trigger that we have, is a general trigger, which is not based on the user interface, which means if you have your system opened, anywhere you press a control K or a control enter or a shift enter or whatever keyboard that you actions that you do, if you set it, there will be a set of events that will be done. So this is an important interview question that we ask. So what is what kind of activities you can perform in a trigger based automation? Okay, so basic one will be user interface based. So inside the user interface, if you do a mouse action or a keyboard action, okay, and outside the user interface, so where you do not have an user interface, even if you have any application open, you do that particular operation, which is a keyboard event only. So you do that particular operation, then at that time your events are going to be triggered, or your corresponding actions are going to be triggered. So most of the times you can use a trigger based automation when you have certain files, or when you say, okay, I am going to run ad hoc processes. When I receive a particular email, I am going to trigger a trigger based. I can press a keyboard trigger and I'll say, okay, run this particular set of automation. So that particular bot will be looking at the email that you got, and then it will start. So rather than you creating a process automation, which will, you have to start every time, anybody who is using that particular system will be able to start the trigger based automation. So these kind of scenarios you go. Mostly trigger based automation is not a widely used one. The other templates, yes, most of the time we'll be using the robotic enterprise framework only. So the robotic enterprise framework is a template where you're going to have, it is a much easier template which is going to be which is developed or which is formed to help the developers. So just for the ease of working for the developers, and so that you follow a proper methodology of writing your code or writing your flowchart. That is why we have the robotic enterprise framework. So the robotic enterprise framework will actually list you, okay, this is your first set of actions that you need to do. After this, in your project, compulsorily you have to do these set of operations. And then the third thing will be another set of compulsorily operations. And then you will go for transaction processing, and then you will go and end the process. So you will have an order in which you will be executing your code. Okay, so that any order fails, you will be seeing that, okay, this particular area we have got a fail. So probably this is the exception that it has occurred. So you go and log the exception, or you go and handle that particular exception, right? So this particular framework allows all the best practices for the developer. So which means your logging mechanisms, your retry mechanisms, how do you actually log into an application, how do you actually log out into an application, how do you close all your sessions. So sometimes we might just be opening and we might not log out itself, so you have to go and log out of the application, right? So those kind of scenarios you have to mandatorily do in this particular in this particular framework. Even if there is a chance that you might be missing in all the things because you do not have a framework decided, right? Here it will not be the case. You have the framework, so there is no chance that you will be missing, because the framework will not work. If you don't log out, the entire project will not work. So you have to go and mandatorily light your log out functionality. Okay, so that is how you will be actually, that is how the framework is designed. We are going to see more in the coming classes, so you will be able to understand, right? And then we saw what was variables, right? The basic programming information. So whenever you're going to have data processing, or whenever you're going to have information coming and going out of your program, you're going to hold it inside of the box and you're going to use that. Only if the name of the box is available, you will be able to go and refer the data. If you don't have the box available, then the data cannot be referred, the data will be lost. So this is what we call it as variables. Variables are the boxes which is going to hold the data, right? So we have different kinds of information that we are going to hold. You could hold text information, which is if the basic names, numbers, special characters, and all those things, you can hold it in a box called string. Then we have integer, which is going to be all the number information. Then we have boolean, which is going to be true or false information. Then we have array, list, and dictionary. These are all collection objects. Array is going to be list of array is going to be the same set of instead of holding just one data, you'll have multiple values of the same data. You go inside the library, you take 10 books, under your name 10 books will be written. This is a concept of array. Okay, so always remember that where you can use an array, whenever you have limited set of data, you can go and use the array. When you know that you're going to deal with only 10 information, then you go ahead and deal with arrays. So suppose you do not know what is the set of information, or what is the count of the information that you're going to have, then you use the concept of list. The difference between array and list, again, a very important question in terms of certification and in terms of interviews. What is the difference between an array and a list? When you do not know the count of the information, or when you need to modify the content of the information, then you're going to have lists, right? So arrays and list almost are the same. It could be array of string, list of list of integer, list of booleans, or array of boolean. It could be any kind of information, right? So when we are dealing with, most of the time, if you remember in the mail automation, we said list of emails, list of mail messages, right? Because we do not know what is the content of the email, or we do not know what we will be doing with the mail. You might be modifying the content of the email and things like that. There, on those kind of scenarios, you're not going to use arrays. So we are going to use a list only. Okay, so anywhere when you're dealing with smaller amount of data, you use arrays. When you're dealing with bigger amount of data which needs to be modified or which needs to be worked on, then you're going to use list. So which means if you're modifying any physical folders, okay, then you're going to have list of folders. If you're modifying emails, then you're going to have list of mail messages. If you're doing any kind of automation where you're going to capture all the information from multiple Excel sheets, then you're going to have list of Excel sheets, right? So these are the different information that you will be capturing in terms of list. Then we have dictionary. we'll anyway cover. Dictionary is an object where you're going to load pairs of values, right? And then we have another information called date and time. Date and time is simply going to have date and time information. So you can have it in the whatever format that you have, whether you want it as a month first, date second, and the year. So you can rechange the order in the way that you require. Then we have the data table. So data table is going to be when you have bigger pieces of data, right? So when you have bigger chunks of data and you're going to talk about rows and columns, then you have two-dimensional data that is available. So anything which is in the format of an Excel sheet, which is in the format of a table in the web page, which is in the format of a data grid in the web page, which is in the form of a database table, any MS Access tables, all those things are going to be in the format of data table. So blindly you can just convert that into a data table and you can start processing your data. Okay, so that will be the data table information. Then to do the conversions, right? So always we have conversions that we need to do. So you add a dot to string if you want to convert it into a string information. You add a cint of if you want to convert it into an integer information. Then you had a c date of a prefix. You had a prefix of c date if you want to convert it into a date information, right? So you're going to have c date of the variable name. So which means that particular variable name will be converted into a date format. So these kind of conversions also you can do. So you define in the variable panel. Suppose you define it as a string and you're storing a date information. You can convert this into a date format wherever you need to make comparisons or wherever you need to make some date functionality operations. You can convert at that particular scenario, you can convert it into a c date of and then do the particular operation, and then your box will still be of the string type only. You can also do a multiple processing after conversion. Once you convert it, you can put it into a different variable and store it, or you can use it inside your application or during processing, and then you can just leave it. So there are scenarios where you might be individually required to convert the variable types, right? So these kind of conversions are still explicitly allowed in UiPath. But suppose your project involves too much of conversion, like you do not know what kind of information is going to come in. So the safety factor, what they did was a proprietary variable was defined, which is the generic value variable, which is proprietary only to UiPath. So it cannot be used elsewhere. This is a UiPath owned variable type. Okay, so the generic value variable is going to be something where automatic conversions happen. So you can convert from one kind of data to any kind of data. So even if you store it as a string and you want to do an integer operation, you will be able to do it on that particular automatically. Okay, so that is the generic value. And then we have another proprietary variable, which is the Q item. These two are only the proprietary variables. Other variables will, if you need to refer Microsoft.NET and you can, and you're working on some complex projects which requires .NET, then you can use the same .NET concepts, .NET variables, and you can go ahead. Okay, but that may not be required. But usually these set of variables will be allowed. The final proprietary variable is going to be the Q item. So the Q item variable is going to be used whenever you're going to use orchestrator queues. Okay, with that we are going to cover when we are doing orchestrator. Okay, another important certification or an interview question. What is the conversion? Usually we will have this at least one question in the certification. So what will be the conversion? So if you're converting from an integer to a string format, then it will do the addition. Okay, the same thing if you're going to have a string format first, double quotes, followed by a concatenation symbol and a 10, it is going to do a concatenation. That is what it does. Okay, a generic value, always you need to make sure what kind of information you're passing. Based on the base information only, the operation will be performed. Not only for generic value, even in a message box, if you type, if you have a string information followed by something, it will do the concatenation operation only. So if you want to write something, it will ask for sure, it will ask the double quotes value that needs to be specified. Okay, so that is the overall picture of the variables and stuff like that. So the variable panel is something you are already aware by now. What we do in the variable panel, you have the variable name, the type, and the scope where your variable is going to be used. precisely you have to define it based on your project requirement. This will be identified when you're doing the SDD document itself. Most of the time your variables and your names and what, because you will be following a certain naming convention and all those things will be defined. So these are the number of variables, these are the number of exceptions that we'll be creating, these are the invalid scenarios. So everything will be identified in your SDD document itself, and you can just follow that particular information. So there you will be identifying until where this particular variable needs to be available. Do I need it for the entire login functionality or for the entire application to be running? So everything you will define. And then we have a default field. A default is the basic field which will have, in case you have a default value that the particular variable need to hold. Okay, this is an optional field. Mandatorily you are not supposed to give this particular thing. You can, for this only we have the option of, instead of you writing in the default only, we bring it from outside the project, we bring it from the configuration file. Okay, but it is no harm if you are having some counters that you want to do, if you are doing some retry mechanism, if you initiate the value with 0, so those kind of information you can still go and give it in the variable panel. Okay, that should also work. Or the ideal way is bring it from the configuration file. Most of the variables that you feel that might be changing, bring it from the configuration file. Okay, then we had something called the control flow. Control flow are the activities which is going to control the flow of the operation. So repetitive actions, if you want to say, you want to go ahead and do some equations, if you want to assign a particular counter, so those kind of operations only which will control the flow of the flow of the execution is called the control flow activities. So you have an assign activity which is going to be assigning certain information to another information. So it could be equations, it could be simple numbers, or it could be adding numbers, or it could be anything that you want to assign, right? So you can use an assign statement. And then you have condition checking, which is if and a flow decision. If is going to be the basic understanding between an if and a flow decision is, make sure that you precisely define your, it's going to be visually appealing when you're using a flow decision. Both has two choices only, if true, if false. So it is if then else, right? So similar to a flow decision also, you will be having if flow decision true and a false. But the only point where we go ahead and use a flow decision is, say suppose you are doing in the if section, you're writing a piece of code for the then, okay, or in the else block you're writing a piece of code. If in the else block at the certain step, suppose you're writing 10 steps, and in the 8th step or in the 10th step you want to connect back to the box before the if, means you won't be able to do. So it is a sequence only which will be written inside the if statement. I hope you're understanding. People might not be aware what is the definition, what is the difference between a flow decision and an if. So in case you're going to write, so in case you have two things, say here you're having two boxes. Inside these two boxes, from here if I want to connect to the, from here if I want to connect to the second step, I won't be able to connect. From here if I want to connect to the second step, inside this if else section I won't be able to connect, because if you see this is a sequence, you won't be able to connect. Automatically if you drag more activities, a sequence will be created. This is not just for if, it is going to be working in the same way for switch also. Okay, so everywhere you create the cases in the switch will be the similar to a sequence only. So a sequence is more linear, so you won't be able to perform multiple connecting to the previous box. But in case you are going to use a flow decision, then you are going to have the same thing. In case you are going to have a flow decision, on the false side you will still be able to go ahead and connect. So this is the basic understanding of where you need to use a flow decision and where you need to use a if statement. If is going to be used when you don't have, when you have very simple operations. So here after this, if you want to connect back to the first step, then you're going to connect back it here. Okay, this you won't be able to allow to, this you won't be able to or you're not allowed to do it in the if basic if operation. So your if is going to be the either it is a then section or an else section is going to be more linear. Okay, but here in a flow decision you will have the same condition, you can still go ahead. So precisely same thing will be working for your switch and a flow switch as well. Okay, so you have to precisely define whether you have options to reconnect elsewhere, or you are making conditions that you need to jump from one thing to another. Okay, at that time you're going to have a flow decision or a flow switch. This is a basic difference between a flow decision and a flow switch, between an if and a switch, a normal switch, right? So a flow decision and if is going to perform the same set of operations, two choices, and if the choice is true, if the choice is not true, so you make sure the condition is met, and accordingly your program will be branching across two things. Similarly, you have a switch and a flow switch. So when you have multiple cases, when you have multiple choices, okay, if you have three choices, you can stick to one flow decision with a flow decision inside a flow decision. So you can have another flow decision here and then capture it. So you can also do like that, which is a nested if. Okay, or you can prefer a flow switch or a switch which will have multiple information going across different branches. So you have multiple options, right? And then we have the looping methodology. So the looping methodology is going to be used whenever you're going to have repetitive actions. So when you want to process the same data again, or when you want to process or repetitively perform same actions again, so those type of scenarios you're going to have a looping methodology. If you are receiving mails, 10 emails, and you want to loop through all the 10 emails, then you're going to use the looping methodology. If you're going to have a couple of file folders, then you want to say you're searching for a particular file inside it. You want the file which is going to be with this particular name only. So what you'll do, you'll go for the first thing, see whether it has that particular name. Second file, see whether that it has a particular name. Third file, yes, the third file has. So probably you're searching for the file name one by one, right? So this is where we'll be using the looping methodology, where the same action is repeated multiple number of times. So those kind of scenarios where you're going to use the looping methodology. So based on the kind of action that you're going to perform, whether you want to do it irrespectively for all the data, or for all the files, or for all the information, okay, then you're going to use a for each. Okay, whether it is going to be data processing or a file processing or a mail processing, if you're going to do it for all the files, for all the data, for all the information, then you're going to use a for each, which means it will scan the entire data together and it will do. Okay, if it performs for the first data, it will perform for the last data also the same way, right? But if you want to perform sorry, but if you want to perform for a limited set of actions, say it's a limited set of files, so if you want to perform only from the third file to the 10th file, or the third data to the 10th data, then you're going to have a while or a do while. Okay, so this condition you always need to remember when you're supposed to introduce a while or a do while, and when you're supposed to introduce for each, right? So which means when you have for, it is going to be for all data. If you want to scan through all data, if you want to scan through all files, every time you're going to use for each. So for each, again you have two operations: for each data table, for each control. Anything specific to data table data, then you're going to have explicitly data table for each row in data table. Okay, so which means it will take the first row, which will be the active row, then the second row, which will be the active row. So it will have only one row active at a time. When you use for each, only one row will be active at a time. Okay, then you're going to have for each control. So anything other than data table, then you're going to have a for each control. So here you have to specify what kind of data you are processing. So this is going to be type argument is going to be available in the properties field, where you go and say, okay, I'm processing file folders, I'm processing mail messages. So when we were doing actually the mail automation, we were saying we are processing a for each control for mail messages, and we went and selected type argument system.net.mail.mail messages, right? So that particular thing you have to give whenever you're doing other than a data table. You need to, because this is a generic for each control, you need to say to UiPath Studio what exactly data, what kind of data you're going to process in the for each. So that is why we have a type argument here. So similarly, the type argument is going to be available in the switch. What type of data you're going to pass through the switch, what type of information you're going to pass through the switch, right? So you have a for each control. right? And similarly, you're going to have a while and a do while. While will be used for a specified part of your automation. Here also a specified part of your automation that you want to repeatedly process. Okay, this is for all the data. This is going to be for specified information that you want to process. The difference is going to be while is going to have the condition first and then execute the iteration. Okay, so if you say process information between row count 1000 to 1000 to 2000, then that will be the condition, and only if that condition is satisfied it will go and loop through that particular information. A do while is going to be, if you say process the information from 1001 to 2000, even whether the condition is met or not, it will process at least once, because in the do while the body is going to be first and then the condition will be. In the while, the condition will be first and then you won't have a body. When you can use a do while, you can use a do while whenever you want to perform any kind of operation, whether the whether the condition is successful or not, you want to perform it once. Okay, if you're searching for file folders, whether the thing is there or not, you might be going and marking, yes, this particular is executing log file, track the log file. You might be saying, I'm executing this particular thing at least once time, and you will be writing it into a log, this particular execution happened. So those particular scenarios you can go ahead and say a do while loop. So irrespective of whether the condition needs to be met or not, you want to execute the condition once. You want to execute the operation once. At that time you go ahead and do while. When you have a while, you're just going to go and only if the condition is satisfied it will go inside the iterating action. Otherwise it will not do an iteration at all. This will do at least once. Okay, then we have something called a break. A break is going to be, can be used only inside the for each activity, similar to a do while. When based on a condition you want to come out of the loop, then you can have a break statement and you can put it. So you can also check it as the first time you want to run and you want to put a break, it will run the first time, it will do a break and it will come out. So usually you can also define it as inside a for each, you can put it as when the data comes like this. So you can put an if statement and in the true section you can put a break and it will just come outside the thing. Okay, so those type of scenarios you will be allowed. Usually a break is going to be inside the for each only. So you put a for each and a break, it will just come out of that particular scenario or come out of that particular for loop. Okay, so this is one the control flow loops. Then we actually went into Excel automation, right? So Excel automation again is going to be very important part of processing when you're dealing with a lot of data processing. So when you have data, most of the projects that might be coming will be manual intervention where they do a lot of data processing. So you need to convert it into an Excel automation. Either you generate it in a report format or you get it in the Excel format and you want to do some data entries. Okay, so those kind of all scenarios you can do it. Appraisal process, sales process, any kind of reporting that you want to do, or any kind of data collection that you want to do, all those things will be coming in the format of Excel. Okay, so you have two options, even a CSV data, which is an unstructured format, right? So it is not in the CSV format is a comma separated value format, right? It is not in terms of for rows and columns. Even that format you will be able to convert it into a data table. Okay, so how you will do it is, you can, there is an option called generate data table. Even the unstructured data will be converted into a generate data table, which will be converted into a data table structured format. So you can also use it for CSV files. Okay, so any unstructured data also you can go ahead and use it into a data table. So any structured data that you have, any bigger pieces of information, then you're going to have data table. So some of the operations that you will be able to do it with the data table. You can create your own data table. You can add values inside your own data table. You can add data columns. You can add data rows. Okay, you can club two data tables, which is merge data table. You can take the data based on certain conditions between two data tables, that is going to be joining data tables. Okay, so in case you want to just filter a particular data table, you can use a filtering method. Another important question in terms of interviews and in terms of certifications, what is the alternate method of using the filter wizard? So without using the filter wizard, how can you actually filter on a particular column? Say suppose you have a column called employee ID and some other value experience. If you want to filter based on employee ID column and which is equal to this particular value or 1001 if I want to filter based on that particular employee ID one and the experience. Okay, I should still be able to do it. So how will I do it? You have the select option. I'll give you the syntax. So you have the select option. Okay. So usually it will be the data table dot select of the column name and the value, and you put an and or an or condition, and then again you can put the column name and the value. I'll give you the syntax. Okay. So this is another alternate method. Okay. So this particular alternate method also could be used whenever you're not using the filter method. Usually we go in for this particular thing and we bring it from the configuration file. Okay, so that the conditions will never be even if the conditions need to be modified at any time, you can go and modify it if in case you need to get it from the configuration file. Otherwise you can just code it inside your program and you can just put a select and the column names, right? So this is alternate method of a filter wizard. So you can similarly you can check between duplicate rows, you can add or remove data columns, you can add or remove data rows. Okay, so anywhere when you're processing Excel, we always process row wise only. So that is why we also do a row wise operation only with the for each row here. Okay, 90% of the project we will be doing row wise operation only, we won't be doing a column wise operation, right? So those kind of scenarios only we achieve it through a for each row inside a data table. So you have a filter method, you have a sort data table, remove duplicate rows and join data table. So based on the data that is available between two or three tables, you can between two tables you can go ahead and join. So you have an inner join, outer join and a full join. So those particular actions will be done, right? Then we have something called a when we are doing Excel automation. So we had two different varieties of Excel, right? So Excel activities are going to be inside the package called uipath.excel.activities. Right. So you have Excel activities, which will be under app integration. And next we have the system file workbook.activities. So what are the differences? I've defined it to you. So one is going to be like more specific when the application is available. Excel application is installed in your system, in your working system, right? And the other one is when Excel is not installed. So which means when Excel is installed, you will be allowed to use the more complex operations inside Excel, like doing graphical representations. All those things you will be allowed to use when you're using system dot workbook operations. It will be the basic operations which will be working based on the plugin that is already installed in your system. You may not have an Excel, but it might be talking in terms of Microsoft plugins that might be there. Okay, so anywhere that you do not have, so when you're doing a basic operation on the Excel, like you're reading and then you're doing simple operations like data table processing, and then you want to update, then go ahead and use a workbook.read range or workbook.activities. If you're doing complex operations, right, then you can go ahead and write it inside the Excel application scope. So usually another difference is if you write another difference between an Excel operation is always you need to write your code inside an Excel application. Say suppose you're going to write it here. Okay, always you need to write, if you're doing in your Excel application scope, if you're writing anything, whatever you're going to perform inside the Excel, which means a read range, a for each data table, a write range, append range, filter data table, whatever you're going to do needs to be inside only inside the do block. If you come outside of this and you write, your piece of code will not work. Okay, this is, you can take it as an advantage or you can take it as a disadvantage also. Okay, so always you need to write information. So here also we have it as a sequence, so you won't be able to connect back to any other previous information. Okay, so that may be a drawback at certain scenarios, right? For that only we just simply use a workbook.read range and we simply go ahead. Okay, so that is why here when you see this particular read range, the excel.read range will not have the file information, because you're writing always this inside the opened file only. So that is why you don't have this read range or write range or append range. Nowhere you'll have the file name. It will just have the sheet name alone. So you'll be directly, since you need to write it only inside the do block, assuming the page is already or the workbook is already open. That is why they have given a coding like this. Always you're supposed to use it inside the Excel application scope. You cannot touch base and connect it to the previous blocks or previous activities. So that is, you can take it as a drawback, but most of the scenarios you might not be involved in a condition like that. Okay. So the other rearrange that you're going to do is, you're going to see the, because you're not using the Excel application scope, it is a direct workbook.read range. That is why you would be seeing the information of what is the workbook name and then the sheet name. Okay, so that is a major difference between using integration, app integration Excel activities and a workbook, system workbook dot activities. Okay, so the basic difference is, you need to put all your code inside the Excel application scope only, because here anything will not have the workbook name, because you have already, it is assumed that you have already specified that in the Excel application scope, right? So this is the information. Then there are other differences also that you will be doing based on whatever whether it is a password protected. You can have the Excel application scope, the sheet might still be open for you, it will not throw an error. Here it will throw an error. So all that differences I have already explained. You can verify the information that I have already explained, right? So back to our Excel automation. So what actually happens, what kind of data that you're going to have? So anything that you're having as a data that is inside the Excel always needs to be converted into a data table. And from the data table only, you're going to do all the processing. Why you need to do it from the data table? It's going to be more faster. So the moment you do load it into the data table and you're having it inside the memory, it's going to be more faster for you to do a lot of processing. Whether, yeah, I mean, when compared to you connecting to the Excel, taking the values and then doing the processing there, every time the focus shift will be there. From here, it will be shifting to Excel, do some processing, then again it will shift to UiPath Studio. So there are too many focus shifts, right? So these kind of operations can cause a memory leakage. So for those reasons only, we try to load the entire data table, do all the processing in the data table, and then finally you do the updated data into an Excel sheet. So there are two ways of update. You can write the updated information if there's a requirement that you need to take the data from the Excel and update it back based on certain processing. You can update the data directly into an Excel, or if you have too much of data that you need to update, then you update into the data table and copy the entire data table into the Excel sheet. So override the Excel sheet with the updated data. So it depends on your project requirement, how you want to do. So both the ways, there are advantages, there are disadvantages. However, you have to wisely choose between what is your data, what is your kind of requirement is, and accordingly you do your writing or you do your processing. Okay, the general method, if you're just working on certain columns, then you can do direct Excel update. If you're working on multiple data and you want to do multiple updates, and do a data table, full data table update. So you're going to do a write range and you will, or an append range, and you will directly come and override the existing data. Okay, so that particular information you can do, right? Sorry. So now coming back to your data, right? So you have couple of ways that you can process your data. So when you know the information, the location of your information, or sorry, when you do not know the location of your information, right? So you're going to scan the entire data, which means search the entire data, and then only you need to identify, right? So those kind of information you can go ahead and you can use a for each row, which means you need to scan through the data and fetch the values. Okay, when you know the location of the data, you use the direct row index and the column index information. So you can simply say data table dot rows of row index and the column index, it will directly give you. Why you cannot use a row index and a column inside here? Because you just have one active row. So in case this has 10 rows, the data table has 10 rows, if you want to fetch the ninth row, the first column, the data table structure itself will be of 10 rows, so you can directly go and fetch it. But inside the for each row, you only have the one single row, so it is always row of 0. You cannot, even the ninth row will be appearing as the row of 0 only. So you cannot use the row index and the column index methodology here. Okay, so it is not that you cannot use, it is not the best practice. It will still allow you to use, okay, but it is not the best practice that you're supposed to use, because you already have the data table open and you already have one data table row only. So you need not go and specify the row index and the column index. By default itself, you have only 0th row index, and the column index only will be changing, so that you can take it as the row of one or row of the column name, and you can go ahead. So that is the difference, right? And one another thing that is there is get row item. Okay, maybe we might have not used it in the examples. There is something called a get row item. So in your data table operations, you have a get row item. So for example, get row item is something that you can use it only inside a for each row. Okay. So suppose you are using a for each row, and inside the for each row, which means you have one active row. Okay. Say suppose the first row is there. So if you say get row item, okay, it will do the same information as you're doing an assign operation. So what you need to give is, you need to give the data table row. So if you have the row, if you're going to have the particular, say if you want to take the column, that particular thing, the employee name or the vendor tax id is in the second column, you can give that particular column name, and you, or the index or the column name, and you can go ahead and get the fetched value. This will, instead of you using an assign, and you will be putting, right, assign str first name is equal to row of, you will be writing, right, row of name dot to string. You might be writing it like this, right? So instead of this, you can simply specify the row of name. So name will be the column name. So you can simply go and specify the name information, and you can create an output called str first name. It will automatically do that. Okay, so it will automatically get that particular item which is under the column called row of name. So you can use this also. This is an alternate method. Okay, in, if you don't want to create, here also you create variable, here also you create variable, however is a method, you can go ahead and use that particular method. Okay, so get row item. Yeah, then we saw examples of Excel. So we saw most of the time 90% of your projects will be coming in these kind of scenarios only, where you're involved with doing data processing. So you know the location of the data, and you don't know the location of the data. So when you say you just want to repeat the certain actions, so irrespective of the location, you want to repeat the same set of actions for all the data, then you're going to use a for each. So what we did, we concatenated. So the concatenation was something that we are repeating for all the data. So we copied this, and then we concatenated. We copy this and concatenate, copy this and concatenate, right? So here what we are doing, a repetitive action is performed, where this repetitive action is performed as an iterative action. So you keep this, instead of writing it for 10 times, you are putting it inside a for each loop, and you're just writing it as a looping operation. So it will take this information, write it here, take this, write it here. So the iterative action is performed again and again for all the rows. This was one set of data where you are just performing iterative action or repetitive action for all the data. The next kind of data that we actually saw was a nested information, where you have multiple sheets and you're going to compare the data. Here also you do not know where the data is. So which means you're taking this particular data and you're searching it here. You're taking this particular data and you're searching it here, right? That was the example we saw. So you do not know the exact location of your data. So those kind of scenarios, again, you're going to search or scan the data. For all data only, you're going to do the searching, right? So at that time also, you have to use a for each. Now, when you're talking about multiple workbooks or multiple worksheets, then you're going to have how many number of sheets you have, that many number of for eaches you're going to talk. Okay, again here the catch is, you do not know the location of the data, and you're going to scan across all the data, whether it is one sheet or multiple sheet. If you have one sheet, put a one for each. If you have multiple sheets, put multiple for eaches. So how your program will be working, this will be your base sheet, which will be the master sheet, which you're going to compare. So this will be one for each. So inside this, you're going to compare here. So inside this, you're going to put a for each for this. And in case you're comparing it like from here to here also, you're going to put for each 3 inside the for each one. That is what we might have done. So you did a sheet 1 for each, a sheet 2 for each, and then the sheet 1, under sheet 1 only you are doing a sheet 3 for each. So based on what kind of operation, suppose you are going to compare this with this and then this with this, then you're going to have for each, then for each 2 which will be inside for each 1, and then you're going to have for each 3 which will be inside for each 2. Okay, so based on whatever kind of logic you are going to have, that many for eaches you are going to have, right? So here you do not know the location of the data and you're just going to scan across all the data and you're going to search. Those kind of scenarios you're going to have for each. And when you want to write back to the information, you're going to have a write range or write cell basically. Then you're going to, if you're going to have write cell, then you're going to have something called Excel counter. So you will be defining the Excel counter. So if you want to write it in C2, then your end Excel counter is equal to 2. So you when you are finishing your for each, okay, always before for each you write this increment. Okay, so that you will not forget. So when you're writing it to say write cell in C2, right? So you say write cell in C2, whatever is your full name. Then what you're going to do before you finish it, you're going to increment the Excel counter is equal to int Excel counter plus 1. So from 2 it will change to 3. Okay, so like this every time it will be incrementing and finally it will come out. So the writing also will happen in an incremented manner. Okay, so if your writing is not happening in an incremented manner, then you're going to go ahead and increment the Excel counter just before the end of for each so that it will work perfectly. Okay, now this is when you have just one sheet, your incrementing is going to be fine. Okay, but when you have multiple sheets, okay, I have not written that. Okay. So when you have multiple sheets, what is going to happen is your increment counter will just be, so how many times it will be comparing? 1 will be compared with 4, 2 will be compared with 4, 3 will be compared with 4, 4 will be compared with 4. So which means you are incrementing it 4 into 4. So it is 16 times you are going to increment, right? But if you see, you are going to write back only in the 4 columns that you are having or 4 information that you are having. So always you increment it, and again when you come out of the for each, you are going to change it back to the actual value. So you will reinitialize the value. So when you're dealing with multiple worksheets and you're just having a limited set of data, your row count will be just incrementing as such when you're doing the comparison. Okay, I'm not sure if you're remembering. So what will happen is this will be coming as row 1, Mridul with Asha row 2 or int Excel 2. Then this will be int Excel 3, then int Excel 4. Now this will be Asha with Ramesh will be int Excel 5, which means it will be writing the data as C5. That is not supposed to happen. So then it will be C6, then it will be C7, then it will be C8. No, it is not that way that we are supposed to do. So what we'll do, when it does the first time done itself, we are going to reinitialize back to 2. So what we do, we reinitialize it back to 2 and we are going to say when it comes to Asha, then again it will start from C2, C3, C4, C5. Aparna again C2, C3, C4, C5. So whenever you're handling with multiple Excel sheets, you have to reinitiate. Otherwise it will be writing at the wrong indexes, right? So that way you have to go ahead and write it in a different in the same location. So you can reinitialize. So when you do not know the content of the data or the location of the data and you want to scan across all the data and you want to iterate operations, then you go ahead and use the for each loop. Okay, now when you know the location of the data, right? So this was the second operation I said. So you go ahead and say sheet 1. So suppose sheet 1 you're comparing with sheet 2, then you go and write a for each for sheet 1, a for each for sheet 2. This one you want to compare with sheet 3, then you put a for each inside the sheet 2. Okay, so you put a for each inside the sheet 2. So this is also, so based on whatever is your requirement, you can go ahead and write. Now the third thing is the method one, where you know the location of the data. Whenever you want to compare a master data sheet and a different data sheet. So whenever you want to do sheet comparisons, when you have a mobile number updated or not, address updated or not, you might be checking, right? So based on the checking on the comparisons, you might be going and updating the information. So those kind of scenarios, what we are going to do is we are going to go ahead and compare the same column number with a different column. Okay, maybe the content of the column will be different, but the indexes might be the known indexes, which means you might be comparing 10 with 70. You might be comparing 20 with 55. You might be comparing 10 with some other value here. So which means this index also is known, this index is also known. So those times you are going to use this simply directly the row index information. So you go ahead and say give the data table dot rows of row index and the column number indexes. So when you use this, you cannot use a for each, right? By default, if you use this particular method, if you use this particular method, then you cannot use a for each. A for each can be used only without this particular method. So don't always remember this concept. You cannot use this method. Best practices, you cannot use this method inside a for each. So which means if you have this particular operation, then you have to trigger your own loop. So when I have to trigger my own loop, I will be putting a while loop and say, if it is a row count information, if you want to say, I want to perform this particular operation between these rows only. So you can give the row count information. If you want to say between row count is equal to 1000 and 2000, then that also you can define it as a condition. Okay. So when you know the content or the location of the data, and you're going to do it for a specific set of data. So if you want to do it only for these three information, then you can say while loop in row count between this and this. You can specify it here. Okay. And you can also do an automatic row count. So this is what we saw with the Excel information. So most of the Excels will be falling under these criteria only. Whether you know the location of the data and you do not know the location of the data. Wisely, you just go ahead and do the operations. How do we actually connect to the orchestrator, either from as a developer or as an end user, to use the processes that are automated? So the first one that we need to do is we need to follow this particular setup, so that you go ahead and connect to a particular mission, or connect either the developer, being the developer, you need to connect your mission, or being the end user, you will be connecting the end user's mission, right? So that way we're going to connect to the orchestrator. So how do we do that? Let's go ahead and use the UiPath assistant. So let me go ahead and use the UiPath assistant. On opening the UiPath assistant, you will go to preferences and orchestrator preferences. So my UiPath assistant is already open. So let me go ahead and click here. So go to preferences, and you will be able to see another pop-up which opens as orchestrator preferences or orchestrator settings. So there are two ways of connecting. We will be using the connection setting of mission key. So let's go ahead and give the mission key. So we will connect using the mission that you're going to actually use for the process automation. So go ahead and copy this particular mission name. This is your particular laptop or the mission key that is available, and go ahead back to your the orchestrator cloud services. So I'm clicking on the orchestrator tenant. So once the tenant takes me inside, I'm going to go to the missions tab from the tenant tab. So I'm clicking on the tenant tab, missions, and go ahead and start adding a new mission. So I'm adding a new standard mission. Being a standard mission is going to be an individual mission, and the other mission is going to be a mission template, which is going to be a shared mission across multiple users. So in case this is going to be a standard mission. So I'm going to go ahead, add the mission name. So this is the name that I have copied here, and that's it. If you need to give a particular description, you can go ahead and give, and then say provision. So once this particular mission is getting saved here to the orchestrator, there will be a unique key that is getting generated. So this will be the unique key. So this we call it as a mission key. You need to copy it. So copy this particular mission key and come back to your UiPath orchestrator settings. So in the field where mission key is there, just go ahead and paste the mission key. So from now on, this mission key will be the bridge between the mission and the orchestrator. So which means you need to also mention you need to also mention the orchestrator URL, right? So you have to go ahead and mention the orchestrator URL, because your tenant and your account name is in this particular URL only. So you copy the orchestrator URL. So I'm going to copy the orchestrator URL until this particular point. So I'm going to just copy. So let me copy the entire thing, and I'm going to cut it off, right? Okay, this is my particular thing I'm just choosing. So this is my account name, and this is going to be my, this is not the thing. So let me paste the entire information, and I will use only the account name and the service name. Until here is going to be my account and my service name. So here, so this will give me my account and my service name. So click on, so once you copy this particular information, we need not go and click on the connect. We'll have to first go ahead and set up the robots, and then go ahead, set up an environment, and then we will continue with the the connection that we will make. So now that your mission is now ready, go to your default and go start setting your robots. So click on robots, and you can go ahead and start creating a robot that will run for that particular mission. So there is a standard robot and a floating robot. A standard robot for a standard mission and individual mission, a floating robot for a mission template, which will be a shared mission. So in our case, we have a standard mission, so a standard robot. So you select your particular mission and then give the robot name, robot 1. I'm just giving the information as test robot, and I'm going to choose between the modes. You can choose between, based on whether you are doing a development, then you can choose between Studio, Studio X, or Studio Pro. If it is going to be an attended or a unattended automation, you go ahead and choose respectively. So only in the case of unattended automation, you're going to have your system password given, okay, mission password. Otherwise, attended or studio might not require. So I'm just going to go ahead and choose attended. So here it asks me the domain and the username. So for domain and username, you just have to go to the command prompt and type who am I. So once you type who am I, it will give you the domain and the username. So copy that particular information and you can paste it here. And once you create it, your robot is now created in the attended mode. So right now it is not active. So let's go ahead and tag it to a particular environment. So what is an environment? Is a grouping of robots, right? So let's go ahead and create a particular environment. So let me put the robot in the unattended mode so that we can easily see the tagging. So this will be unattended. Here you can go ahead and give your system password. If you have a system password, you can give a system password. Okay, so once you do the thing, your robot is now ready. So go to your environment and see, create a new. So suppose I'm creating a UAT environment. I'll just go ahead and create UAT environment for testing and do a create. So once I do a create, it will give me the list of robots that is available in my particular thing. So I can go ahead and choose this. In case you choose attended, you won't be able to see your robots. So that is why I went ahead and changed to unattended. So a studio or an attended mode, you won't be able to group it, or you won't be able to see it inside the environment. Go ahead and update it. So once you update it, you have everything ready. So you have your mission ready, you have your robot ready, which is grouped under your environment. Now the setup is done. So let's go ahead and check it once again if everything is done. So we have our orchestrator, the mission name that is auto-filled, the platform name that is given. We have created the robot. We have given a standard mission name, and we have created a mission. And then we have created the mission, the robot as well. And then we have also copied the mission key to our particular orchestrator setting. So with this, we are going to go ahead and go back to our orchestrator and click on connect. So the moment that we have all the information that we have given, we are going to see the connection parameter happens. So in our case, I am seeing a invalid mission key. So let me go ahead and copy that particular mission key again. So let me go ahead and copy it, paste, and then do a connect. Now it says connected and licensed. So if you now go back to your robots page, you will be seeing the robot is now provisioned to be in a green mode. So this is what is your connectivity parameters. We actually connect to the orchestrator either from as a developer or as an end user to use the processes that are automated. So the first one that we need to do is we need to follow this particular setup so that you go ahead and connect to a particular mission, or connect either the the developer, you need to connect your mission, or being the end user, you will be connecting the end user's mission, right? So that way we're going to connect to the orchestrator. So how do we do that? Let's go ahead and use the UiPath assistant. So let me go ahead and use the UiPath assistant. On opening the UiPath assistant, you will go to preferences and orchestrator preferences. So my UiPath assistant is already open. So let me go ahead and click here. So go to preferences, and you will be able to see another pop-up which opens as orchestrator. preferences or orchestrator settings. So there are two ways of connecting. We will be using the connection setting of mission key. So let's go ahead and give the mission key. So we will connect using the mission that you're going to actually use for the process automation. So go ahead and copy this particular mission name. This is your particular laptop or the mission key that is available, and go ahead back to your the orchestrator cloud services. So I'm clicking on the orchestrator tenant. So once the tenant takes me inside, I'm going to go to the missions tab from the tenant tab. So I'm clicking on the tenant tab, missions, and go ahead and start adding a new mission. So I'm adding a new standard mission. Being a standard mission is going to be an individual mission, and the other mission is going to be a mission template, which is going to be a shared mission across multiple users. So in case this is going to be a standard mission. So I'm going to go ahead, add the mission name. So this is the name that I have copied here, and that's it. If you need to give a particular description, you can go ahead and give, and then say provision. So once this particular mission is getting saved here to the orchestrator, there will be a unique key that is getting generated. So this will be the unique key. So this we call it as a mission key. You need to copy it. So copy this particular mission key and come back to your UiPath orchestrator settings. So in the field where mission key is there, just go ahead and paste the mission key. So from now on, this mission key will be the bridge between the mission and the orchestrator. So which means you need to also mention you need to also mention the orchestrator URL, right? So you have to go ahead and mention the orchestrator URL, because your tenant and your account name is in this particular URL only. So you copy the orchestrator URL. So I'm going to copy the orchestrator URL until this particular point. So I'm going to just copy. So let me copy the entire thing, and I'm going to cut it off, right? Okay, this is my particular thing I'm just choosing. So this is my account name, and this is going to be my, this is not the thing. So let me paste the entire information, and I will use only the account name and the service name. Until here is going to be my account and my service name. So here, so this will give me my account and my service name. So click on, so once you copy this particular information, we need not go and click on the connect. We'll have to first go ahead and set up the robots, and then go ahead, set up an environment, and then we will continue with the the connection that we will make. So now that your mission is now ready, go to your default and go start setting your robots. So click on robots, and you can go ahead and start creating a robot that will run for that particular mission. So there is a standard robot and a floating robot. A standard robot for a standard mission and individual mission, a floating robot for a mission template, which will be a shared mission. So in our case, we have a standard mission, so a standard robot. So you select your particular mission and then give the robot name, robot 1. I'm just giving the information as test robot, and I'm going to choose between the modes. You can choose between, based on whether you are doing a development, then you can choose between Studio, Studio X, or Studio Pro. If it is going to be an attended or a unattended automation, you go ahead and choose respectively. So only in the case of unattended automation, you're going to have your system password given, okay, mission password. Otherwise, attended or studio might not require. So I'm just going to go ahead and choose attended. So here it asks me the domain and the username. So for domain and username, you just have to go to the command prompt and type who am I. So once you type who am I, it will give you the domain and the username. So copy that particular information and you can paste it here. And once you create it, your robot is now created in the attended mode. So right now it is not active. So let's go ahead and tag it to a particular environment. So what is an environment? Is a grouping of robots, right? So let's go ahead and create a particular environment. So let me put the robot in the unattended mode so that we can easily see the tagging. So this will be unattended. Here you can go ahead and give your system password. If you have a system password, you can give a system password. Okay, so once you do the thing, your robot is now ready. So go to your environment and see, create a new. So suppose I'm creating a UAT environment. I'll just go ahead and create UAT environment for testing and do a create. So once I do a create, it will give me the list of robots that is available in my particular thing. So I can go ahead and choose this. In case you choose attended, you won't be able to see your robots. So that is why I went ahead and changed to unattended. So a studio or an attended mode, you won't be able to group it, or you won't be able to see it inside the environment. Go ahead and update it. So once you update it, you have everything ready. So you have your mission ready, you have your robot ready, which is grouped under your environment. Now the setup is done. So let's go ahead and check it once again if everything is done. So we have our orchestrator, the mission name that is auto-filled, the platform name that is given. We have created the robot. We have given a standard mission name, and we have created a mission. And then we have created the mission, the robot as well. And then we have also copied the mission key to our particular orchestrator setting. So with this, we are going to go ahead and go back to our orchestrator and click on connect. So the moment that we have all the information that we have given, we are going to see the connection parameter happens. So in our case, I am seeing a invalid mission key. So let me go ahead and copy that particular mission key again. So let me go ahead and copy it, paste, and then do a connect. Now it says connected and licensed. So if you now go back to your robots page, you will be seeing the robot is now provisioned to be in a green mode. So this is what is your connectivity parameters. So just to give a recap as to what we have covered, we saw what was, what do we actually use the orchestrator for, and then the orchestrator is basically going to be used for deployment, monitoring, and then in case you want to, run a process or monitor a process, all those kind of activities we are going to see in the orchestrator. So whether it is an attended automation or whether it is an unattended automation, you're going to install it or you're going to deploy it in the orchestrator, right? So just as we were having a UiPath Studio and a inbuilt robot that was existing, I mean, that was executing your code from the, or your workflow from the UiPath Studio, similar to that, you have to create robots in the orchestrator to execute your process that is deployed. So once we see all the processes are deployed, you need to have robots in the orchestrator as well to go ahead and execute your processes. So if you have a process deployed, you need to make sure that you have robots also there available so that these robots will be executing your processes. Okay, so what actually happens is, as you have the number of robots, this is what we talk about licenses and the number of users. So it could be you could have many number of robots to execute certain lists of tasks, certain list of processes. So it is not that one robot is dedicated for one process. It is that you can have one robot available for executing multiple processes. So it works on the priority of the process, and then we go ahead and it will go ahead and execute the process. Okay, so this is what we saw. And we also saw what was environment. So what was an environment? Environment is nothing but a grouping of robot. So which means you can have an UAT environment. So if you have 10 licenses or 10 robots available, which means you can group 2 for UAT environment, 3 for production environment, and 3 for your development environment. So like that you can group it, okay, or your testing environment, whatever you have. So you can group your robots, so that environments is nothing but grouping of robots, so that your robots will be executing. So you need not go ahead and change your process again and again. So once you tag it, so basically a process will be tagged to an environment and then executed via a robot. So this is what the pictures that we saw yesterday. Now today what we are going to see is, we'll go ahead and we'll continue with from where we left off, right? So we are going to go ahead and continue as to how we are going to deploy a particular process, and from there, how are we going to go ahead and take it as a orchestrator process and go ahead and execute it. Okay. So I was talking about, let's take a simple automation, right? A simple automation, a process automation where I just displayed a message box. So let's take the same example. Okay. If you see here, there is something called detected attended robot as the license type. So based on the terms and conditions, a license should be only for used for running and debugging purposes. Okay, remember yesterday I was talking about, if you have your robot available as attended automation, attended robot, and you want to change it to studio, it will not allow you to edit your code in the studio. So once you have created your code, once you have moved your process to orchestrator, and your orchestrator is now executing the process as an attended robot or as an unattended robot. Okay, so which means your robot is now created. It could be attended or it could be unattended. In either which ways, when it is created, you won't be able to modify your UiPath Studio. Okay, you will be getting this particular message. So in your UiPath Studio, you will be getting this particular message, whether it is attended or unattended. If your robot type is attended or unattended, you won't be able to modify your code. Okay, because this happens only in the community edition, because we are connecting to the same machines. Okay, because I said we are going to hypothetically imagine that we are the developer and we are also the user. Since we connected to the same machine, it is going to have this particular problem. But in the enterprise edition, you may not have, but this message will be displayed. Okay, whether you have here in this part, I'm saying you have here as, I'm going into demo.uipath.com. Here we chose the type, right? Attended or unattended. So based on this type only, it will react in your studio. So your studio is going to be, if it is attended or unattended, your studio will say you will not be able to modify your code. They should be only used for running and debugging purposes. Editing is restricted. Okay. So if you get a message like this, you have to go ahead and change your robot type to studio. So this is where, which means your code is already deployed and you are running your processes. That's what it understands. Okay, now there is a defect and you want to go and retouch your code. So at that time, what you're going to do is you're going to go ahead and change it to studio or a studio X. Here a studio and a studio X has right now been changed to RPA developer, right? So I'll change it to RPA developer pro. Now the robot has been successfully created. It's still in the red. Now it has changed to green the moment I launch my UiPath Studio. So now I should be able to see my code in a editable format. Okay, this is only when you have your information working as a developer. Other than that, you may not be. So now if you see, this particular information is not there. Okay. So yesterday we said we are going to have this particular information created as a message box. So this is your message box. Whenever you have message box, it's going to be an attended automation. Correct? But in our case, what we'll do is we are not going to bother whether it is an attended or an unattended automation. You could still go ahead and we are going to deploy it. So how we are going to deploy? So now I said we are going to imagine ourselves as a developer. I am going to be the person who is going to deploy into the orchestrator. So where does it go? It goes into the area called packages. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I am going to create or I'm going to compile this. Say this is my finished version of my code. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make this entire information as a bundle called package. Okay, we call it as a .nupkg file. Okay, .nupkg package. So this is the file that will get created once you're ready for your deployment. So you already have your information available as your project folder, right? Now what happens is this entire structure will get bundled into a project name dot nupug package. Okay, it's nothing but a zip file kind of a thing. So you zip it, you move your content to the orchestrator, and you have to unzip it. So that is what happens in your orchestrator. Okay, so now how do I deploy it? When I'm connected to the orchestrator, so which means I have already have my connection available. Okay, so this connectivity also I've given you as a separate video, so you can go ahead and connect for yourself. So when your connectivity is done, you can directly go ahead and install it. Okay, so how do you install it? This is my finished piece of code. So I go to publish and I'm going to install it. The moment I say publish, it will get automatically, a wizard will come and automatically the deployment will happen. So here it says, what is your package name? So this is going to be my package name. So J, what is the current version? So this is going to be my current version of the package. Is there a release notes? Say a description of your project. And where do you want to publish? Do you want to publish in the orchestrator tenant, or you want to publish it locally? If you say custom, it is in your local folder, in your system folder. If you say orchestrator tenant, then it is going to be your orchestrator tenant. Okay, whichever orchestrator is connected to, that is what it will take, right? And then you have your certificates and everything. So this is not required. You just do a publish, so automatically your package will be created and it will be published. So this is your package that was created. Okay, so where will this package information be available? This is going to be now directly, it is deployed in the orchestrator. You go back to your stuff, you go to our automations, sorry, you go to tenants, you go to packages, you will be now having the package called J underscore orchestrator 1. So this is your package. So now what happened was you bundled everything and you created a .nupug file. Okay, so that nupug file automatically came into your orchestrator. So if you go ahead and view this particular information, so let me go ahead and click on more actions. So in your more actions, if you go and view versions, so what is going to happen is it will show what is the current version that is available. So 1.0.1, this is the version we currently deployed, right? So as you go ahead and change your information, you are going to go ahead and see the information in your log. Okay, so far it is inactive. Let's come back to that particular point, right? So if you want to view your code, so you go and say explore package. Okay, so this is your, all your number of versions will be available. So if you go click on this particular version, it will give you the entire opening of your project folder. So if you go, how many number of XAML files that you have, that will be displayed here. So you go and click on main.xaml file, whatever is your code, you will be able to see, and whatever is your properties, you will be able to see. This is a miniature of your studio. So how many number of files you have, those many number of files you will be able to see. So what did I give? What was the properties? So you will see all, if hundreds of information are there, you will see all the hundreds of information. You will see all the variables, you will see all the arguments, and everything will be there. And similarly, your dependencies. So in case you are getting an external dependency, like your external, if you have a reusable component which you have put it as a dependency, then you have to bring the reusable component also here. Okay, so all these things are going to be chosen. So if you go and republish it again, which means there will be another version that will be created. So if I go and republish the same thing, or if I'm going to make a change and I'm going to republish it, let me put another message box which says let me do a publish. Now it will automatically create a newer version. So the same thing, I'm going to go ahead and publish. So right, so if I go ahead and explore package once again, you will be seeing two packages that will be available, right? So if you want to compare between two packages also, you can go ahead and compare. So it will ask you what is the comparison that you need to do. compare, it will give you the list of comparison that is available. Okay, so you can go ahead and differentiate between all your or your files or your XAML files, what is the difference between your versions and everything. So this is what we do in your package. Okay, now this is a direct publishing to your particular orchestrator. Now you don't have the option to directly publish. Okay, so in terms of when we are not connected to an SVN, when we are not connected to certain things, we won't be able to say, suppose I am the I was talking about only a certain set of people will be having their connectivity, right? So suppose that you do not have a direct connectivity into your studio. So here you are not having a direct connectivity to the orchestrator. So in those terminologies, how are we going to do? We are going to publish it locally, and we will create a particular package. So what will happen is you're going to go ahead and publish, and you will go ahead, instead of publishing in the orchestrator, so that time orchestrator won't be visible. So if I'm disconnected, orchestrator will not be visible. So only custom will be visible. So you go ahead, and this is your custom folder. You go ahead and publish it here. So automatically, if you see in this particular folder, there will be a j underscore nupug file that is getting created. So if this is your nupug file that has been created, what you can do is you can anywhere, you can move this particular file anywhere to anybody else's computer, right? To anybody else's computer, and you can go ahead and use, I'm into the packages folder, I'm into the packages location. So I can go ahead and simply upload. So the moment I go and upload, I can give the information. I can choose the upload. So automatically a nupug file will be created. So if you go ahead and see, there will be 3 versions of this particular file. Okay, so there are 2 ways. Ideally we will be using this way only, because most of the time we might not be connected directly to the orchestrator, so we might be using this way. Or there's another option where you can directly publish the information. So now you have bundled it, right? So after bundling it only, you have the package name available. Now this you have to unbundle it so that it will run it as a process. End of the day, you want it as a process to be executed, right? So how are we going to go and unbundle it is, so similarly, there's another option called, there's a library here. So library is nothing but all your components that you had. So libraries are nothing but all your dependencies that you have. So we were going and seeing in manage packages in your studio, right? So all that information. So basically your UiPath.excel.activities. So everything will be already deployed here. So if suppose you are having additional libraries, you need to bring those libraries here, okay, as a part of your package. So it will get automatically installed. Okay, so in case you have reusable component, then it will automatically come here and it will sit here, right? So this is your packages. So now in your packages, now you have a package which is the bundled version. Now you have to unbundle it to open it as a process. So for process, what we are going to go ahead and do is go to your default folder. You will be able to see automations, right? So in your automations, you have a tab called processes. Now in your processes, now you have a bundled package. From there, you have to unbundle it so that a process will be visible, right? So you go ahead and you click on new. You select your package. So what was our package name? It was j underscore orchestrator 1, right? So go ahead and select your package. So now it will be saying, okay, this is the package you want to unbundle it. Which version of the package you want to unbundle it? You can choose between the version. Okay, so there is 1.0.3. This is the latest version. I'm going to unbundle it. So if you see, there is a display name. So obviously this was the package name. So when you have it as a process, it will add the environment name by default. If you do not, so that is what I said. Every process is indirectly tagged to an environment. Okay, so that's how a robot will get executed. So thereby, if you see, you have to, when you're installing a process, you need to go ahead and tag it to an environment. You need to tag it to an environment. So that is why we have an environment folder here, and you have a job priority, which is a normal, high and a low priority. Usually you go with the normal priority based on whatever is your project requirement. You go with your project priority as such. So if at all you're receiving inputs or output values, you're taking it as a sub process and you will be receiving input and output, then you can mention here. You go and create it, so automatically there will be a process that is getting created. So if you go ahead and see, the version of the project is, or the process is 1.0.3. okay. So far what we did what was a package. So you created the package by using publish. So from there it came onto the packages folder, and from the packages you unbundled it in the processes, which is the default folder, automations and processes. You unbundled it, you tagged it to an environment, and when you're executing the process, one of the robot in that environment will execute. Okay. And where will all this happen? There is a parameter called missions. Okay, now back to our orchestrator. So now if I want to execute it, how am I going to execute? I'm going to go ahead and execute like this. Okay, so you have two ways of execution. So this was basic. So I can go and execute like this. But if I execute like this, what is going to happen? My robot only will be executing. So my robot needs to be in attended or unattended mode, right? So since I changed it in the to studio, I will change it back to attended mode. Okay, so now our installation is complete. No more we are a developer, right? So no more we are a developer. Now our installations are all complete. Now you are going to talk about the execution of your particular process. Okay, so this is about end users mission. So now you are connected to you have made your orchestrator connectivity between your end user and between the orchestrator, right? The end user's mission and the orchestrator. So this is what we were doing. Now what we are going to do is our process is now already deployed. So if I need to execute the process here. So I am going to talk about, this is a separate scenario. I'm going to talk about the end user. Okay. So from this, our particular activity is done. Our developer's job is done. So from here, you're going to talk about either the quality team or the end user who will be testing your stuff, right? So from here, if I need to execute this, so what is going to happen is I'm going to execute it based on the kind of automation it is going to be. So however I'm going to execute it via a job. So when I execute a process, you need to have something called a history of what kind of execution happened in that particular folder. So you're going to, for that particular process. So you're going to have a particular process. All processes will be executed via jobs. So this will be executed via a jobs called whatever is your job. So this will be job underscore process one underscore environment. Okay. Now whatever you are doing, this will get executed, and whoever is the robot will get executed. So if we have robot 1, that will be executing this particular information. So where is it going to be executing? If it is an attended automation, it will be executing on the end user's mission. Okay, so this is how it will be executing. If it is an attended or unattended automation, whichever mission that you're going to tell, that particular mission, it will be running as a background automation or as a without any user intervention. Okay, so which means as an end user, in the case of an attended automation, what do they require? They require two information. Okay, one is they require, so the license or the softwares that they require is going to be, they require orchestrator connectivity. Okay, because this particular details needs to be connected to the end user's mission. So only if the end user's mission is connected, then you will be able to see all this particular process happening in the end user's mission. Okay, so if that is not the case, if the orchestrator connectivity is not there, this will not at all run. So basically they will also need to go and do the orchestrator connectivity to the orchestrator. We were talking about this. So basically when you're going to talk about you're having an end user. So the current version, whatever is there, the similar scenario you will be doing in your real-time enterprise edition also. Okay, and the number of licenses, and based on whatever your requirement is, the number of, you will be using a standard mission or a mission template, a floating robot or a standard robot. Accordingly, the number of users and the number of licenses will be changing, and you can cater to the needs, right? But however the scenario is, you will be following this particular scenario. So you have an end user mission, and what are the softwares that the end user will be required. So if it is an attended automation, the end user will also need to make the connectivity to that particular process. So which means from the end user mission, we were able to do with the UiPath assistant, right? Orchestrator settings, give the mission key and all those things. So you should still be able to go ahead and give that. You can give the mission key, or you can go and give the server key, and they will be requiring. So which means they require orchestrator access, right? So you need to procure an access for the end user. So when we are talking about the end user itself, we are talking about their particular username as a user in your orchestrator. So only then they will be able to pick this particular process. Then for it to execute, it is an attended automation. So so obviously, if it is an attended automation, there will be a robot which will be executing from the orchestrator. Similarly, it will be executing in their mission. So you need to have the UiPath agent. Okay, so we had so this is going to be again UiPath. Let me put it as UiPath assistant. Right? So as a developer, as we required UiPath Studio and UiPath Assistant, similarly, when they are going to connect to the orchestrator, they require this assistant to make the connectivity, right, to their mission. So they require this particular software, and they require the orchestrator access. They do not require the UiPath Studio because they are not going to view the code. So this is how an end user, when it is an attended automation, will be available. So similarly, when it is an unattended automation, you may require the same information, but the orchestrator access may not be used for them. So you not have a username, which will be actually, you might not have a dedicated mission with a dedicated username, because it might be running on a different set of, maybe a server, or all the processes may be running on the orchestrator server itself, or a different mission, or the end user's mission, right? Because it is either a background process or long running process, which will not have user intervention. So all these things may not be required. You can do everything from the orchestrator itself. Okay, so how are we going to execute in this term? When we are doing this particular stuff as an attended automation, then you have to execute it via the agent only. Okay, when it is an attended automation, okay, so when it is going to be an attended automation, the user will be actually running that particular thing. If it is an ad hoc, or if it is a schedule, it's going to run on the user mission. So if it is going to run on the user mission, they need to make the connectivity between the assistant and their particular mission and the orchestrator, right? So these two information will be required. They need to have the license for the UiPath assistant, which means that software needs to be installed. And from where are they going to, from where are they going to go ahead and execute the thing? When it is an attended automation, you can execute it from the UiPath assistant only. Okay. Right. So I should be able to I should be able to execute it. Now I am the user, I am going to execute. So what has happened? The developer has moved this particular process as a package. Now from the package, the bot controller has installed it as a particular process, right? After this, the developer's information has gone. Next, the end user, I need to make the connectivity. So I will make the connectivity between the UiPath assistant and between the orchestrator access. So now the connectivity is done. I'm going to execute the particular software. So I mean the particular process automation. So how will I execute? I'm going to execute it from here only. Okay, the ideal cases you have to execute it from here only. Okay, you still have a shortcut to execute it from the orchestrator, but most of the time it will not allow to execute it from the orchestrator. So the ideal way is you have to execute it from your UiPath assistant only. Okay, you have a mobile version also as for the UiPath assistant. So the user could go ahead and install in their particular mobile, and from the mobile with the same access they will be able to go ahead and execute the process. So now how will the execution happen? So I am not anywhere touching my UiPath Studio. Now that it is deployed, I'm going to go ahead. The first time you have to install your particular process. So you go ahead and install your particular process, which means it is there in the orchestrator. You need to bring it to your mission, right? So you're going to bring it to your mission, which will be installation. And after the installation is going to happen, you're going to run this particular process. So from your end user's mission, I am the end user, I'm going to run the process like this. So automatically the process will be running. So if you see the process is running, so automatically the messages are coming. Hi, welcome to the orchestrator version 1.0.2. Right? So right now the process has been executed. So this is how you will be executing the process in terms of a attended automation. So the end user only will be executing the thing. It might be an ad hoc, or it might be, most of the time it will be an ad hoc thing only. Okay, whenever you have it as an attended automation, we will not schedule the jobs. We will go ahead and execute it. We'll give the control to the user. From the UiPath assistant, they will be executing it. Right? Now when they are executing it, what happens in the background? So when they are executing it, which means this particular process got executed, right? Though it got executed from the UiPath assistant, there would be a job that is getting created for this particular process. So which means you need to see who executed what, at what time this process got executed, and everything, right? So that is why we create jobs for every scenario. Whenever a process is getting executed, a job will be created. So that you can see in the jobs folder. Okay, so if you see the process, yeah, J underscore orchestrator 1 was executed via robot 1 on this particular user, by this particular user on this particular mission. This is the environment, what was the mode of the robot, and what was the status, and who executed. The assistant executed. Okay, so similarly, if you are, I'm not sure if it runs. Similarly, if you want to execute it from the orchestrator, this is not something you need to do in case of attended automation. It will not allow you. Okay, so let me go and start a job. Okay, you can choose the process name. You can choose the job priority. It will not show you any of the robots. So you cannot execute a you cannot execute a process which is an attended automation through the orchestrator. You can always execute it via UiPath assistant only. Okay, so here no robots are displayed because your robot type is attended automation. So there are no robots available. So you will not be able to execute your process as an attended automation. Only unattended robots will be displayed here. Okay, so always your process needs to be executed via the UiPath agent or the assistant only. So we are talking about, now we are going into the unattended mode. So the same process, we are going about unattended mode. So what happens in an unattended mode? The same process. Okay. So you need to have an unattended robot available. So we have the process already available. The same process, I'm going to execute it in the unattended mode. So how do I execute it? You go to the robot, you changed it to unattended mode. In our case, we just have one robot. Usually there will be multiple robots, right? So you can go ahead and choose the unattended robot and you say you can execute. So here you have to give the password of your system. Okay, since I have just one robot, I'm changing it here. In the real-time scenario, you will have one robot as attended, one robot as unattended. That time you can simply choose the unattended robot and you can execute. Okay, since we do not have the multiple robots option, I'm changing the same robot with a different type. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and execute it as an unattended automation. Okay, so how the execution happens in terms of the unattended automation. Right, so this is going to be attended automation. So how do we get it via unattended automation? We are going to use the same scenario. Okay, the first thing is, okay, the ideal way of executing an unattended automation is you have to execute it via orchestrator jobs. So you have to go ahead and execute it from the processes page itself. So like that you have to execute. This is the ideal way of execution. Okay, if the user says, okay, I don't want this, I will do it, though it is an unattended automation, I will still go ahead and execute it, means this option is still available. They can execute it from the UiPath assistant also. But the ideal way of executing the unattended automation is via orchestrator jobs or triggers. So what is an orchestrator job? We know, right? So what is an orchestrator trigger? Trigger is nothing but a scheduled process. So you have this. So before, what was happening? It was not displaying the process, right? So now I'm going to go ahead and say start. This is the process. I'm going and doing starting the job. Okay. Before, it was not displaying the robot here when we were doing unattended automation. Since we changed it to unattended mode, now it says the robot name. Okay. So you can execute it in the unattended form. Okay. So now also there will be a process that will be created. It says running. It has been executed manually. Okay, so it is successful. So if you want it to be a scheduled process, you can go to triggers, do add a trigger. Select your particular process. Okay, you can choose between what are your specific robots, all robots. If you say a specific robots, if you have 10 robots, you can choose. If you say all robots, any one of the robot which is available will be taking your particular process. Job priority is nothing but the process priority. We give high, normal, low, right? So that will be the priority of your particular thing. And what is the duration? So if you, what is your duration? So every 1 minute you want to do. And if you have any, your calendar, like you might be working on a different calendar, you might be working on a US calendar, you can set up this in your particular admin page. So you can go ahead and set up your calendar working days in your, so basically based on that, you can do your setup. So you can give the day, end date, you can give the start date, and all those things you'll be able to do. So once I go ahead and say add, my trigger will get created. So this is what you do for scheduling a particular job. After scheduling the particular process, you need to make sure you have to start at least once. You have to start it. Okay, so I'm starting a particular thing manually. So once I start it manually, the trigger is started. So every 1 minute, there will be a job that will be created. So if you see, the first thing is a manual process. Okay. After that, every 1 minute, there will be a job that will be created by the source called the trigger. Okay. So unattended automation, two ways you will be able to execute. So one is via a trigger or via a job. That is the ideal way from the orchestrator. And in case you have an additional requirement from the user saying, I want to execute it from the UiPath assistant, the trigger will still be there or the job will still be there. They can also use the UiPath assistant to go ahead and run it. So when they are running that particular thing, so see if there's the second thing that has been created by the trigger. So when they are running it from the UiPath assistant, the same process will run and give you the information called assistant. Okay, so in between these two processes, there will be one more process which will say assistant. So you can monitor this. So every time a job runs, you will be able to see who ran it, what was the information, when it started, what was all the things. So you will be able to see. Okay, so this is how your jobs, your triggers and everything is being run. So now let me go ahead and stop the trigger if I don't disable the trigger, otherwise it will be executing every 1 minute. So now my trigger is disabled. Okay, so you have your process from your, you created a package. I mean, you bundled it to a package. You brought it here, unbundled to a process. You tagged it to an environment, and via the environment, one particular robot will be executing your process. How it will execute in through a job. So a job will use this particular robot and execute the process, and where it will execute on the end user's mission or on the orchestrator mission or wherever on a particular mission. Okay, so that's how the entire information goes through. Okay, so most of the thing will be working on these scenarios only. So based on whatever is your requirement, your execution methodology will change. If it is an attended automation, the user is given the control, so they can only do the execution via the UiPath assistant. If it is an unattended automation, you need to do it via the orchestrator only. That is the ideal method. Also, you can do it through the UiPath assistant. So any which ways, the end user has to have the UiPath assistant software to be installed on their mission, so that they do the connectivity to the orchestrator, so that whenever they require the automation to be run, they can execute it from the UiPath assistant. Okay, so these are the number of processes. Jobs are nothing but the number of processes that you have. Okay, assume these are all scheduled processes. Okay, so you will have these many number of processes that are scheduled to run on these particular dates. Okay, and these are going to be the priorities. So you have just one robot available. Now consider you just have one robot. So what will be the order in which the job will be executing? A very important question in terms of certification and in terms of your interviews. Okay, generally we ask this particular question. So how do you go ahead and execute? So you have something that is already created and scheduled. Okay, in terms of an ad hoc thing, then it is going to be fine. An unattended robot will be ad hocly running it. But say it is a scheduled, a trigger is there, so which means these number of jobs will be created, or the trigger has already created these many number of jobs, and these are the dates in which it needs to execute. So how it will be executing? The based on how it will be executing is, it will take the priority. So there are two high priority things, and it will see when it needs to be executed. This is a one-time activity. This is a scheduled activity. So when there is a no date, okay, which means it is going to run every day on a particular time, right? So when it is only going to be a date is visible, you might be thinking that, okay, this is going to be executed only on 17th. Okay, so the priority in which it will be executing is, this will be execution priority will be 1. So which is going to be a daily job which is coming with a high priority. The next high is going to be this particular one. So today's particular job, ad hocly somebody has scheduled it for today. So it is this particular job one or this particular process one is going to be executed only today. So that's why we have a today's date. This is like, this particular job is going to be, or the process is going to be executed every day on a particular time. That is why you don't have a date parameter here. So what is the next thing? You have the high priority available here, but this is again with a tomorrow's date. So we are not going to execute it today, right? So we go back to the normal priority. Again, normal priority is a job without a date. So which means it is a scheduled job which will run every day. So this will be executed via the third priority. Okay, now this job also is completed. So what will be the next process that will be executing? The low one on today's date. Okay, and tomorrow it will start with this particular stuff. Okay, it will not start with this particular stuff. It will go to this particular stuff, right? And then it will come to this particular stuff. Okay, did we understand the difference? And then the next one will be 8th. Okay, so today what happens is, this will be the next day's date, right? So what will happen is, based on your priority and based on whether it is running every day, that particular job will be taken first, or that particular process will be taken first. So high, and it is an everyday process that is running. So 1, and your timelines also will be given. So I'm just mentioning the date if everything is having the same timelines is what I'm saying. Okay, so the time also will be given, right? But here I'm not going into the time details. So here if you have high and which is an everyday scheduled job, that will be taken first, and the next one is again and high will be looked on. Okay, high with today's date, so this will be worked on. And what is the next high? This is with the tomorrow's date, so this will not be looking. Then comes the normal priority. So normal priority again is going to be an everyday job, so it gets executed. Then comes the low, so this gets executed. So the next day when it is going to start, it will take the same thing. So there is a high which is an everyday job that will be executed, and then there is a high with a 18th date, so that will be executed, and then comes the normal priority. Okay, so this is how, if you have a single robot or if you even have two robots, okay, the priority in which the two robots will be executing, the order in which the process will be executing is this only. Okay, maybe robot 1 will be executing this after robot 1 completes, this will be executed. So the order in which will be the same thing, but there might be two robots that will be executing, right? So that is how the job priority or the process priority is identified. So based on the process priority is the same thing that the job inherits. So based on these two priorities only, the robot will be executing the process. Okay, right. So you have different information. Yeah, so you have, yeah, one more thing that I left to say was, so you have your package. So you have your packages, right? Okay, so now the current package is j underscore orchestrator 1.0.3, right? That was the current package. Now that package only we unbundled it and we created as a process, right? We created as a process with 1.0.3. Now consider I'm creating a new version. So there is a new version that will be created. Publish. I'm creating a new version. Okay, it created in the local. So publish. I'm going to orchestrator tenant and it gets published directly. Okay, so there's 1.0.5 that got published directly. There's a 1.0.4 that got published directly, but that will be available only in the packages. It will not directly correlate to the process. Okay, right? So what you need to do is, if you see, it says before it was green and it was saying 1.03, but now since I published a new package, it says that there is an additional package, updates are available. Okay, it will not automatically update, it will give the option to the user to say, or to the bot controller to say there is an update available. Do we need to go and update it? It just gives you the information, it will not do anything straightforward. Okay, if there is updates available, you can choose between yes, I want to update it, or you can leave it like that. So in case you say yes, you want to update it, you can go to the tenant, the packages. Okay, so go to that view versions. So if you see, currently it is on active 1.03. So if you want to make the other one to active, you go ahead and you will say, where is that? I think update package. Oh, they have changed the look and feel. Okay. So this will say this is the current version that you want to upgrade. Before it was like this, you will be going ahead and you will be clicking on view versions and you click on the inactive thing and there will be an upgrade, or here you will be able to upgrade it. So here you will go and upgrade it. So that's how you will be able to upgrade it. Okay. So that is how it will be in the current version of the enterprise edition. I think now they have changed the community edition. So here they have given it as upgrade process. Go ahead and choose the upgraded version. Okay, upgrade. Are you sure you want to upgrade the selected process? Okay. So now automatically your thing would have been changed to, this would be changed to active. Okay. Now back to your processes, automations. processes, now it turned to green again. Okay, so only if this is a manual process, this is a manual process that that you have to do. It will not, whenever there's an upgraded version, the orchestrator will not upgrade the version automatically. We only need to go and upgrade this. Again, this and a certification question and the interviews we might be asking. Okay, so that is whether it will be automatically updated or no, it will not be automatically updated. It is a manual process. It is a manual process. You need to go and upgrade your version for the process. Okay, so let's go ahead and right. So the packages are going to be, these are the packages. The packages display the ones that is published from the UiPath. So the packages are nothing but the bundled version of your particular process automation from the UiPath Studio. So it comes down to the orchestrator. So you have two options. You can directly publish it or you can manually go and upload it. Okay, so similarly you can also download it. You can right click, and if you want that package to be, once it is already installed and you want it to be downloaded to a different studio, you can download it and you can view your code. So that is also available. Okay, versioning comes into existence whenever you're going to publish the orchestrator. Then you have the package version. So whenever you have a package version which is going to be active, means a current version is currently used as a process. Then the inactive is going to be, it's currently deployed but there is no process to be using it. Okay, so active and inactive will be, active will be the current. How many ever 10 versions you have, there will be only one active version. So that is what a package. So now, as I explained, this is going to be a package explorer. So you will be able to view your code, whatever you did, you will be able to compare, and you will be able to view your XAML file, the workflow in your package explorer. So you can go and view it as, click on the three dots and you can go ahead and view your particular piece of workflow that you created. So in order for you to compare, you can still go ahead and compare as well. So you will have your variables panel also to be visible. Your properties also will be visible. So this is your orchestrator active packaging. So yesterday we saw this one, right? So the process. So this is what I was saying. A process is nothing but the unbundled version of your package. So you unbundle that particular package and now you're going to execute it as a process. So you can execute your process from your process page. From the jobs page also you can execute. You can go and click on new job and you can choose the process and you can execute, and you will execute it via the robot agent or the robot assistant. Okay, based on attended or unattended automation, the ways of execution will be different. Attended automation cannot be executed from the orchestrator page, because attended robots will not be visible when you need to select your robots for execution of the job. Okay, at that time you will be executing only from the UiPath assistant. So again, the jobs. The jobs actually we were talking about, what are where you can go ahead and execute, right? From your robot tray is nothing but from your automations page, jobs. From your UiPath assistant, again it will be showing all the trigger information. Sorry, attended mode will be from your robot tray. Robot tray and assistant is going to be the same thing. Okay, from your robot tray and your assistant. Your unattended is going to be either via jobs or via triggers page or via processes page. Any which ways you can go and execute it. Anywhere you go and click on the play button, you are in the process, it will be executing. Through the triggers you can execute. Through the jobs you can execute. Okay, so this is how you will be doing. And there is a priority in which, there is a status in which the jobs will be executing. Okay, there are different statuses. So this is again a very important question in terms of certification. So what is the status of the job? So when it is going to be on different statuses, it denotes different parameters. So you have a pending. So before understanding this, we'll understand a concept called what is stop and how will you actually stop a job. Okay, so basically there are two options available in your particular job. Let me go on to the jobs page. So if you right click, you will see stop, kill, resume, restart. Okay, so these are all the actions that you can do with respect to a job. Okay, so a job is running, right? A job is running means a process is executing. Indirectly it means that only. So a job is executing and you want to, somebody goes and you want to stop the job. Okay, so when you stop the job, what it means, your code needs to be stopped, right? Or your process needs to be stopped, or your workflow needs to be stopped. So we have an activity called should stop, right? So when you are going to actually view your code, now say this is your code. Okay, so in your code, you're executing this particular piece of code via a job, and somebody in the orchestrator page, they have stopped the job. So once in this particular process, they have stopped the job. But will that stopping have an impact on this particular program? It will not have an impact, okay? Because we are not at all checking anywhere whether the job is stopped or not. Okay, we are not at all checking anywhere whether there is a manual stoppage. See, what happens is you have a process, you deploy it, the process gets executed in the job through the jobs page, and if there is a proper execution, it will execute, right? Now actually how it is executing, it is executing the same piece of code only there, correct? Now suddenly somebody goes onto the jobs page and they go ahead and stop it. Okay, now let me execute it, you will be able to see. So I'm going to go ahead and execute the same piece of code. So this is from the jobs page I'm executing. Okay, before that I need to change it to an attended mode. Oh, sorry, unattended mode only. No, it will still execute. So jobs page, I'm going to jobs. Right, I'm going to start. So which means I'm going to start. So it is executing this piece of code, correct? That is there and deployed in the orchestrator. So it is the first message. I'm going ahead and stopping the job. Okay, it asks me, are you sure you want to stop the job? I say yes. Okay, the job goes to stopping status. Okay, but still the display is there. So which means this particular process, the first step is getting executed. The second step is also getting executed. And that's it. Actually, my program is completing, right? But still it did not stop the job. So what? And then it says successful. Okay, actually we stopped at the second step itself, right? We stopped at this particular point when it was executing this only. I stopped. So in reality it should have stopped at this particular step and it should not have executed this, correct? But that does not happen because we are doing these two particular entities separately. So what happens is this piece of code is there and it is executing, but we are not at all anywhere checking whether the job has been manually stopped or not. Okay, which was a manual intervention. But here there is no manual intervention. Automatically it gets executed, right? So there is one activity where always you have to introduce in your code when you are execute, which means a process is there. You're always going to execute it via a job. So all processes need to check whether manually a job was stopped or not. Okay, so always you need to introduce this in your activities or in your process. Okay, we'll see it in the other example, you will be able to understand. Okay, so when you're connecting between whatever, we'll see it with a different example, so you'll be able to understand. But just for idea I'm telling you. Okay, so what actually happens is always you need to introduce a should stop in your particular program. So we are actually not going to stop with one set of operations, right? If you're going to do data processing, you will be processing one data and you will be coming back and taking the next data, coming back and taking the next data. So accordingly you will be doing. So when you are coming back to take the next transaction, you need to always make sure you check a should stop. Okay, so what does a should stop actually check? It will check whether the job was manually stopped by someone. Was there a manual intervention from the orchestrator page? So if there was a manual intervention, then it needs to stop that particular job or stop the execution there. It should not go for the next activity. Okay, so which means if there was a no manual intervention, it should go to the next activity. A should stop will return a Boolean variable. So it will say, yes, somebody stopped it. No, somebody did not stop it. So it will return a Boolean. So Control K, I'm going to say flag stop. Okay, so here I will be checking. So there's a Boolean variable that has been created. So here I will be checking. So let me go and delete this particular connector. So we will bring this here. So here I will be checking. whether the flag was stopped. So if the flag is equal to stop, if it is true, then I will stop the execution. If it is false, which means nobody has stopped it, I will go and execute the particular next set of processes. Okay. So I will go ahead and execute the next set of processes. So what actually now it will happen is, if after every step, not after every step, so basically you will introduce the should stop when it is getting the next transaction. Okay. So when you're doing repetitive steps, so before getting the next transaction, you have to introduce a should stop and check if there was a true condition or a false condition. If it is a true condition, you will be stopping it there. If it is a false condition, you will go and do the next transaction. So let me go and publish it in the orchestrator, publish. So back to our tenant packages, make it to active, upgrade, right? So automations, you can execute it from anywhere. I'm going to the jobs page and I'm executed so that you can view it. So we have the current version of 1.0.6. Okay, it is running. The first message will be displayed. Okay, right? Here I'm going to go ahead and do the stopping. Are you okay? Now what is going to happen is, the moment I go and click on this, it will go to the code, and the code is going to check whether a should stop is there or not. Sorry. The code is going to check whether a should stop is, that is there defaultly designed in your code, right? So the moment I go and click on welcome orchestrator, so after welcome orchestrator, this is the condition that we have written in our code. A should stop condition will be checked. So if you see, as the moment you say a should stop condition is checked and somebody has been manually stopped it, it says true, somebody has stopped it, so the code will not execute. If it is no should stop has been there, then the code will execute to the next set of options. Okay, so that is what a should stop will be doing. Ideally, for all workflows that you are designing, you need to have a should stop to be introduced, because a should stop is going to be, because every time a process is going to be executed via a job only. Okay, so always whenever you're going to do a process automation, check for should stop activity is a must that will be introduced. It will return a boolean output, and you have to check between the boolean output based on the conditions. You will be fetching your next transaction, or you'll be fetching the next set of activities. Okay, so now coming back to your job statuses. So you have a pending state where the robot is trying to establish a connection. Then you have a running state which will say the robot is currently executing a particular process. Successful, the robot has finished running and executing the process. Faulted is there is a exception that is being thrown. Stopping is there is a stop, somebody has stopped it, so you have clicked on the stop. There is another button called kill, which means a stop and a kill. What is the difference between a stop and a kill? Okay, certification question, interview question. What is the difference between a stop and a kill is, stop is if you have 10 steps. Okay, say suppose you are currently stopping it here. Okay, you're currently stopping it here. Okay, what actually it will do is, it will come and check to the next stop, and then only it will stop. Okay, so which means if you're executing first transaction, it will execute the information until the should stop, and then here only it will check the condition. Okay, so if you have 10 steps, if you're stopping at the 5th step, it will still execute 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then it will check for the should stop, and then it will stop. But a kill is going to be, if you are doing it as the 5th step, it will stop at the 5th step itself. It will not go ahead and execute the 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that is the difference between a stop and a a stop and a kill. So a stop is going to be whenever you have a stop button invoked. A terminating option is going to be whenever you have killed a particular thing. So killed is going to be you're killing the process. So which means it should not execute beyond that step. So that is what it will do on the kill. So it will automatically, if you're stopping at the fifth, if you're killing at the fifth step, it will stop the execution at the fifth step itself. If you're stopping at the fifth step, it will execute that entire transaction first. So if there are, for one transaction, if you have 10 activities, it will go until the 10th activity. Only from the next data processing, it will stop. Okay. So that is what is the difference between a stop and a kill, right? So terminating is going to be when you have actually used the kill button. Suspended is going to be like intermediately the process is being suspended. So it is not going to be executing, and there is some kind of an error where a user intervention is required. So until the user comes and resolves that particular issue, the job will be suspended, which means that particular process will not run. Okay. And then resumed is nothing but when you have killed a particular process. Okay. So those kind of scenarios, you can go and resume a particular job. It is in the stopped state or in a faulted state. You can go and resume that particular thing. Stopped is going to be when it stops, this will be the stopping state, and after that it will be stopped, right? So whenever you do the kill button, so at that time you're going to have the stopped stage. Whenever you do the stop button, it will still go to successful only. Okay. So when you do, you can check it for yourself every time. Whenever you're going for the interviews or whenever you're going for certifications, make sure you identify what happens in the real time scenario, just as I showed you practically, right? So if I'm stopping, what happens? After stopping, once the job is stopped, it will go to successful. In case I kill it, it will say terminating and it will go and say it has stopped. It will not go to successful. Okay, so which are the job statuses? You can restart. So there's a job status called restart. So you can go and restart a faulted job. You can go and you cannot restart a stopped job. So those are the mismatches, the tricks that you need to see before you go and attend your certification or your interviews, because with this status itself you'll have a lot of questions, right? So triggers also, we saw anything that you want to schedule it, we are going to have it as a trigger. So a trigger will be created for a particular process, and it will be creating ad hoc jobs, not ad hoc, scheduled jobs on that particular scenario that we have seen. So if we have created a trigger for the process to execute every 1 hour, a new job will be created. Okay. And the first time you have to manually trigger a trigger. Okay. You have to manually start the trigger after creating. So we were understanding what are the concepts of orchestrator and what job is, what process automation, how it will be deployed and how you're going to run and all those stuff, right? So now we are going to see okay, so we had some kind of processes that we built in UiPath, and then we published it in the orchestrator. So now what we can do is we have a concept where you were actually, what we were doing is, so far we were taking data from multiple data sources. So we were taking data from Excel, we were taking data from a web page, right? So whatever you're going to do is you're going to hold it inside your system. So whatever data that you're going to take from the Excel is, you're going to hold it inside your program and then you're going to process it. For example, if you're taking data from Excel, you will be holding it inside a data table. If you're taking it from a web page, you'll be holding it inside a data table, right? So wherever you're taking the data, you are holding it inside the data table and you are continuing. So similar to the multiple data sources that is available, we have another data source that is available in the orchestrator, which is called the queues. Okay. So queues are nothing but it loads the data. So it can intake the data and it can give you the data whenever you require. So just as an Excel sheet can hold the data and you can take the data or you can read the data from an Excel sheet, you're going to go for queues. Now, what is a necessity of queues? You already have multiple data sources, right? So what is the necessity of queues? Queues are going to be more faster. So when you're handling a process that is already deployed in Orchestrator, queues are going to be relatively faster for data handling. So probably for you to add it into the queue and retrieve it from the queue is going to be relatively faster. And not only that, if you're going to work on one single data source, then you can go and fetch from that data source. Consider you have data from an Excel sheet, from an SAP GUI, from a web page. So you can club all the three data sources together, take the data and load it into the queue. Okay. So these are just not the only advantages. Queue has got multiple variations. So accordingly, you can go ahead and add the data. So queue is nothing but simply this is going to be the queue. However, your data structure is. So if you have a data table, or if you have an Excel sheet data in the same format, this will get added to the queue, and then this will get added, then this row will get added, so this row will get added, right? So we are going to add a similar structure will get added, but we are going to add it in the concept called FIFO, first in first out. So whatever data goes first inside your queue, the same data will be coming out first when you're transacting it. Okay. So before, what we were doing, we were using a for each row, or we were using a for each row when we are actually taking data table. So the entire data table was taken, and then from there we were doing it one row by row. Now what we are going to do is, we are going to take it as this entire stuff is going to be called, if you're considering this to be as the first information inside your queue, we are going to call this as a transaction. Okay. So no more I will be calling it as row of data or data, right? I'm going to call it as queue item. Okay. So I'm going to call it as queue item, and this is going to be called as a transaction. So similarly, this will be a transaction. Okay. So in the transaction, if you have multiple information, then we are going to call it as item. Okay. A specific content of a particular transaction. Okay. So always queues are going to be directly linked to a transaction. So we are going to call any particular processing that we are going to do it as a transaction, and for whatever information that we are going to process inside this particular transaction or inside this particular queue item. So this entire stuff is going to be a queue item, and we have got a specific content of a particular queue item. Okay. So here also we do row by row processing. So probably it will be fetching, if you have, this is the queue, so it will be fetching only one data at a time. So which means one row at a time. So you'll be processing that entire transaction, and then you will come and fetch the next data. So which means if you loaded this data first inside the queue, so this will be the last data that will be there inside the queue. Okay. So if you're loading it inside the queue, the first data goes to the bottom of the queue. Okay. And that only gets retrieved first. That is what we call it as a first in first out, right? So you send the data one by one, and what is the order in which the data is sent, the same way the same order it will come out, and it will do the processing. Okay. So this is what we do it in the queue information. So where does the queue occurs? The queue is going to be in the default folder in your queues information. So you can create a queue. How you are going to create a queue? So if you have a data, say suppose you have an Excel sheet data and you want to load it into the queue, or you have a web page data and you want to load it into the queue. So first you need to create a structure for the queue, right? So how will you create the structure? Go to the queues, click on add, and you will be creating a structure. So here the structure is going to be, give a name for the queue. So if this is going to be, this is the name, and you give a short description. Okay. And there is something called a unique reference key. Okay. The unique reference key is nothing but if you have a data. So in your Acme website, you have data, right? So vendor data is going to have a unique ID called the tax ID. So you will be having a unique ID called the employee ID, right? So those kind of information, when you have a unique reference in your data, then you can go and add that particular data, and you can say this is your unique reference. Okay. If you do not have, then it is fine. So it should be working. If you have, you can go ahead and give your option as unique reference. And there is something called an auto retry. Auto retry is going to be, like automatically it will retry your when there's a failure, or when there is some kind of a data processing issue, it is automatically going to retry. So you can say auto retry is equal to yes, and you can give the maximum number of retries. Okay. So there is a concept of retry mechanism that we always talk about. So how are we going to do this retry mechanism? When you're not using queues. Okay. When you have a program where you are writing a full-fledged workflow, right? So you have your data input, then you're doing a data processing, and you're also going to do exception handling, right? So once you do the exception handling, and in terms of any system exception, you are going to do the retry mechanism, right? So in terms of, we were talking about application exception or system exception and business exception, right? So business exception is, you need not retry the data because it is not going to be with our inside our capability. So it is the customer who needs to decide, or the business who needs to decide. So we will not handle business exceptions, or we will not retry business exceptions. But a retry mechanism need to work whenever you are getting any application exceptions or things like that. Okay. So how will a retry mechanism generally work? A retry mechanism is nothing but, you will put a retry counter and you will clear out. So when once, say suppose you say the retry mechanism has to work 2 times. Okay. So what we do in our code, we will put a retry counter is equal to 0. Okay, so whenever there's a system exception, we will increment the retry counter and we will take the connector back into the whatever is your first step. Okay, so if login is your first step, so you will kill all the process and then you will go ahead and take your arrow to the first step. So after that, what you're going to do, you will be coming down. Again, there's a system exception. Now the retry counter will be going from 1 to 2. So what happens is, you will be retrying, you will be incrementing the retry counter, and accordingly your, so when it comes the next time with the same stuff, you will be incrementing the retry counter again from 1 to 2, and it will go and check if the retry counter has reached the maximum count. Has it reached 2? So if it, I mean, if it is greater than 2, it will not go in. So every time it will be going ahead and you will be trying. So this piece of code you need to write in your workflow. Okay. But when you're taking queues, right, the queue will have a auto retry function. So what happens is, whenever you have whenever you have something in a error, or whenever you have something in a problematic situation, then that particular information will get auto retried if you have the auto retry option to be enabled. So you need not write your piece of code. Okay, so you can give a maximum retry of how many ever times you want. So the maximum retry, usually we give it as twice. So here also, whenever there's a system exception only, the queues will get retry. I mean, the queue item, the transaction will get retried. Okay, so that is the option of having a retry option. So here usually what happens, the rest of the information you need not give. Okay, so here what we do is, we give a vendor, we give a queue name, and after giving a queue name, if you have a unique reference, you cannot add the same employee ID again. Okay, so that is the concept of unique reference. So if you have a unique reference, in my case, I'm going to go ahead and set up a unique reference. Okay, and then we are going to put an auto retry to 2, and we are going to add. Okay, so only for the queue failures the auto retry will happen, not for your entire program. Okay, so only for the data inside the queue, and if the data is failing because of a system exception, then the data will get re-triggered or reprocessed. Okay, the entire program will not start behaving like it will go and retry. Okay, I hope you understand the difference. Fine, so let me go and add. So once I create a particular information, or once I create a particular queue, the queue gets created. So if you want to see what is the data inside the queue, go to edit, view transactions. So in your view transactions, you will be able to see all the number of data that you're adding. Right now we do not have any data, so you will not be able to see. Okay, so fine. So we were processing with the Excel, we were processing with the data, whatever kind of other data sources. How we were processing? Finally, we were taking the data and we were processing, right? So the same processing only we will be doing. So you need to first add it into the queue. So if you have a web page data, you will be adding it into the queue, and then we will be retrieving from the queue, but we can retrieve only one data from the queue. So we will be retrieving one transaction from the queue, process the transaction, and then go and retrieve the next transaction. Okay, so this is how we will be doing ideally, right? And then we have something called, these are the concepts of queues, right? Then we have something called assets. Okay, so now what are assets? Assets are nothing but, what is an asset? An important stuff that you have, right? That is your asset. So similarly, asset is going to be all the important stuff that your project has. Okay, we were talking about configuration. You remember we were talking about a config.xls file or a config.xml file. Okay, so these config files are project project supported files, where the project will go and refer some information that keeps changing usually frequently, right? So we put it in the configuration file, and we put it as a project config. So what happens when you have sensitive confidential data? So again, anybody can open an Excel sheet, anybody can open an XML sheet, right? So this is again, we are not able to restrict our confidentiality. This is again causing a security breach, right? So what we have is, we have something called orchestrator assets. Orchestrator assets are developed or are available for helping or for aiding confidentiality inside your particular project. Okay, so what you can do is, you can create an asset and you can give only the name, just as you have the configuration information in your Excel file. What you will do, you will create a configuration Acme website URL, and you will give the value as Acme website name, right? The URL, right? So the same thing what we are going to do is, we are going to create here. Okay, there if you go and create, what will happen, the developer will be able to see this as well as this information. But in your orchestrator asset, if you create and if you give this particular information, then the developer or anybody inside the program will not be able to see the value. Okay, this comes as an encrypted value to the developer. So the developer will not be able to see any of the information. Most importantly, your username password. Okay, most of the financial services, when they are using banking usernames, passwords, we might not need to, you cannot store that information inside your XML file or inside your XLS, inside your config file, right? Then it is going to be security breachable. So what we do is, we create it as an orchestrator asset, and we go ahead and store that information, so that only the orchestrator access person will be able to see the content of the information. The developer will receive only this particular information. So once they use this particular information, automatically the asset name will become, automatically the asset will be fetched from the orchestrator assets page, and the details will be loaded onto your particular program. Okay, whatever you're doing in your configuration file, the same thing you're going to do it with the thought of assets. Okay, so there are different kinds of assets that you can create. The assets that you can create is, you can create a text information asset, where you can simply store only text information. Okay, say suppose banking account numbers, Aadhaar ID, IT something. Okay, all those things you can generically store. Okay, then we have Boolean information. Suppose you have flags inside your program, you have integer information, again something that is relative to your sensitive account numbers and all those things, right? And we have a credential information. Credential information is nothing but, you have your username and password. Okay, your username and password is an encrypted information. All the rest you would still see it inside your program. Okay, but your username and password is going to be a completely encrypted one. Your password will never be visible to the developer. Okay, so usually we use assets for having username and password, and in case you want to encrypt and bring it, there are additional encryption algorithms that you can take for any of the other information, and you can take it inside your program, where everything will be encrypted and the developer won't be able to see. Okay, so for example, I choose credential, means I can go ahead and simply give my asset name. Say this is going to be Acme login details, right? So I will choose it as credential. Now I need to give my username and password. So the moment I give my username and password, it will get created. Okay, so the information will be coming here. So from here I can choose the information inside my particular program. Okay, so this is what an asset will be doing, right? So now back to our queues and transactions. So now what we are going to do is, we are going to take the data from the Acme website, use assets concept and everything, and we are going to go ahead and log into our Acme, and then go ahead and continue with our stuff. Then take the content from your web vendors page or from the invoice page, and we are going to load it into the queue. Okay, so this particular stuff we'll see it for now, and then we will go ahead and continue. So what we'll do is, let me create a new process. You can create it as an orchestration process also, it should be okay. Okay, we'll do is the same set of program. Okay, I'm going to go into Acme website. You could take it from any other website also. I'm going to do the same set of processing. Okay. Here the Acme URL is going to come from my asset, right? So I'll use those concepts and you can go ahead and you can get your information. So now what we'll do is we'll start with our generic flowchart. Okay, so in your flowchart, the first operation that I'm going to do is, so probably here you have to include your exception handling, you have to include your configuration file reading, you have to include your invoke workflow. So you'll have an Acme login file. From there, you will be getting your information. There will be a XAML file that will be created for everything you'll be creating. Okay, so since it is just, I'm just doing it as such, but otherwise generically we will be having it as a detailed program. Okay, so that way we will create, I mean, we will have more practice in our real time stuff, right? So the first thing I'm going to do is a get asset. So which means I need to actually go ahead and start with my asset, or what we'll do is we'll start with our exception handling itself. So let me put a try catch. We'll go ahead and we'll do the actual programming. So inside my try catch only I'm going to write. So this is going to be, so here we are going to start with our actual programming. So I'm going to go ahead and invoke my workflow. So I'm going to create a new flowchart for Acme login. Right. So here again, I will have a try catch, so that in terms of any errors, you will be able to catch that particular thing. So if you have a try catch, the only problem with the try catch is you won't be able to connect it back. So here also you cannot put a flow chart. Okay, a flow chart works. So fine. I thought the flow chart doesn't work here. Fine. So we'll put a flow chart so that we will be able to connect it back. Right. So we are into a try catch of. So this is try catch of Acme login. Right. So yeah. So here what we'll do is the first step, right, for your Acme login. So the first step is you need to get the URL from your thing. So in order to find the assets, so what you will do is there are different information. So you have a get asset, get credential, set asset, and a set credential. Getting information from the orchestrator is going to be using get asset. So other than the credentials, which is text information, integer information, and Boolean information, you can use get text. If you are using a credential information that you need to retrieve from the orchestrator, then you're going to have get credential. Why? Because this will return only one variable. So if you see, this will be returning only one value, because only one text value will be there, or only one. Say suppose I'm going to get the asset name called URL, it will be returning me only the URL. But here get credential needs to return username and password. So that is why you have a separate get credential. Okay. So accordingly you will be taking, and get credential will be actually creating you a password which is going to be of the type secure string. Okay. So here, so let me first get the asset. So what is the asset name? So in my thing, the asset name is actually Acme website URL. So you copy this particular information and you give your asset name, right? So after giving your asset name, you are getting some information. So you have to store it inside a variable. So Control K, I'm going to go and say str underscore URL. So your URL is getting created. Right? So after that, you will be getting your password. So in case you have your password, again you will be giving your asset name and you will be storing it inside a field called str username and password. So here if you go ahead and create a information called password, it will go and create it as secure string. Why it is not creating a secure string? Oh sorry, not here. That is a username field. So this is your, let me delete this. Control K, password. Right? Sorry. So you are going to get it as secure string. So what is the difference between a string and a secure string? A string is the content you can see. The secure string, the content is encrypted, you won't be able to see. So when you're going to use this particular information, So generally when we use this particular information, how we were using type into, right? So when you're using the actual information, you can use type into, but when you're using a secure string information, you're going to use type secure text, so that the password will still be encrypted. Okay, that is the only difference. So right now we are not having credentials. So let me remove off all the thing. So I've got the asset information. I have got the information. Now I can go ahead and start with my open browser, right? So I'll go ahead and do the open browser. So what I need to open, I need to open str URL. So str URL, then we are going to go ahead and give the type into username. So this is going to be my username. I'm going to give a delay to enter the password. Then we are going to click on login. This is the same thing that we have done before, right? So I'm just going ahead and I'm continuing. Now that we are logged in, we are actually into this particular page. Search for vendor. Again, after search for vendor, we are going to go to display all vendors. So here I'm going to fetch the data. So how am I going to fetch? I'm going to fetch it using the same data scraping. So I need to do the same data scraping. So let me bring it outside the open browser. So I'm going to do the data scraping and I will go and fetch this particular data. Right? So this is going to be loaded into a data table, and from there I'm going to load it into the queue. So this is the same thing that we will be following. How you load it into separate information, the same way we are going to load it into, right? So here is the extract data table. You put this extract data table to be available until where? Until Acme login, right? Okay, Acme login, fine. So we have the data scraping. From here only we are going to load the data one by one into the queue. So how are we going to load the data? So it is inside the data table. So we can load only one data at a time. So we are going to use a for each data table, right? So from there only we are going to go ahead and use the information. So for each row inside the data table, so you give your data table name extract. From here for each information is going to be loaded. So how are we going to load it? We are going to load it as using queue concepts. So you have a different queue information that you have. If you are going to load it one by one, then you can go and load it using add queue item. Okay. So individual queue item, which means individual row or a transaction will get added, right? Then you have something called a bulk add queue items. A bulk add queue items is nothing but it is going to add the entire data table at one stretch. Okay. So if you have a very less number of data. Say our case only 10 data is there. So instead of adding it one by one, you can add the same data table at one shot. Okay. So add queue item will add the data one by one, and the bulk add queue item. If you're adding bulk add queue item, then you need not have a for each row. Okay. If you're adding only one by one, you need to have a for each row. If you're adding a bulk add queue items, what will happen is you just need to give your queue data table name, you have to give your queue name, and there is something called commit type all or nothing, which means all the information is right means it will go ahead and add the data. If even if one information is wrong, it will remove all the data. Okay, it is not able to add means you will be, or process all independently. So you can process every information independently and you can add the data as bulk. Okay, now this will return a data table. Now what will this return? It will return a data table which will show whether the first information loaded successfully, second information loaded successfully, third information no error, fourth information error, fifth information no error. So the entire 10 rows will be loaded, the status of the 10 rows will be loaded into a data table. So that is the only difference in a bulk add queue item. So you want to add the entire content using the total information, okay, the total data table all at once. In our case, we'll use it one by one. So we are going to take each row and we are going to add it into the queue. Okay, so how do we add it? So here again you have to go and give the queue name. So we'll go ahead and give the queue name. The queue name was j underscore vendor queue, right? So it is case sensitive. Copy the queue name. If you're retrieving this from the configuration file, then you can retrieve it as a configuration. You will put it inside the dictionary and you will be retrieving it, right? This is the queue name. Now we gave the unique reference key. We gave unique reference is equal to yes, right? So what was the unique reference there? The unique reference is going to be the tax ID. So you give the row of tax ID as your unique reference, okay? Because you're adding this only. So this will be row of, sorry, dot toString. So this is your unique reference. And in case you need to give your orchestrator folder path, you can give the orchestrator folder path. Currently we have it as default, right? You can give that. So this is the information that you're going to put. But again, you're going to load the information. So which means say this is your content. This is your data table content, right? This is your data table content. So we have it as extract data table, right? Now when you're loading it, what is going to happen? Now this information will get loaded first, right? So your queue will be having this particular information to be loaded first. Now here you have to say whether you have to have the same heading or you want to put a different heading. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say I'm going to put a suffix of queue so that you will be able to differentiate. Okay, since we are using the same program, I am just putting this to make sure that I go ahead and differentiate what is the difference between the headings of each of my information. Okay, so here also it will be underscore q. Here also it is going to be underscore q, right? So where do I go and mention this? We are going to mention this at the item information. So in my UiPath Studio, I will be having, when I'm going to do an add queue item, I will be having something called an item information. So it is a collection object. So go click on it. You will be saying what is the name of the information of your titles. Okay. So here I'm going to go ahead and say the first information that I'm going to add is the first column, right? You could add all the information or you could just add 3 information. You could just add 2 information. All that is your choice. Okay. You need not have all the information loaded. You can just have 2 or 3 columns added. Okay. So that is also is going to be fine. So I'm going to simply go and say this is going to be vendor queue. Okay. It's going to be only in the direction of in whatever is your type of data. So you can have it as string data or a number data or whatever. What is a value? It is going to be coming from the data table. So it is going to be a row of vendor. Okay, equating the titles. So this particular content will get loaded with the vendor data. So similarly, the next content will be my tax ID, right? So this is going to be row of tax ID. So similarly, the next thing was address. So here address underscore q. Here also I'm putting it as row of address. So here it is going to be again city underscore q. So if you don't want everything, you can just simply ignore it. You can leave the column names. It will not insert the data. Here also we are going to create. So if I don't want country, I can simply leave off the country. So it will not create the, it will not load the country information. Right? So the moment I go ahead and add all the information, I'm creating corresponding column names in my queue. So this will be the vendor queue where the vendor's information will be added. The tax ID queue column, the tax information will be added. So similarly, the other information. Now that's it. Once your queue item, so this will get looped. So for all the 10 rows, the add queue item will happen individually. So once it adds individually, you're going to see all the information adding individually and the queue will be loaded. Okay, so that is it. So here what I did was I just copied this particular information. So what I'll do is I'll just remove the try catch. Okay, here. So I will be adding the exception as system exception, and I'm going to put it as here we are going to invoke the workflow, right? So invoke, so save all, right? You're going to invoke workflow. Here also we'll have. So let me remove the try catch because it is having a lot of issues. Okay, so here we will have the invoke workflow. This is going to be the workflow name called Acme login. There are no elements and that's it. So once this is done, automatically the add queue item will be done. So here this was only Acme login. We went ahead and we did all the login and the flowchart and everything, right? So this for each basically should be outside. So let me put it in my main thing. Okay, adding to the queue, I'm bringing it outside, which means I need to get the data table outside. So I'm going to create this as a argument and this will go in the outer direction. So I'm passing the data table from the login. Here I need to receive. So here I will be receiving the information as dt underscore vendor data. So here in my for each, I'm going to put it as dt underscore vendor data. This is going to be of type data table. Right? So what I did was I just invoked the workflow. I called in the Acme login. I did not do anything big. All the settings and retry and all those things I did not do because we already know, right? So I did the get asset, open browser, and then a data scraping. After data scraping was done, I passed that information outside and so what we can do is I'll put a right line so that the exception gets caught. There won't be any exception in case. Okay. So generically we are just going to go ahead. So here I'll go and log out. So it will start with the programming. Okay. So here let me go and execute. Null reference exception. What is the exception? Item collection, everything we have added. Where is the error coming? Data scraping is not happening. Okay, why to cause unnecessary confusion? I'll put it everything outside. I'm putting it everything outside because we are anyway not following the right method. So why this is throwing error? Okay, str. So we have the get asset, the open browser, right? And then I have the data scraping wizard, and then we have the for each, right? So this is going to be extract data table. Variables. So this we don't require. Right, so let's see if this content is writing. I brought everything to the same main file itself. So now it is working. I think between the arguments that was passing, I think that was not working. Okay, since we already know, I was not looking into that particular issue. So here, if you see, go back to your queues, all your queue items will be loaded. So this was your information. So if you see, view transactions, all your queue will be loaded. So you will have 10 rows that was loaded. And since we gave a unique reference of the tax ID, the tax ID is loaded uniquely. So you have 10 information. So if you see, In the Excel, the first information, the data table, the first information was FR322. So that only was loaded first. So that will be at the bottom of the queue. So when you're fetching it, this only will be coming first, and then this, and then this, and then this, right? So whatever we did was I just created an get asset. I got the asset from the orchestrator of the URL. I use that in our open browser, and in our open browser, I use the same URL that I got it from the asset. Then give your username, your password, all your navigation. And once your navigation is done, go and click on your data scraping. And in your data scraping, sorry, in your data scraping, you're going to have the data table available. So from the data table only, you're going to add each row by row into the queue. So always when you're going to add it into the queue, you're not going to take care of any of the items. You just put a for each row and you can add it one by one. If you don't want to add it one by one, remove this for each row and put a bulk add queue item. That also will work. So when you put add queue item, here you need to go and give the queue name. If you have a unique reference, go give it. If you don't have, just leave it off. There is the collection. Here you have to equate it. So what will be the information inside the title of the information inside the queue, and what will be the equivalent title that is in the data table. So that correspondingly it will map to itself and it will be loading the data. So this particular information can be viewed here. So go ahead. Here you cannot just go and view the data as such. So here inside the row, I'm going to go and click on the information and I'm going to go and say view details. So here you will not have row information, you will have only the content. Okay, so the last data that was loaded was RO125678. So this is the last data that was loaded, that appears first. So the RO125678. So if you see, all the headings are going to be whatever the headings that we gave. So this is nothing but the specific data. So it is not going to be in a row wise. It is going to be a group of data for this particular transaction. So this only we call it as a queue item. So once it is loaded inside the queue, we are going to call it as a queue item. Okay, so this entire information will be queue item. From this, or a transaction item, more than a queue item, I'll put it as a transaction item. Okay, so transaction item or a queue item, so that from this you will be fetching it one by one and you're going to go ahead and take your information, right? So what happens is, now this entire information is one information. So similarly, if you go ahead and see, the next information will be the entire information of the next tax area. Right? So now we have loaded into the queue. So how are we going to fetch the items from the queue? You can add it into the same program or you can create it as a different exercise. That is to you. So usually what will happen is, here we have added, right? So once you have added, if there's a unique reference, you won't be able to add the same content again. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to comment this. Otherwise, it will be throwing the error called unique reference key. Okay. So you won't be able to add the same content again, right? So only for that reason, I am commenting on that particular stuff, right? From here, we are going to start the information regarding your fetching from the queue. Okay. So here I will say I'm going to fetch it from the queue. So we are going to do the queue transaction processing. Okay. No more it will be called as data. We are going to call it as a transaction item, which will be of the variable type queue item. Okay. So whenever you are bringing the data from the queues, you are going to call it as a queue item variable type. No more it will be called a data table, or no more it will be called any other variable types. So a queue item variable, whenever you're going to remove, whenever you're going to bring the data from the queue, it is going to be called as a queue item variable. Okay. Now, how are we going to go ahead and get the individual data one by one? From here, we are going to start with the queue transaction. So how are we going to do? First, we are going to go ahead and identify what is a queue name, and we are going to get one transaction at a time. So go and get transaction. So in your queues, if you see, there is a get transaction item. Okay. So in your get transaction item, what are we going to do? We are going to go ahead and give the queue name. So once you give the queue name and you create an output, so automatically the first information will be loaded. Okay. So here I will go and give the queue name. So what was the queue name? The queue name was j underscore vendor queue, right? So we will give the queue name. And now the queue, once you are doing a get transaction, which means an individual content is going to come. So which means this content is going to come. The first content that we loaded. So this entire content is going to come, or this entire content is going to come, right? So this entire content is going to be called as a queue item. So when you're going to hold it, you're going to hold it inside a variable. So always we call that information as a transaction item. Okay, and we are going to put it as, so if you say transaction item means it's a transaction that is obtained from the queue. So you have to remember this word always. A transaction item is nothing but information that you are going to retrieve from the queue, which is going to be of variable type queue item. Okay, a transaction item is nothing but a transaction that you're going to retrieve from the queue that is going to be of type queue item, right? So what is going to be the transaction? I will go and say control K. I'm going to put it as out underscore queue info. Okay. Now if you see, a queue item variable is getting created. So which means individual transaction item will be fetched from the thing. So which means this is FR 322345. This entire content will be fetched. That is a transaction item. The variable type is going to be queue item. So the entire content will be loaded. Okay, now we are going to go ahead and take the individual items. Now if you want to process with the tax ID, or if you want to take a particular information from this entire content, then you can split the information and you can process. Okay, so how will you split? So you've got the entire content. Now if you want only this content alone, so how will you take this particular content? You have to take this particular content using the concept called, here how is it displayed? It's displayed as specific data, right? So here also we are going to use the same concept. So here if I want to create, or if I want to take a particular information, so it has got 5 items inside it, or 5 information inside it. So if I want to take the tax ID information, okay, so I'm going to create tax ID information means again I need to create a variable name to hold it, right? So I'm going to say out underscore queue vendor name. Okay, now this is going to be, you create it as, what was your transaction item that we created? The out underscore queue info. So it is holding the entire value, right? If it is a data table, you say data table dot. So here it is the transaction item or the queue item. So you're going to say the queue item dot specific content of whatever is your column name. Dot to string. So now automatically what will happen, from the queue item which had all this information from the out queue, okay, you are going to fetch only this particular information. So the Meditronic technologies will come and sit on this particular out vendor name. Okay. So similarly, if you want to take another information called the tax ID, you can put it as control K out underscore queue tax ID. Here I'll do the same thing. So what is my transaction item? Now my transaction item was out underscore queue info dot specific content of tax ID underscore queue. All these are case sensitive. If you don't give the column names correctly, then we are going to have an issue. It will not return. So this is tax space ID capital D underscore Q. Yeah. Okay. So here we can simply go and put a right line, or however you want to do the processing. Out tax ID concatenate space, and I'm going to give the out the queue vendor name, right? So what it is going to do, it will be whatever it needs to do. So all this I'm going to come let me just comment all this so that we'll directly go to the get item. So for each row also we don't require. right? So directly I'm going to the get. We have already loaded to the queue, right? So why should we load it again and again, right? It will be throwing an error because we have a unique reference. So I'm going to directly get the information from the queue, and we are going to use the get transaction item, give your queue name, and create an output variable, which will be okay. Yeah, so which will be of the variable type queue item. From there, you're going to retrieve individual items. So how will you in retrieve? You're going to call it as dot specific content. A very important, whenever you're going to use, people ask this question: how do you retrieve a specific content from your or a relevant single information from the queue? Always you have to mention dot specific content. Okay, so this we are going to retrieve. So what I'm going to do is I have commented all the information that we have loaded into the queue. So all that information I have commented, and we are going to directly do with the processing. Okay, so get transaction item individually it will get, right? So now let's go and run this particular information. So it has completed. So what did it do? It did the first item it retrieved, but it did not retrieve and it stopped after that. So if you see here also, if I go and refresh, the first item would be in the status in progress. So everything that was loaded in the status new. Once it starts the processing, it went to in progress automatically. Okay. But after that, it completed the process. It did not change it to successful, right? And it did not start with the end of the information. Okay. So the next information it needs to process, right? But it did not do. So which means you need to loop it to do. So we are not having a for each row here. Every time you need to loop it to go ahead and get the next transaction. Okay. So once I complete this particular step, I need to change the status to success. So how am I going to go ahead and change the status? So here you will be checking all the information. So you have multiple information. Set transaction progress. So which means you're going to change the status to a progress, in progress status. So you have different statuses that is available. Okay. You have new, in progress, failed, successful, abandoned, retried, and deleted. I'll explain what are all these statuses. So there are chances if you're retrying, you means you're going to change it back to in progress. So whenever you want to change the status back to in progress, you can go and use set transaction in progress. So that can be used. So you can go ahead and give the transaction item, it will automatically go. So if you want to change any other statuses, then go ahead and use set transaction status, for which I need to go and set the transaction status to success. I need to set it for the information that I received. So what was the information I received? Out underscore Q info. So I will go and say set transaction status. What is the transaction type? I'm going to say out underscore Q info, right? So here you will be making the condition check. So here we will be having a try catch. If there's an exception, you will be putting a try catch. If there's an exception, you will be putting it into a set transaction status is equal to, you will put it as failed. And after failed, you have to choose what is the error type, whether it is an application exception or whether it is a business exception. So you can set all the things. So basically you will give the reason. Okay. So here in a try catch block, we have to put it, or outside in a try catch block, you have to put it, right? So after you putting it right now, this particular information, let's simply put it as successful, because we are not doing any big processing, right? So we are making it as successful. Now after this, so it should be changing back to successful, right? So once it changes back to successful, we need to go and get the next information. So which means we are going to connect it back to get transaction item. Right? So now what will happen? It will process the first content. Again, it will process the second content. Again, it will process the third content. And similarly, it will be processing the rest of the content. Right? Now here, this is already in progress. Now what I'll do is, In progress means it won't process it again. You won't be able to edit. I'm just removing the entire queue and I will add it back so that will come from the first of the program. Okay. So here I'm going to add it using, I'm not going to create a unique reference. Okay. So I'm going to say unique reference is going to be no and auto retry. So which means I will be adding it. I'm going to enable all this. So Control E. So in your for each, we are going to remove the unique reference. So here also we have commented out Control E. So we are going to go ahead and remove the unique reference because I have removed the unique reference there. Okay. Now we are going to go and see how it gets added, right? Again, we are going to receive an error. That error, I'll tell you how to correct. Log out. So I'm going to execute. So it has added to the queue. Now if you see, it would be starting to write the information. Okay, so it has information, it has started, it has written. So for all information it is starting. So all the 10 information would have written, but after that we are getting a null reference exception. So what is this exception? We are going to see. So here what happens is you have started with the first information, the second, the third, the fourth. So RO125678 was the actually last information. So after doing the last information, you have set the, so here also you would have kept everything to success. So if you see, let me go and view transactions. So now you see everything is changed to successful because we changed the set transaction status to success. Everything has been changed to successful and it was executed by robot when it was executed a minute ago. Okay. So here actually comes the picture. So here the problem is we were trying to do for the first 10 data, we were trying to connect it for back and forth, right? But it when came to the last data, again we connected back to fetch the 11th data. But the 11th data was not at all there. So it threw an exception in the assign statement. Okay. So it said object reference set to an, not set to an instance of an object. It is a null reference exception. You are trying to load 0 data into the variable. Okay. Because there is no 11th data. So you are not fetching any 11th data and you're trying to load a 11th data into the variable, which is not correct, right? So what we need to do, we need to always check whether the queue has been, the processing has to start based on whether the queue item is there or not, correct? So if you see, I need to check after getting this, if for the 11th data, this particular queue info will be empty, right? Only if there is data. So until 10 data, this will be having data. So for the 11th data onwards, this will not have a data. So here I need to make a condition. If the data is loaded into the out queue info, which means if the queue has data, then proceed with the operations. If the queue doesn't have data, then it should stop the transaction. So here I'm going to introduce another step, which will be a flow decision. Okay, so here I'm going to simply go and say if out queue is loaded, out queue info is loaded is not nothing. I'll put it as is nothing. Right? So which means if the out queue info has no data, then it should actually go and stop the transaction. So if the data is not there, so I will say queue end, no more data to process. Okay. So in case there's going to be out queue has some data, right? So out queue is nothing means it is zero data. If it has the data, then I will go ahead and do the processing. Okay. In this case, what will happen? It will go and successfully process. So it will add the content to the queue. It will check whether the queue item has data or not. Yes, it has got the data. So the first data will get processed. Pick the second data. Yes, the second data is there, processed. 10th data. 10th data also will get processed. So when 11th data comes, it will be loaded to 0. So it will be 0. So it will come to this particular condition and it will say no more data to process. Okay. Now I'll go and re-add the queue. You can add it over this, but for the demo purpose, I'm just removing it and I'm setting it up. Right? So let's go ahead and now your queue is getting loaded. So now there is no error. So perfectly processed, right? So no transaction data, so it ended the transaction. So this is how you need to write your code. So generically you will be getting it as get the asset, load it, and if you have another program to fetch it from the thing, this will come as a different program. So always it will get one individual item. You need to loop through it to get multiple items. So when it reaches the end of the data, you need to check whether the data has reached or not. So here again, we will be deploying it, right? So here this project will go for deployment. Now you will be publishing it there in the orchestrator. Now again another step you needs to be checked whether the job was stopped, right? So always before going and getting the next transaction, you need to go and check a should stop. Okay. So if there's somebody who has stopped it and you create a variable which will say a boolean variable. So I'll go and say this is going to be flag job stop. Okay. So now again you'll have a flow decision to say yes, somebody has stopped it, no, somebody has not stopped it. So you have a flow decision. Now this flow decision will be for the boolean that we created. So whether the information was, so if it is true, you need to stop the program. Somebody has stopped it. If it is false, then you need to put the program to continue to the get transaction, right? So this basically will be coming to this particular side. So if it is false, then you need to go and get the transaction, which means nobody has stopped the job, right? So this is going to be, you're going to check for flag stop. If it is going to be true, then you will be putting it as a message box, which will say message box or a right line, however you want. Which will say job manually stopped. Okay. So now what this will do, this will be checking. So for the first time it will go get the information. If the queue is true, yes, it will go and do that. All the transaction it will do. And after that it will see before entering the next transaction, it will go and see whether the job has been stopped by someone or not. If the job has been stopped, then it will go and check whether the job has been stopped. Yes means it will stop with the first transaction. If it is no, it will go and get the second transaction. Because with the stopping, it will go and check for, it will do the processing for the complete transaction, then only it will go and check. For killing, wherever the control will not at all be into the program. If you kill here, it will kill here itself. Okay, this will be the ideal situation how you will be working on. So always all your workflows need to have a should stop, because always we are going to execute it via the orchestrator and via a job. So always all the workflow should have this particular condition, should stop, a flow decision, and what you're going to do if it is a true or a false. Okay, right? So this is what will be queues and transactions. So always whenever you're going to load it into the queue, you can load it one by one. So it can be of any variable type, and from fetching it from the queue, you're going to take it as queue item. Okay, so you get your transactions. Once your transactions are coming out, you will be getting this particular, your transaction will be created as out transaction item. So it will be a transaction item which will be of type queue item. Okay, right? So this is your information. So this is your statuses. So you have a new status when it is going to be loaded. Important certification question, and wherever you have statuses, that will be part of your certification, and that will be part of your interview preparation. Okay, so new, in progress, when it is first time load, when it is starting, when the queue is getting processed, the initial status will be the queue item is getting processed. The initial status will be in progress. Okay. And then failed when there's a business or an application exception. Successful, abandoned if it is in progress for more than 24 hours. Nobody, the queue has never been processed. So it goes to abandoned. Retried means application exception. Application exception, not business exception. Application exception, and it was retried. Okay. Deleted is item was manually deleted. Only then you can go ahead. The item will still remain, but it will only change the status to delete. The entire row will not be removed. Okay, the status will change to delete, so that you won't be able to fetch that item back again. Okay, and this is the failed transaction. So in case there is an application exception, there will be a set transaction status to failed, and you can go and the auto retry option will be taking care of the retry. In case there's a business exception, then it is incomplete or missing data. So the retry option will not get enabled. Wherever you have business exception, no retrying should take place. So that is what will be applicable even to the queue transactions, right? And then we have queue activities. So you have add queue item, we saw. Add transaction item means if you have something in the queue, it's like the add queue item will go to new status, add transaction item will be directly going to in progress, and directly the processing will start. The bulk add queue items means it will be going with the bulk add. The entire data table will be added. The delete queue items is going to be if you need to delete a particular state, delete a particular stuff. So here you can go ahead and again give the queue item. So whatever information, a single transaction can be deleted. Okay, it will change the status to delete. And then get queue items again is going to be based on a filtering condition. So if you can filter, get queue items and a get transaction item is going to be different. Get transaction item will be getting only the new ones. Okay, it will change the status to in progress, and it will get only the new ones. Here you can filter. Get transaction items, you can filter it by based on whatever filtering conditions you have. The date, the what is it? The status. So here you can, whenever you're going to retry, right? So you will be able to get all the conditions that you have. So if you want to reprocess, you cannot reprocess a successful one. So if you want to filter it, and you can get the information. So what will happen? It will be getting all the information only that are in progress state. Okay. So again, instead of this particular stuff, get transaction item, if you put get queue items, in your queue, whichever is only in the in progress item will be filtered and it will be retrieved. Okay, so that will be the information that you will do your filtering of your particular thing. So whenever you want to filter, suppose you have already a queue, and in that queue you want to go ahead and filter only the failed data. So suppose if you have 5 failed data, then you can put it as failed, and you can do the same processing with the failed data. Instead of get transaction item, you can use get queue items. Okay, postpone transaction item is nothing but you need to specify a particular time and a date. So it will postpone, see the deadline and the postpone. So it will give the information as to say every day your queue is going to run if it is a scheduled job, right? So you can say the deadline is until tomorrow. So until the queue starts, until the process starts executing again. So that will be the deadline, right? So postpone is you can put it as for a delayed period. So you can do the postpone transaction. So do not process until this particular time, but process before the this particular date. So that particular information you can give it here. Set transaction progress to this will be to in progress. This will be to status. Wait queue item is nothing but you will be allowed to wait for a particular amount of time. Okay, so it will wait for a particular amount of time and then it will start the processing. Okay, so you can do a lot of things which you will not be able to do with the other data sources. Those kind of information you are allowed to do it in a queue. Okay, so these are the queue information. These are the right. So postpone transaction item, get transaction item, wait queue item, and everything, right? So then we have assets. So assets again, so this is the information I said. Whenever you want to have confidential information inside your project that cannot be stored inside the project or inside a configuration file. So those kind of information which are confidential, you can put it inside your asset. Everything will have an extra level of security. So there is a AES 256 algorithm that will be encrypted, and based on that encryption only, your data will get retrieved by your UiPath Studio. So which means your password, you can never view your password. Okay. So you have a get asset and a get credential, a set asset and a set credential. Suppose you want to create a new credential, or suppose you want to create a new asset from your UiPath Studio onto the orchestrator page, then you can do a set asset and a set credential. Okay, automatically from the program an asset will be created instead of you manually creating. This is a manually created information that you want to fetch. That is what a get asset and a, so there are text, boolean, integer and a credential information.